Hello to all the gaming gamers out there. Welcome to the Saturday stream of the week. Happy weekend. Happy Easter. For anyone that celebrates, of course. It is the Easter weekend. Yeah, we are back for another weekly iteration of the FGO servant class tier list. I kind of want to say the end is near, but including this one, we still have 3 to go. So we're still going to be here vibing a little bit. I guess we're going to end up, let me double check. Yeah, by the time we end, again, if everything goes according to plan, it'll be May already, which is pretty crazy considering I believe we started on February.
Hello there, Myst.
So yeah, time really flies, doesn't it? So yeah, how you guys doing? Hopefully the weekend's all good. And yeah, we're gonna be starting the golden extras now. The past 2 weeks we were talking about low stars, so now we have them all covered. Now it's just the golden extras remaining. So again, they're gonna be in 3 parts, and today is the first one with the rulers and foreigners. You might say like it's kind of a weird split, but yeah, we kind of had to do a weird split. So the 3 parts could be kind of equal on servant amount, if that makes sense. Obviously, you would do like maybe like ruler and avenger normally because they're like the opposites. But you know, again, we kind of had to mix the classes up a little bit in this way so that no one part was too long or too short. So we found a fairly equal split for 3 parts, I want to say. And the reason we don't do them in 2 parts is that these would be insanely long. Last year we did them in 2 parts, and I believe each list was like 8 hours long or something. So it'd probably be even worse than that in terms of length. So yeah, that's why we have a triple split instead. Cool. There's the plan at least.
Go.
Hey, I'm glad to hear that, Demi. So yeah, I still have alerts kind of enabled here, but once we switch to the other overlay, they're going to be disabled again. And then I'll just, if someone happens to sub during the stream, I'll just shout them out at the end, of course, as always. But yeah, on that note, still, we have Johnny Deppy with 33 months and Scott also with 33 months. So hey, thank you for that, my dudes. Big welcome back to the Go Gang.
Go.
And Luca as well, 22 months. Thank you so much. Again, at this point, every sub helps a ton, so thank you so much. Big gals in the chat for all the resubs. What are the other splits? Well, you're just gonna have to wait and find out. I'm probably gonna tease the next one at the end of the list, most likely, so you'll know soon enough. That's for sure. Alright, let's see. Let's change overlays here. Hello. Hello. Oh yeah, let me, I have to reduce the song request volume by quite a bit again, so apologies for that. It's just that, you know, the people talking have to be the most audible on this thing. So yeah, song requests will be quite low on volume as always. No new haircut. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna stick to this until it grows more, and then I'll style it again to something else. So yeah, enjoy, I guess, or don't. Most likely no. I don't know. Depends on what you're into, I guess. Co-host Dogoda. I was about to ring them up next. I believe Otto is not here today, actually. He did message me, or the group rather, like 15 minutes before the stream. But he said he will be in the final 2 parts instead. So I'm guessing it's gonna be Plushie and or Rio as well. So we're probably still gonna have some good discussion anyway. But yeah, you won't be hearing Otto today. Oh yeah, Alco was split in 2, but yeah, we're just gonna place her in 1 though. I feel like there's no real point in evaluating her like individually on the forums, so we're just gonna be I guess Copy just wanted to separate them, which is cute, I guess. But yeah, we're just gonna be placing her as 1 entity. Yeah, pretty much play cool. That definitely made the split harder, not gonna lie. But luckily there's other extra classes too that don't have a lot of servants in them. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna ring up my co-host and hopefully they are awake. Oh, someone picked up.
New phone, who this?
Oh shit. Hello, hello. Oh, there's Plushy as well, I see. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, I'll switch to the computer soon.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, you really sound like you just woke
Yeah,
up.
he definitely.
It's
Are you
4
still
a.m.
on bed,
for me, and
actually?
You sound like you just woke up.
It sounds like he's still on bed with his phone. That's funny.
He'll be back.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like he was
I think he might
literally
still be
on
in
his bed with his phone just now. I feel like that's exactly what was the case. But yeah, we always take some minutes too before we start anyway, so it's all good. It's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, Otto is not here today. It's just us three. But hey, that's all good. Honestly, three is already quite a bit, so I don't mind. There's going to be a lot of discussion anyway, so it's
Yeah.
fine. That's kind of how we did the first
Otto's
list anyway.
Otto's only not been here for one. So
Yeah, I think this is his
only
second absence
one not
ever.
being
Yeah,
here.
he's been very active
Yeah,
for sure.
so
Where is Koyan? Koyan is here. She has a special makeup on, it seems.
yeah, why you gotta do that to
No,
him?
she's
Why you gotta
right
put her
here.
in clown makeup? Come on, dude. That's just mean.
You can blame Copy for that. Again, he likes to put his own twist into things, so yeah. I assume he got that from. I assume Plushy made that edit because I've seen it in one of the thumbnails.
The only character here that should be in clown makeup is freaking the original Mixa. Piece of garbage.
Ouch. Already with the takes before the list even begins. Alright. Well,
Look,
of all the
I have
servants
her
in this
gray
list,
on
she's
my-
probably on the
it's
weaker
like-
side, to be honest, yeah.
Her skills are just bad. But that's
They are, yeah. I use her on my free-to-play because I don't have... She's my only foreigner that I have there, so... I sometimes use her.
yeah, it's peak. Hey, let's let you only 3 times 3 turns. I hate 3 times 3 turns.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Also, man, we got some interesting song requests playing already. We got what's it called? The Evanescence song, the meme one, and it's mixed up with Donkey Kong at this time. Great.
No, see, I don't hear that because if I unmute it, then I hear myself and you twice.
Yeah,
So I never
yeah. You
hear
probably
the
don't want to
music.
have the stream on volume too. Yeah.
I sit here in silence. So I'm staring at the Nikkei's doing their 2.5 anniversary.
Oh
You
yeah, I
don't
heard
play
there's like a
Nikkei, do you?
stream. Yeah. Do you play that game too? I assume you do because you're watching it.
Oh yeah. I was asking if you play it.
I don't. I've played it a few times, but again, I don't play. It's mostly because when it was picked for sub game days, when my subscribers want me to play certain games. So I played it a few times, but yeah, I don't play it myself at all.
It's interesting. I like the it has co-op stuff and actual
Collabs, yeah, it has a lot of collabs. I've
guild
seen I've
stuff.
seen like all the collabs.
Well, not like collabs, but with other people.
Oh,
you know,
interesting.
Like co-op as in you have a set of people you're playing with online.
Is it like actual real
or,
time?
Yeah, it's real time.
Oh, I didn't know it had stuff
and
like
then
that.
it has guild things where you have to do organize stuff. I think that's kind of fun. I think that's the main appeal, outside of the story stuff. But the problem with it is if you didn't, leveling up is just, it's one of those ones where you level up just by existing, right?
Mm.
And so the later you start or the less active you are, the harder it is to catch up. And it's if you're not playing, it's I don't know, it's rough to catch up on those type of ones.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I like that basically every character in that game, besides collab units, are in the permanent pool. Like you can get spooked by them. That's pretty cool.
Yep, I do think Nikkei has the best pity system or gotcha system.
Yeah, I see one of my friends who plays the game a lot roll often, and he has so much pity currency saved that whenever a new character comes out he can instantly get max copies of them because he has so much of the pity currency saved up.
Max copies seems like he might also whale a ton because
he doesn't. He's actually a
copies.
dolphin at best. He actually just saves a lot.
I think getting 4 copies is the initial break point. So maybe it's that because getting 10
maybe
copies
actually I don't know how the game works, but he says he can max a character.
Yeah, that's probably what he's referring to because man, you can't. But I wish FGO had that piece. Imagine if every time you welcome back.
Hello.
Sorry, something's wrong with my mic.
Where's Otto? He's not showing up today, or?
Yeah,
No,
he
he's not.
messaged on the group chat. He's not coming today, but apparently he's gonna be on the later two, the final
Oh,
two.
okay.
So it's just us three today.
Okay.
Yeah, good morning, I assume. You sounded very sleepy when you
Good
picked up on the phone.
Yeah, I
Did you
did
just wake
wake
up?
I did.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Man, I would
Ugh.
never wake up from a phone call. Like if I got a phone call on like Discord and I was in bed, it wouldn't wake me up. I would just ignore it. I'd set an alarm. It's at 3:40, 3:46, and 3:53. Staggered in case I hit the snooze button, of course. And of course I wake up at 3:30 without an alarm and I'm like, I'm up already.
Oh yeah, for people saying that we probably should have done like rulers in like the last one, or maybe even delay it because Ordeal Call 4 is happening with rulers and whatnot. But it wouldn't need delays because there's going to be like, at least 2 weeks of banners for sure because it's the main story chapter. And that honestly, it's kind of cool that maybe next year has more servants because there wasn't that a ton of new servants for us to cover this year. It was mostly just covering buffs or re-evaluating servants. So I don't really mind us not like getting the new rulers here, whoever they may end up being.
Yeah, because we're gonna be done on May 3rd. And like they might still be putting out characters for like a week or two after that. So
it's
She
at
might not
minimum
even
2
be a
weeks of
ruler.
banners for sure for main story.
and there might not be rulers. Just be like Ordeal Call
Paper
1.
Moon.
No alter
Yeah.
egos.
There's probably at least one ruler, but
one
yeah,
Avenger.
because there hasn't been a new ruler since Uesugi, so there's probably gonna be at least one ruler.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just us three today, and you see the list of servants right there. Again, I think it's the actual number is 33 or 2. Let me double check. I have it written down. It's 32 because again, there's 2 icons of Alco, and we will basically evaluate them as the same thing. You could, I suppose, evaluate them differently, but there's really no point to it's just one servant really. So we're just gonna use one of the icons. So it's 32 in reality. So while it is, I think it might just be the smallest list so far, but I still doubt it's gonna be the shortest one by any means because it's extra classes. So yeah, there's definitely some spicy ones in this one too already. What does Alco have to? Well, because it's like normal Alco and super Alco. I guess Copy wanted to separate them. I don't know, but again, they're the same servant, so yeah, I don't know. But it's cute, I guess. I'll probably just only place one of the icons though, not to bloat the list too much, and just leave one of them down there. Wow, I'm so gassy today. Holy, okay. But yeah, also as you can see, I'm gonna mention this during the intro as well, but I might as well mention it already. As you can see, they're not like we're not gonna do like all rulers first and then all foreigners first. They're fully in release order, and we're just gonna alternate between them. Obviously, we're gonna have several rulers first because rulers came out before foreigners, but yeah, it's like just based on release date this time around, much like with the low stars that have multiple classes. So I think that was a good compromise here. Because it would be kind of boring just to do like a lot of rulers and then a lot of foreigners or something. This is fine to me. On rulers and foreigners together because they're mostly neutral damage. No, I was explaining it earlier. The reason they're together is because we are doing these extra classes in 3 parts. And this was kind of the best split we could get. So they're kind of equal on servant amounts. It might look a bit weird that it's rulers and foreigners. I get that because they don't have a lot of connection between one another. But again, we just wanted to get better splits.
Unless OC3.
Yeah, unless that. Yeah, I guess. True. Yes, indeed. So maybe it's more accurate than might seem. But yeah, I guess we can get started on the intro, right? Because again, we're gonna be here for like 4 or 5 hours minimum. That's a guarantee. That is definitely sure. Okay. Right, so let me get my notes and we'll get started. For the intro, I guess again we'll go from left to right again. So Oreo can go first and then Plushie. I guess you're not guy number 3 this time, so you can maybe come up with something else. I don't know, or just do a normal intro. You can say whatever you want. I'll just edit it to look nice. So yeah, very cool. All right, let's do this. The end is near. So we're back once again for another week of FGO servant class tier list. And when I say the end is near, it is near because this is now the start of the golden extra classes. And this time around, we are going to do them in 3 parts. So this is part 1 out of 3 covering ruler and foreigner. But before I yap more, let's have my co-hosts of today introduce themselves right now.
Hi, it's me, Plushie Mistress, here again to join another tier list with my favorite characters.
What?
What?
Oh, I look. I know my bit is I'm supposed to be Rio, but look, I just woke up. So hey everybody.
There you go. That was
also
good.
Plushie Mistress.
That's a good one. I'm tempted to swap the text around too. I'm not gonna lie, it would be funny. That'll be a good one for sure. All right. So before we get started, I'll do the few disclaimers that we have because again, not everyone's gonna watch all of these tier lists. So just in case someone only watches this one or something, main differences compared to previous years is that we're not only gonna hard assume MP5 for welfares. So, you know, because we used to think like all non-fair welfare goals were like MP1 for the sake of, you know, being fair or something, but we don't really want to string ourselves to that. It's just kind of boring, and a lot of people try to roll multiple copies of their favorites anyway. So it's not like we're going to only count like MP1 numbers. Obviously, maybe not hard assuming MP5 either for the limiteds or anything like that, but just, you know, it's a bit more loose and free in terms of the evaluation based on that. Also, another difference related to that is that I am not relying so much on sheets this time around. The only sheet I'm kind of using is this one, which is a AoE damage looping sheet. So it shows, you know, some good numbers. It has like all the best comp ones, but there's also tabs where you can check for individual servants that has multiple comps, CEs, you name it, listed different possibilities. And for this one, I do want to give a shout out to Opal, JR, and Tamula for compiling it and keeping it up to date. Still very cool. And also a big shout out to Mr. Copyright Suck for making this beautiful template for us to use on the tier list. There you might see some memes here and there, namely a certain clown makeup here. I saw some people asking where was a certain fox girl, but don't worry, she's here. She just has a bit of a makeover because he likes to meme around. But yeah, don't worry, they're all here, or they should be at least. So yeah, shout out to him for this template, and also shout out to my awesome co-host for being here with me today. As you can see, Otto is not here today, but he did say he will be here for the final 2 parts of the other extra classes. So it's just gonna be us 3 here today. But yeah, do check out Rio's and Plushie's channels. They put out some very cool content, especially if you want to see gameplay, because there's definitely a lot of gameplay. So yeah, very, very cool. Also, in the description, you will find timestamps of every servant covered in this video. So if you don't want to you listen to us yap for like 4 to 5 hours, however long this is going to be, I understand. I probably wouldn't want to listen to myself talk that much either. So you can just open the description. There's all the servants listed with beautiful timestamps. Should be very accurate as well. So if you don't want to jump around, listen to us talk about one servant or 2, maybe your favorites, most likely, feel free to do so. No worries. But also do check the final placements timestamp at the very end, because there is either maybe some shuffling during the list, or then we're also going to take some time at the end to maybe move some servants around too, now that we have more comparison possibilities at that point. So again, do check the end before you write any angry comments. And if you do want to write angry comments, try to be civil. Arguing is totally fine, and it's good, you know, because people will have different opinions, because none of this is fully objective. So argue away, just don't go too personal or anything like that. So with that, I guess we are good to go. Pretty fast intro this time around, I want to say, hopefully. So for this list, as you can see if you're looking at the screen right now, we have 32 servants to place. There are 33 icons, and the reason I say 32 is because Alco is separated into normal Alco and super Alco for icons, but for the sake of simplicity, we are going to be placing her as one servant, so I'm just going to pick one of these icons when her turn comes and go with that, and actually one of them here, because while they are kind of different, they have different kits and whatnot, they're basically the same servant in the same spirit graph, so we're just going to be evaluating her as one package. So 32 servants for today. I think it's the shortest list so far in terms of the number, but I heavily doubt it's going to be the shortest in terms of the length, just because it's kind of spicy stuff with these extra classes to talk about. And also, you might notice that in terms of the placement order, we're not doing them based on classes, we're doing them fully based on release order. So from oldest to newest, that's it. So both foreigners, rulers, you know, in the same mix, just based on release order. So yeah, we're going to be alternating between the classes depending on what point of the game we're looking at. Like we're going to start with a few rulers because foreigner was not a thing back then, but then we're going to start to get the foreigners into the mix as well. So also no rarity separation, just release order. No class, no rarity, release order. So there you go. Yeah, if you got it right now, it's very clear as to how it works. So yeah, on that note, this will be interesting because, you know, extra classes, they're fun. So let's get started. We'll start with a 5-star actually. So yeah, we're going to talk about one of the day 1 5-star servants in the game. Someone who has gone through some changes over the years, some minor ones, some bigger ones. There's been some other servants released that may or may not have made her less, you know, desirable. Stuff like that. But yeah, let's talk about the OG John herself. We've covered a lot of different Johns already. There's still more, obviously, in later lists too. You know who I'm talking about, of course. But yeah, this is the OG of them all. So she's a ruler, but she's a support, is what she is. She's definitely not a DPS of any kind, which is very much reflected on her attack being very low. But luckily for her, again, she's a support, so having that HP of 16.5k fares her really well, because that is definitely quite a bit above the average, even among rulers. And having said that, it's, you know, rulers themselves as a class is obviously, it's a very defensive class, so she is pretty hard to kill, which is good for you if you bring her. Unless you need her to die, then I guess not, but normally if you bring her, you don't want her to die. Anyway, she's full arts, triple arts, including the MP, so that's quad arts, which is interesting. But honestly, I'm okay with that, because that allows her to get more MPs off on average, because she can participate more in arts chains. Granted, her actual MP gain on the cards themselves is nothing too great, just very standard at best. In fact, only the arts cards are any good. Anything else is just flat out bad for gains. Now, I want to say this buff already existed last year. Do you guys know? The first skill buff? Maybe not, actually.
I think it did.
Because again, it was the extra classes, so it was on the later parts.
If you click on the strengthen 2, it should tell you the
true.
time frame of it.
I gotta remember when we did the list though, but yeah, it should be strengthening campaign 2 was March. It probably was up, right? Yeah, it probably was up. Okay.
Ooh,
okay.
It's a tight time. It's kind of difficult to tell.
Yeah, but I want to say it was up, but yeah, regardless, it's fine. So yeah, the first skill now looks a lot better than what it used to. So now on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns, 20% gauge on use, and 15 stars per turn for 3 turns. So that's a nice modern skill right there, finally. It used to be just some stars per turn, and that was it. Way too weak for a 5-star support. So now we have a very nice skill, and this actually does give her a much more easier time to be used. So thank God for that. An actual good skill. Now the second skill on a 5-turn cooldown reduces one enemy's MP damage by 30% for 1 turn, and then they also get a minus 20% defense down for 1 turn, and then another 30% defense down for 3 turns. So the MP damage down is kind of a nothing burger, I'm not gonna lie. It's great that she can use it on any enemy now. It used to be like servants only, which was even worse. But again, it's 30%. It's not gonna make you be able to tank MPs. Even her as a ruler, she could maybe barely live or something. But yeah, you would need more stuff on top of that. So it's not that much, and it's only 1 turn anyway. The defense is interesting, I guess. It used to be really awkward for her because she was mostly brought as a defensive support, so her having some offense, I mean, it helps, of course, but it was kind of weird of a buff to give her like a double defense down, I want to say. The first buff, obviously, this one, the first skill buff, this is definitely more something I would like to see more on her. But yeah, I don't hate it though. So like you get that minus 50% defense for 1 turn and then 30% for the next 2 still. So it still helps your team out for sure. it's just I don't know. I still have mixed feelings about this buff. And then by far the worst skill. The third skill, not buffed at all. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she has a 120% chance to stun one servant enemy for 1 turn. The downtime isn't as bad as it could be on a immobilize effect, but it's still being only servants and not doing anything else. It could be better for sure. It has a bit of bonus chance compared to most of these being like 100% on max rank. So it's cool, I guess, but it's just weak. It's just not very strong. I guess it's also a bound instead of a stun. So in sometimes there's a small difference in case there's like stun resistance or something, but basically the same thing in most cases. But now with this first skill buff, I do like this skill set way more, even if it's still not like the best there has ever been. Her only passive is 25% magic rest, which is pretty cool. That's a lot of magic rest just permanently. She can definitely resist a lot of debuffs. She's anti-ruler herself, so we'll see why soon, I guess, or because of who. But so it's full neutral basically. Again, she's not a DPS, so it's pretty relevant no matter who it would be there. Even if it was like Moon Cancer, it wouldn't be the biggest thing ever. She has a buffed MP, so the full party gets invul for 1 turn, and then on base MP1, 5% defense for 3 turns, scaling all the way up to 25%. This always was really weird to me. I really wish they would fix this, because it makes no sense for it to go from 5% to 15 from MP1 to MP2. It should be 10% on base, and that would be the standard scaling. I never understood why it's so gimped on MP1, but it is what it is. Then also removes all parties' debuffs on use and gives everyone 1k healing per turn for 2 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 3k per turn. Also kind of weird that it's 2 turns. It could easily be 3 turns, especially considering how much Asclepius heals nowadays as a 3-star. So they could easily make it to 3 turns, maybe even 1.5k on base, I don't know. But yeah, it's it's the reason people brought her mostly because it's MP. Well, maybe now there's a bit more reasons because the first skill helps too, but people used to bring her for this MP because it's like you have a panic button on command. You can just, unless the enemy has Invul Pierce, you're just safe, and the debuff cleanse is also great. But then the main reason why people started to not bring John anymore, obviously, is because of Castoria, who also cleanses on her MP, but who also brings more batteries and has a better form of Invul as well. So that was the main reason why John just kind of fell off, because everyone and their mothers rolled for Castoria, so you never really needed this big defensive panic button anymore. But now with this first skill buff, I do want to say there are actually legit use cases for her. In fact, she actually works well with Castoria, if anything. That's the funny part. So again, I think John is still good, even if she's not picked a ton with this new buff.
I still don't think she has really much of a place, because like if you're going defensive build and you need healing, you just pick Proto Merlin
or Tomo.
It's kind of
yeah, there's definitely a lot of competition.
Because like my problem is that defense scaling is still so bad. I'm sorry, but starting 5 and going to only 25% in MP5, like it should be higher, right?
It should be like 10 to 30 at least. 10 to 30, I think, would be fine.
Something. And then, yeah, the heal only being 2 turns. Like, I just think the MP is still really bad. Like, it's not as bad as it was at launch, but at launch, it was actually one of the worst things ever.
Yeah, because you had the self-stun for 2 turns.
The self-stun, yeah. Like, I don't know what they were thinking with that. Well, they weren't thinking very much, actually, at all. It was day 1. What were they doing there?
But I guess there was no party-wide evade or invul, so they were like, oh, that's very strong, so we have to put some really big demerit there.
Well, okay. I don't know. I don't think I would call it bad. Like, again, it's literally just because, like, I think if Castoria didn't exist, she would have a lot of space to survive, like, in terms of use, but it's just still too difficult. I have to agree with Rio here on the use case part, because I really thought long and hard on like what situations would I bring her over a secondary art support, or what situations would I bring her over a Castoria, and it's usually very polarizing examples. So for example, if I'm against an enemy that hits everyone with their attacks and they have like more than 3 actions for some reason, then John can be better, because it would waste Castoria's invuls very quickly. as opposed to, this is just a full turn, so it's not hit based. But like it's just I can't even find a boss that really does that. So I'm not 100% sure. I think I had like one fight, which is like there's a Bleach Earth quest where you fight 6 Duryodhanas. I think on that quest,
I remember
Jean
that,
is
yeah.
actually more defensive than Castoria. Because if you get really unlucky, they could all focus fire on the same person, and Castoria.
Yeah, because there's way more actions than normal there.
Yeah, but like
But
normally
that doesn't
this
happen
just
very often.
yeah,
Like
this doesn't really happen that
and
often.
that's
to
why I
be
was
honest.
like, yeah, you just pair Castoria with Proto Merlin. You press Illusion. Proto Merlin gains like
Yeah.
300% gauge in that fight anyway, and then
Yeah, and,
'cause
and, and if
Yeah.
you
he
want
scales his base off enemies, so
and
Yeah.
yeah, it depends. And if you like, I'm not sure who heals more. I think like from my experience, I do think the Tamamo comp heals more. But then again, with Tamamo, you're also reducing your Castoria's cooldowns, so like you're getting a lot more party battery. So like your whole team's spam is becoming better. So I think Jean is just very unfortunate that she lives in a universe where a character that basically does all of her job better.
Yeah, she's
and
like
the
not
only
a
thing
bad one, but just it's hard to find a use if you have the other options.
well, like
Yeah.
even Proto Merlin heals more per MP. Proto Merlin is a 3k heal for the party, where this is 2k. Like
Yeah,
at
and
Overcharge
it's
1 and like
overheal as well. So if you use Proto Merlin immediately on one, you can bank that extra HP.
so like Proto Merlin and
'Cause-
Tamamo both heal better. Proto Merlin, I think, is a defense that doesn't require the MP. It's on demand. And gives other things. So it's just a problem is that way better characters exist. Also, because like they did make it so she's not entirely useless to take if you take her like to support. So like if you do bring her with Castoria, she has the arts up, she has the charge, she has stars, she has that defense down, which is great. It's definitely if she didn't have those buffs, I would definitely be saying like D tier, but because like, but I don't like her. I don't
like for me is like I get the points as well, but I still would like place her in like B plus or A or something like that, just because she's not bad
I
at
would
all.
say B. It's like she's usable, but is she really?
Here's the question: like, do you? So for a player who doesn't have Castoria, and like there are quests that don't allow you to borrow. So like for someone in that situation, she would be extremely valuable as a pick because she basically functions as a budget Castoria. She has the cleanse, she has the part survival, she has the party wide charge and art sub even, right? But it's just like this is so hard to evaluate because she's a good servant, but she's a complete downgrade to one of the most common servants in the game. So I don't know how to.
But to be honest, when you also
not one of
say
the most
that, like
common,
Castoria is also the best servant in the game, so being a downgrade to the best, I still feel like doesn't sound too bad, even if it is a significant
her competition
downgrade.
isn't Castoria. Her competition's Proto Merlin and Tamamo.
Well,
I feel like it's mostly
you compare it
Castoria,
with
but yeah,
Tamamo.
it's also her as well, and Tamamo, yeah.
No, I mean, I do think it is Castoria because like the reason why it's so bad is because it's Castoria. Because like you can always argue, oh, maybe I can cut Proto Merlin for this. Maybe I could cut Tamamo for this. For like Yui Shosetsu, for example, if I'm pairing them with like a rainbow unit. But like the argument would never be, can I cut Castoria for this? Because you don't. You simply do not cut Castoria for anything. So that's the problem that she has. So I have no idea how to rate this character, dude.
And there's 2 other units that grant party invincibility. There's only one other unit that grants party invincibility for turn on their NP. And that's BB Dubai, who is infinitely better as.
Well, I would also say arguably you could
secondary
maybe
support.
count Constantine in that camp, even if it's not
It's one hit.
Yeah, but it's also like the
Constantine's
big
one hit.
defense, which kind of mostly negates all
Yeah,
damage. So it's
yeah.
basically the same thing in most cases.
Constantine gets kind of, both of those characters are better.
Again, honestly, on Invul Pierce,
mean,
Constantine is even better because he, Invul Pierce would still work with his
Constantine
MP.
Yeah.
Defensively, Constantine's way better than if for anything outside of Castoria. Constantine's probably the second best defensive, just because a hit of invincibility that stacks with Castoria and other invulns and the defense up.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you up. I was just gonna say, like, rating the character's power level in a vacuum versus in reality, this is the most polarizing one.
Yeah.
It's just like,
honestly,
in a
probably one of the
vacuum,
hardest
she is
placements of the list is by being the first entry.
Yeah.
If they're your only option for party defense, they will do the job. But if you have any other option, you
I wouldn't
will
say
not
any,
pick
but some would do definitely
well,
better.
I mean,
she still does fine.
For example, I don't think Dubai replaces her. Reason being, one, you don't always get her support MP. It's on a cooldown. Number two, you don't get cleanse. Like, it's debuff immune, yes, but you don't get cleanse. Like, this is the problem she has is she completely overlaps. She has nothing over Castoria other than, like, oh, you know, if they're just like multiple actions. She has nothing. It's the exact same, but just worse. It's the exact same, but without the attack up, right? And the heal and the defensive is unfortunately not relevant enough to make her stand out. So it's just, yeah. So like, I get what Rio means by better. By better because, you know, there's a reason to use them. I think there's no reason to.
I think I would still do B plus at the minimum, personally.
B plus, I guess.
I can't.
Really?
I think B is too low.
Really?
For me.
I mean,
I kind of get it, but I feel like, again, she's just good. It's just, again, the competition is unfortunate, but she herself I like the skill buff a lot. It helps her a lot more. So I think she's definitely still very solid, but
apparently it helped her solo. So like, there's no way
too.
you're catching me soloing with this character. It takes like 20 years to do. So
You'll be there for 5 million years.
Yeah, and it's not even funny. A funny one would be like Steno or like some attack down spamming character. This is not fun. It's just like, oh my god, I get to invul.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry.
I'll start with that for now. But yeah, that was the first servant. Again, most likely one of the harder ones to place in this whole list. We probably will still talk about some other servants quite a bit as well, but I feel like placement-wise, that's probably one of the hardest one, John, to place, that is. So we'll see,
Yeah.
but yeah,
because she's not like in between A to B, she would be like
depending on who
or
you ask,
B.
she could be anywhere from like actually really low or even really high. So there's a lot of range there.
Yeah. So it's a weird character.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about our second character of the list, and it's also a 5-star. So we got the reason why John has an anti-ruler in her pen. We got Amakusa Shiro next. Definitely a different case in terms of 5-star rulers. He is an AoE buster utility DPS is the term I would maybe use here. Because while he doesn't have a ton of damage, he certainly has a lot of stuff in his kit though. So he's rocking 10.9k attack, which is actually very solid. It's above average among rulers, and rulers also, for those that don't know, they also have a 1.1x modifier. So it's a bit better than that because of that too. He's double buster, double arts on his normal deck, and his gain zone base, much like John, well, besides his extra attack being very high hits, that's decent. Everything else is kind of very average or bad, so not much to go there for the normal cards. Then the skills. So first skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Target gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Obviously, the stars per turn usually doesn't matter too much who it's on, because, you know, the stars still get distributed per card weight, or weight rather, but the MP gain is cool that it's targeted, of course. Chances are you'll use it on himself, because, again, his own gains are not too flattering. You could use the boost, but, you know, it's cool that it's targeted. Gives you a bit more, you know, choices there. Flexibility, if you will. Kind of basic, though, but not terrible. Second skill on an 8-turn cooldown. One target ally or one target enemy gets their gauge reduced by 1, the MP gauge that is. Then all enemies get minus 20% buster resistance for 5 turns. He gets 20% gauge per turn for, or rather, he gets 20% battery immediately unused, and then he gets 20% gauge per turn for 5 turns. So while the skill has a lot of downtime. It certainly has many effects that are pretty desirable too. It's very similar to like the Arjuna Archer skill. A lot of downtime, but definitely has many uptime, many effects that have good uptime in there as well. I don't hate it, but I don't really love it either. I wish the gauge down was AoE. That's maybe my one big gripe with it, because he's an AoE servant himself. So that only being one enemy is a bit awkward sometimes. But certainly nice to have a guaranteed tick down though. Now the third skill, very similar to John, but this one is buffed, so on a 6-turn cooldown, 100% chance to bound one enemy servant for 1 turn, and then he gets 30% buster up for 3 turns. So his stun or bound chance is not as high as John, but now he also gets the DPS boost for himself too for his main card type, which is definitely needed because again his own damage is mostly neutral and it's just not super high. Mid to low even, if anything. But yeah, I don't hate the kit though. Again, it's all buffed, including the MP. He's one of those rare servants that has had 4 buffs. So that's a big reason why the kit isn't as bad as it could be. Because if you look at the skills with pre-buffs, they are... Yeah, there's like, what is this? Drain Undead or Demon? Is like, what are we doing here? It's just lore, but it's bad gameplay-wise. So yeah, but now they definitely look better. He's got 20% debuff rest as his only passive, which is fine, because again, he's not really a farmer, so that against bosses is definitely welcome. He's also anti-ruler, which I also assume is like Spider-Man finger point here, so it's because of John. I guess it's okay, still a neutral case. He would be hitting mostly neutral anyway. The only good case would be Berserker or Moon Cancer. Berserker would still kind of defeat the ruler defensive advantage though, so... Anyway, buffed MP of course, so the one nice thing about him, maybe the best thing about him actually, not the one nice thing, but the best thing about him, is that he removes all enemy buffs before doing AoE damage with his MP. This includes both offensive and defensive buffs. Everything that can be removed gets yeeted, very beautiful. And then he also does a minus 30% crit chance down for 3 turns on all enemies on the base overcharge, scaling up to 70%. But honestly, even just one application of that, unless they start stacking crit, they're not really going to crit you anymore, which is very cool. Great MP effects-wise, just doesn't do the most damage is the thing. And he doesn't really have any crazy crits either or anything like that. So if you bring him, you kind of bring him for the utility and some, passable AoE damage. That's what he is, basically. But man, this MP is certainly an effect, and it's really annoying to fight against as well, because you need that buff removal resistance. I think he's slightly underrated. I used to kind of call him top tier many years ago, but I kind of realized that his damage is a bit too low for that. But I still think he offers some nice things, and his class. I didn't say this yet, but I think Ruler is one of the best classes in FGO. Maybe a hot take, but I love the defensive side of it, even if it's mostly neutral on damage. I just think it's very solid. So there you go. That's kind of how I feel about him.
Buff removal, when he came out, was a big thing, right? He was the first unit, I believe, that had it. And it was the
at least on
easiest
AoE,
accessible
yeah.
version of it, right? But that's not the case anymore. So you don't really need him there to for massive buff purges. And everyone makes fun of a certain other AoE buster ruler for having a low attack stat. But guess who does more damage than him? And guess who has better party utility than him? That's right, it's Ruler Artoria. Speaking of servants that have lost their job to someone else, I don't know, he's a mediocre DPS with an effect that isn't needed anymore. His dedicating an entire slot to an NP for buff removal is way too much cost for what he gives to the party, right? So,
I mean,
what
I feel like you can bring 2 DPS though, because he's fairly self-sustaining. You can definitely bring a different DPS as well.
But is he going to really do damage if you're not?
Well, you don't necessarily need him to do crazy damage. He does passable damage and then offers the buff removal, the crit chance down. He has a stun. He can reduce a tick. He can buff someone else's MP again. He gives you stars. I feel like he definitely still has many things that he offers. And he's very defensive too because he's a ruler, so he doesn't really need much protection either.
But I think you get better options for those from other units to support your main DPS. Like,
I mean, I'm not
buff
saying he's like ever
removal
like the best
is-
in some scenario, like he would be the absolute best to pick. I don't think there really is a scenario like that anymore. But I'm saying he can definitely be picked easily in many AoE boss situations.
Okay, so are you guys
Yeah, go
finished
for it.
or at a point? I don't
You
want to
can
cut
talk.
it again.
Go ahead.
So I've been rethinking this a lot because every time I criticize a character's damage, I'm not sometimes I'm not the most experienced with the character, right? So I don't have a good grasp of their damage. I don't think his damage is actually that bad. First of all, he has 2 Buster cards, right? Like he can do Brave. Like I think there was a very big chance that he could have had 3 Arts cards. So I'm pretty grateful that he doesn't.
Yeah.
And his I think you would still probably, if you're bringing him, you probably still main DPS him and then try to support him as much as possible. And I think his damage is honestly not that bad, to be honest. Like Ruler Artorial Pro has better card damage, but like when you start to considering supports, because he doesn't have a lot of self steroids. I guess
he
whatever.
doesn't have a
Well,
lot.
in a Buster setting, Ruler Artoria is double casting a lot of attack ups, which he only has Buster ups, right?
Yeah, no. What I
Which-
mean by that is like you're probably not using, because like what I imagine with him would be more like a Merlin plus whatever, right? Like I'm not sure if I'm using a speed comp with him necessarily.
Yeah, I don't think he's
I mean,
good
you
for
can,
that.
but
He's more
But, yeah,
sustained.
but then again, of course, the elephant in the room here is how good is buff removal. Now, buff removal, I think it's not useless. It's obviously not as broken as like when he first came out, where like, oh my god, the entire gimmick just got purged from the enemy. But there are still boss fights, like very modern ones, that want buff removal, like Kamazot's, for example, right? Like all of his guts are removable, which is surprising, but that happens. The Beast Koyanskaya, that very big guts, also removable. I can only remember the ones with guts because those are like the most annoying ones. And then if you can remove it with a buff removal, it's really good. And then there are challenge quest stuff that buff removal can still be, nice. I don't know if this is just me though. I feel like the ones that you really want buff removal for, a lot of times are like singular bosses. So this is not.
You know what's
something I
funny
have
actually?
really-
We recently had because NA had the arcade event with the challenge quest. That was full AoE and it was all different servants on rotations. There was a lot of buffs that could be removed on them, including evades and
that
invulns
one
and
was
whatnot, and other damaging buffs too.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
I
that-
think
And obviously
that
there was
one-
Draco too, so an extra class would be great there as well.
Yeah, I think honestly, it's I don't know why, but like maybe because servant skills are more predictable. But then again, you have like characters like if you're fighting against people like Jean, for example, and she's spamming her invul, then AoE buff removal is really good, right? So I think it is not as broken, but it's also not like useless. Like not everything is unremovable still nowadays. So I again I don't know what, I don't know how, but I feel like a lot of times it suffices with a single target though, like someone like Kenshin or Tyra or like Melt, who are more offensive and still can provide that kind of utility. So that's what like removes a lot of points for me, but it could change, depends on the circumstance. But wow, that was a lot of
can't
yap
farm.
without a
He
conclusion.
can't farm, but I think
Yeah.
that's
He can't
fine
farm,
because his
by the way.
numbers
And
wouldn't be
then-
like, even if he had the batteries
That's a-
needed, the numbers wouldn't be high enough anyway.
As a boss
I mean-
fight, in a boss fight, you're then also just relying on the fact that he has 2 Buster cards to Buster crit, and is that going to scale?
His MP damage
as-
is not that bad.
Yeah, it's not there.
His
It's
MP
not
damage is
terrible.
not that bad. Like if because like if you're looking at the raw damage sheet, it is just talking about like self buffs, and he doesn't have a lot of self steroids, so it probably scales better with supports compared to
Yeah,
something
like the loop is with the
Artorias has
case
way
scope,
better
so it
card
looks
damage.
worse than
that's
what
the
it
problem
is.
the supports only, outside of Oberon, only give Buster up, which he already has Buster. He's not getting.
I mean-
Yeah, but that's a
attack
speed
you can-
comp again,
problem.
rather than a
Well,
sustained
you can
comp.
use Merlin
like-
plus.
Yeah, Merlin would
I
be
use
so much
Merlin
better
plus-
for sure.
plus Constantine or something, right? So
Yeah.
like, I don't necessarily think it's that bad, but at the same time, his biggest selling point also got weaker. So again, another servant that I think it's complicated because like his biggest selling point is not as good anymore, but his like biggest weakness also is not as bad anymore. So he just kind of hangs in this limbo as a neutral buster DPS, and I think he's just okay. Like
I'm not saying he's unusable, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I don't, as far as like a DPS, I don't think outside of you liking him, I think he's never going to be the go-to for someone.
Yeah, I said that earlier. I think he's ever going to be like the best
that,
case.
like, you're like, he's the solution.
Yeah.
Right? Like there's a lot of fights where you can look at it and go, Kenshin is the solution here. And there's a lot of fights that like that actually. But like there's no fights where you point to him and you're like, yeah, that's the one I need.
Well,
I would still say one of the Bs for him for sure. I think he's legit.
B is what I was thinking. Because like I don't think he's unusable or like necessarily bad. I just don't think he's ever a character you're gonna really aim for. Like
it's hard to highlight stuff with him. I get like hard to have like.
A part of me really wants to put him next to John.
He'd be under John.
I am not completely. I'm like B2B plus. I'm not a complete.
I'll start with
like,
B.
Also,
I'll start with B.
Also, we haven't rated a lot of servants, so I don't know what the general power level scaling here is. But yeah,
I'm just gonna start with B. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too mad about that.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Next up, the first 4-star, Summer 1. We got Ruler Martha. A much more straightforward servant than the previous two, that's for sure. Not just because of the rarity being lower, but yeah. She is a single target buster beatstick. Full red, just very simple, but you know what? Not the worst case ever. So 9.5k attack on a 4-star ruler is just above average. And again, it's not even a bad number because of the class mod. And yeah, there's the full red deck, and her gains cards, they're decent. But they're not amazing. They're just decent, considering there's only 2 of them. So nothing too much to write home about overall. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 30% battery, and then 20% attack for 3 turns if the map happens to be a water side map. So if there's no water side, that is a terrible skill. You only get a 30%er for 6-turn cooldown. That is terrible value. But if you have the water field, even then it's not amazing. It's okay at that point. It could easily be like 30% or something, or they should have made it like 2 attack buffs, and when 1 activates even without the water side. Yeah, this is definitely old design, so it doesn't look too nice. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a debuff immunity for 1 time, no turn limit, but just 1 time flat, and then she gets a 3k heal. Can be okay, you know, debuff immunity, certainly nice on bosses. I feel like most bosses, you kind of want to have some, you know, you might not always need it, but you're kind of always happy to have some. And then the heal can be good, because again, she takes less damage being a ruler in most cases, so can be decent value as well. But again, I don't know, 5-turn cooldown, it just doesn't do a whole lot. I can't feel like they could still do more, for sure. Then third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 100% power mod against the demon, divine, or undead enemies for 1 turn. They're not separate mods. If they have 1 of those, it activates. If they have more than 1, it's still the same number. So the demon and undead parts, they're the harder to get. Demon especially hardly ever exist on bosses. Again, that's not the same as demonic. Usually demonic enemies are demon sometimes, but demonic is certainly the trait that's way more common than demon, which is very rare. Undead now a bit more accessible due to Summer Wu Zetian, but still, as is, kind of hard to find. Granted, she is Buster, so it's a little bit easier to pair with Summer Wu Zetian as well. And Divine is obviously the most common one of the 3, and that's the one good case, I would say. So you can kind of find an activation for it, in which case it's a better mana burst, I guess, but certainly still kind of a lot of downtime. Excuse me, I've been sneezing so much today. It's that season again, okay. Anyway, just a very bare bones skill set, not much going on. Her only passive is 25% magic res. A lot of rulers just have this, as we've seen already so far. But it's good. You know, she's still an anti-boss, so something nice to have when her debuff immunity is not up. She's anti-berserker, which is great. Granted, she loses her defensive edge there, but still, you know, good offensive case regardless. She has an upgraded MP, which is nice. It only does damage, unfortunately, on the normal effect, but before damage, she does a minus 20% defense down on target for 1 turn, with a 500 chance to apply. So unless they're immune, it's basically going to land, and then it scales up to 60%. It's only 1 turn, but again, it's basically guaranteed to land, and before damage. It's also a 10-hit MP despite being single target, so you get a few stars out of it too. I feel like I think she's okay, mostly because of her class. If she was like a lancer, I would be like, what is this? Like, dude, this is all we got. But because she's a ruler, I think she's still fine. But man, I think she's just so bare bones with effects and whatnot. I don't know. Triple Buster is still cool. I don't know really what to make of her.
They should buff that third skill to be 3 turns, just to give her the Skyhawk buff.
Yeah, I mean, she is hitting
that'd be
neutral most
insane.
of the time, so I feel like it could be okay.
Yeah, well, Skyhawk does
mean-
neutral a lot of the time too, and she just
Well, now she does
slaughters
neutral with that buff. Before that, you only basically picked her
Right,
against
that's
archers.
that's what I mean. Like,
Yeah,
she's
true, yeah.
neutral, so give her that buff.
Yeah.
I mean, she's gonna be pretty scary against Divine, especially if you can double stack that with Koyan Light.
Yeah, because like I mean, as it is now with Koyan Light, you can use and a Pen 5, you can use that skill twice in over 2 turns, but you have 1 turn where you can't use it, and that's the biggest problem if you're trying to do like a
downtime's too big,
boss
yeah.
rush. Yeah, it's her kit is so early FGO.
Yeah.
Like
Like-
it's not like,
Like
her damage
all
is
these
bad when you
rulers that we just
burst
covered,
in.
they're year 1, and they before all the buffs they got, they all had so bare bones, like nothing burger kits, because they knew how good the ruler class is compared to the normal classes, so they really held back a lot. And unfortunately for her, Martha, they only buffed the MP, and it was an early buff too, so it was like whatever. So her skills still looked terrible because of that. She didn't get the Amakusa treatment of the full buff stack.
Well, that
Yep.
that was in like the brawling age of FGO, where like fights were more drawn out, and it wasn't, and like the average player wasn't able to like quickly rush down nodes and stuff like that. But like,
I think it's funny because she probably is better at rushdown now because of the triple buster and the stuff, and then like,
yeah,
let's
I mean,
just
her having 3 buster cards is really nice. Like, there you can just use her as like a stat beat stick. Sometimes.
Yeah, and the anti-divine doesn't have to be on MP, you know, because it's a skill. So I don't know.
It can be 3 buster cards and just like absolutely pummel something into the ground. Like,
I think
don't
I've only
think
used
she's,
her. Oh, sorry. I've used her in
I don't
farming
think
like
she's
once
bad.
because
per
there's
se.
like that one Chinako, and it's like divine moon cancer.
Yeah, she's
That's
so
about it.
anti-Jinako.
Yeah.
The most I've seen her used, and I don't know if I don't think I've mentioned it here. My brother does play FGO, and he really loves Summer Martha, and so he uses her a lot. But I'm like, he has her grailed and everything and all that. So a lot of my seeing things done with Summer Martha is just him hanging around here doing stuff with her. So I'm like, yeah, I'm like, go you, good job. You used the character.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's okay. I don't know. I definitely think the
she's-
skills is an issue though. It's just it just does nothing. It almost does nothing. It's like one
It's
turn.
really bad. That first skill is really bad. Like the second skill is nice.
I wouldn't say
'cause
nice,
it's
but
debuff
passable
one
maybe.
time. So it doesn't have like a time range.
Yeah, they put one curse on you and it's gone.
Oh yeah, but what it should have been is debuff immunity and then like an HP regen for 3,000 for like 3 turns. You know,
or just give her a 50 battle. Look, I know it's boring. You know, every time I see a servant with 1 turn duration skills, I want to turn them into Kintoki. But like, hey, you know, it works. You can turn her into Kintoki.
if it works, it works.
But like, yeah, I don't know. She's like a B plus B.
Really, I think just
B.
I'm
B.
between C and B, like somewhere there.
Oh.
I thought you were gonna say C plus.
C plus or
my
B
initial thought
maybe.
was
Then
like,
B. No, look, I have no idea how we're ranking.
I think if Otto was here, I think he would try to make the best case for her. I don't know why. I think he was like,
you know what?
I
I
don't
think
know.
I like since like I think B C plus is probably
I
This is
think I'm
fine, I
feeling
guess,
that
yeah.
honestly.
yeah C plus.
Yeah.
Ooh.
She's mostly
'Cause
carried
she's
by her
single
class
target,
and
she
the
can
triple buster.
beat
Otherwise,
stick.
there's not much going
Yeah.
on. Well, the
Yeah,
anti
that's
divine
correct.
too, but again, it's uptime. Yeah. Yeah, I think you can do better for sure. Back to 5 stars. We got the Mr. Sherlock. Pretty cool support once again, and this time a more offensive focused support than John, for instance, that we covered earlier. So I guess honestly, you can even try and do some deeps with him. He's actually not the worst option. I'm not saying you should maybe use him as a main DPS, but I guess you could. But theoretically, most people bring him as a support though, but you know, something to think about. His attack is fairly high at 11.5k more or less, which is again much higher than your average 5-star ruler. So again, there's some merit there. He's quick double arch, which I guess deck-wise, it's not the most enticing deck to DPS with, though, considering he has no damaging MP, so if anything, that's like the main drawback. His gains are fine. The arts cards are good. And the extra is fine too, so it's definitely better than the ones we've seen so far. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, one target enemy gets MP sealed for 1 turn, all enemies get minus 20% arts resistance down for 3 turns, and then you get 20 stars on use. Basic, good, low cooldown, yeah, it's good. Maybe they could have made the MP Zil AoE as well, maybe not on a 5-turn cooldown, I don't know, but I still like it. I think it's good with the buff, you know, it's all good. It makes sense. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets a 50% battery, and then he gets 600% absorbed for 1 turn, and debuff immune for 3 turns. So this was a huge buff, in my opinion. This solved his biggest issue, is like getting his MP sometimes was just not hard, which is why a lot of people just brought like a K-scope and then hope he died or something. But now you can do it way easier. So 50% self-battery is great, and it's also on a 5-turn cooldown, which is better than most, because the standard is 6 turns for SSRs with skills like this. And then you also get the debuff immune and a very solid uptime. The absorb can sometimes be a bad thing, because again, chances are you're not bringing him as a DPS, so you could then screw him your actual DPS instead. But otherwise, great skill, basic but great. Helped him get his MP way easier. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown as well. He gets an evasion for 1 turn and then 50% arts up for 1 turn. Honestly, basic, but again, great. That's a lot of arts up, and he has 2 decent arts cards as is, so getting his MP is even easier. And then evasion or 1-turn cooldown, or 1 turn uptime on a 5-turn cooldown is better than most, because again, standard is around 6 turns, so it's just like he's all 5-turn cooldowns, which is really solid, and he's even better now because of Append 5 being a thing, so he can start with 4-turn cooldowns instead. So honestly, I actually kind of really like his skill set. He's self-sustaining, he's a ruler class, he's tanky, his MP is now easier to get. I think it's good. The only thing about the third skill is that it's awkward to use sometimes, in case you need to save for the evade, but granted, he is art, so, you know, the certain servant exists. So you can maybe just pop it for the arts up instead when you need it. His only passive is actually not Magic Resist, it's Territory Creation EX, so he gets 12% permanent arts, which is great, because again, he already has 2 solid arts cards. Good. He's anti-Berserker as well, which again, if you want a DPS with him, there is a decent use case, for sure. The MP has never been buffed, but yeah, let's see what the support MP does. So on base MP 1, there's a 500% chance to do a minus 30% defense down on all enemies for 3 turns, getting him to 50% on max MP. Then the full party gets 3 turns of Ignore, Invul, and Defense, both separate buffs. And then the full party gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 100%. So the main reason why people kind of bring him is for that Ignore Defense. Sometimes Ignore Invul as well, but yeah, Ignore Defense is a bit rarer of an effect to grant your teammates. There are some options nowadays, but still not a lot of them. And honestly, I think he's very legit. I think he's great. I think he's good, like he's really good.
There's only one other option for party ignore defense. Isn't that just Iskander?
Yeah, like a full party wide, yeah. Otherwise, people probably go for Jane for single target.
I will say his biggest use case was
that's
giving
Invulcurs, yeah, you're right.
Invuln to the party, which he did get replaced by Jane. because Jane is
Mm.
for ignore invuln. I think Jane is objectively a better support option because it doesn't take up a card slot. And she
unless
is,
like, oh sorry, I that's not a point against you, but like I'm just gonna say like unless the enemy has like 10 turns of invul that's unremovable or something, which is like basically that doesn't exist. So anyway, sorry, you keep going.
Well, there is
Yeah.
that one Ibuki fight, but you just bring an Invul Pierce C on your DPS.
Yeah,
There's-
that's another thing I want to mention later, but
yeah, because like Jane also gives crit damage, not as much, 10% less. So there's that, but she gives them Star Absorb, and she can give MP charge to. She can get. Jane's a 30 MP charger for the party when you think about it. So like, I don't know, just if you're going for if you need ignore invincibility, I think his job was lost. I think like as a if it is a fight, there was a fight recently that had invincibility and defense. And I think that was the first time I used Sherlock in like 2 years. Because he there was just never a need for both of those at the same time until like what was that? Do you remember what fight that was recently?
that
Where
was the
both were needed?
Bishone challenge quest.
Yeah, the Bishone challenge
eventually-
quest. Yeah.
Yes. that one.
Had defense and invincibility, and so like there was a use for it there. But other than that, oh yeah, it was the one against all the rejected dragons, Melusine,
That didn't show up in the event. Yeah.
Vritra, and what's her name?
Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl. Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, no, I think that's the only time I've had to use Sherlock recently. Because as unfortunately as a support, he got replaced by a 4-star. If you do want to use him as a DPS, like he is okay for that, I think. Because he does have.
He's surprisingly
Well, I'm not
okay.
saying he's great. I said
Yeah.
he's okay. Plushie, I know what you're gonna say. Like, I'm not saying he's
Look.
because
Okay,
Like he
no,
can
you
basically
keep going.
defense
I
down
like
cap the enemy
it.
by himself as a DPS because his MPs can be
ramp up his
spammable.
crits.
And that
If you're
too.
doing like his MP 2 turns in a row, you got at that point if you're 60 to
Well,
100% defense
you're probably
down,
still using him as a support. You just pick his arts cards. Like
yeah.
I like you would bring him and like someone else, and then but you'll pick his arts. Anyways, I don't want to like cut you off.
I'm
but-
not saying that I would personally use him as the main DPS, but I'm saying if you did choose to, I don't think it's like
if you want this
the
style of
worst
DPS,
thing.
I think because he only has again like he has one buster. Like if you want this style of crit DPS, I feel like Qin Shi Huang would be better, and I don't even rank him.
And I hate
particularly high.
Qin Shi Huang.
Yeah,
You know what,
I
you're
don't
right.
think he's particularly good. So like it's a bit difficult to justify. Like again, like with card only supports. Sorry, not support. With card only DPSs, we need to be on like Super Orion's level. Super Orion's insane, right? Like in terms of card damage, right? So I do think
Van Gogh as well. Van Gogh exists.
Well, yeah, but I think like he can definitely fit on a team though, because like the big battery really helps him both spam his MP and also get his first MP, right? So I think in terms of that role, he's okay. Now you're basically asking like is his extra value enough to, because like on top of the utility, is it enough to justify bringing him? I think it's a little bit difficult. Maybe if you want arts crit stuff, because arts don't have a really sustainable crit buffer unless you have specific traits or you have a rainbow buff for Yui to do it for you. But I think his buff numbers are, if it's not for arts, it's a tad low for a crit buffer. And
I don't think arts crits is, I don't think arts crits is good. Not to interrupt, but I'm just saying I don't like arts crits.
Yeah. So I don't actually think he's that great. I think he slightly fell out of the wayside in terms of use cases, because traditionally I would appreciate this kind of characters for like utility and stuff, but I just feel like a lot of stuff can kind of you don't necessarily replace exactly what he does, but a lot of stuff can help you go by. For example, command codes, It's not just CEs, right? Command codes can help you sort of bypass defense up somewhat. Yeah, your MP might not hit them very hard, but your cards can hit them harder unless it's like 100% defense. That's unremovable, right? There's again, Invul Pierce both also have CEs and command codes that you can sort of bring to mitigate that. And there are servants that have skills sometimes that has, Invul Pierce or defense up, so you only have to make up for the other. So I feel like a lot of the times he's not getting his full value, only very rare cases. And when he's not getting his full value, I don't think his buff numbers are good enough to justify being a support. And because of his deck, and I don't think I don't really justify him as being a main DPS as well. So I'm gonna be a little bit harsh here, and I think Holmes doesn't really. I want to say Holmes, unless in very niche cases,
Holmes
he
is
doesn't really have a
homeless.
role. I don't think he really has a role right now. Unfortunately, just like in the story. So
he
there
did.
you go.
I
Maybe-
agree that he does kind of suffer from the thing you were talking about. That they kind of designed him to have both DPS and support elements. They should have leaned on one or the other fully instead.
Yeah,
Can I-
I mean, it could make it work, but like you need to Van Gogh works because they overtuned her numbers so much. Like I believe she is designed to be a support because like if you look at her deck, you look at all of her stuff is targetable or party wide. But then because that crit up was too big, they accidentally made it too big to the point that she can main DPS. But like Holmes is a well balanced example of that, which kind of just has a problem. Sorry, you were gonna say something, Rhea?
I want to point out the argument for all three of the first 5-star rulers is they did something and then better things came out. Right? All three of them have the same problem.
Well, he's
like
still at least. I
John,
think the
Amatsa,
ignore
and
defense is still a
Sherlock.
legit case
But
because he's still
Sherlock
better at that than
is-
Iskandar is.
Sherlock, well,
Yeah.
Iskandar is. Look, I'm just saying, I don't ever intend to use Iskandar. I got him off of the daily ticket. I'm just keeping him level 1 to have that if I ever need that. I normally wouldn't. I would
Bro.
never recommend that normally, but I'm never going to use Iskandar as a DPS because I don't like him as a DPS. So why would I even bother leveling him? I might as well keep him level 1 for the utility. That's my Iskandar argument.
The level 1
but I do
ignore
think-
defense bros. It's unfortunate,
Yeah.
both of them. Ugh, their fates.
True.
I still think he should be like a B plus or something. I think he's legit.
I don't think he's as good as John. Oh no, is that
Really?
a hot take?
I feel like he has.
yeah.
He still has a more of a use
better than
case.
John.
Yeah, I kind of
Yeah, if
agree that they're
anything,
minimum the
I
same,
would
or maybe
move
he's
John
even a
down
little
to
bit better.
Amatsa.
Yeah,
What?
I would move
because again,
John
he
down
has
to
more
Amatsa level.
use cases. I think.
I guess in a Castoria world, he does have more use cases than
Yeah.
John, but
I think they should at least be the same tier, personally.
I don't know because I don't know if he's gonna. Yeah, okay, same tier. I'm okay with same tier, but
Yeah, maybe not better,
'Cause
but
I've
same
used
tier.
Sherlock more than I've used John. Let me be honest. Like
I've used him more
I
too.
haven't had to use Sherlock. The sad part is on like my NA account, I have a level 90 NP1 and then a level 1 NP4.
well, you don't really do stall teams much anymore, no? So like that's kind of understandable because Sherlock is a more offensive support. That is a thing we. Anyways,
Mhm.
I mean, but yeah.
Oh no, if I do. If
I
I
literally
do
just-
stall teams, it is
It will still
the
not be
one-man
Sean, to
army
be
stall
honest, yeah.
teams. It's where I send out KP and I go to town.
No, well, yeah. It's true.
That's my
I mean,
stall.
even with a stall team, you probably wouldn't go with Jean. I guess that's fair.
Yeah, he's still legit though. But yeah, moving on, we have the first foreigner of the list, the introductory foreigner, and yeah, it's a 5-star as well. We get the OG Abigail to check out. We
Ooh,
have another.
sorry,
We have
just
the other
to
one later
quickly-
too. But what were you saying?
Oh, sorry. I was just want to quickly reply to the chat. Like, she's free. I wouldn't use the she's free argument because
There's other
the
ones you can
cost
pick.
of making her free is you don't get to pick someone else.
Yeah,
so there is a
exactly.
cost to that. It is not free.
She gets points for
anyways.
accessibility, but not a ton. Okay.
Yep.
But yeah, Abigail is on the chopping block, the OG. Okay, so single target buster. I want to say utility DPS because I don't really believe in her damage all that much. If anything, to me, she
But
feels
she's a
very much like
farmer
a single
now.
target Amakusa.
No, she's No,
She's
you're
a farmer.
wrong
Well,
there.
Really?
She's a farmer now. She's a 90++ farmer now.
Oh.
Yeah, but she's like Kintoki, but very weird.
She's Kentucky but foreigner.
Oh yeah, she did
yeah,
get
I
a
have those
buff.
skills,
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, after you go through it as a kid, but like it is
Yeah.
a little bit out. Well, I'll get into that later.
Okay.
but,
Okay.
I
Let's
think she's
cover
a
her
fun,
first.
Fun one.
But yeah, 12.1k attack is very solid actually. Foreigners tend to have high attack, but even among foreigners, it's higher than average, which is cool. The deck is the one thing I'm not a huge fan of, honestly, because the triple arts with her, like, I know Otto always likes to say, like, it's not that bad. It is that bad. I'm sick of that. It is that bad. It is bad. It's fucking
Let's
terrible.
go.
The
It
games
is
are
that
bad.
It's terrible.
Like I know his
It is that
defense was like you're mostly gonna be fighting berserkers as a foreigner, in which you get less refund. But even if you fight neutral, it's trash. Look, it's like a 1.3 or something for arts. That's terrible.
It
And there's
is
3 of them.
actually that
That's
bad.
not good. It's just not good. I just want to go back to trashing her games again. I gave her a bit of leniency last year, but I want to go back to trashing. This is the year of trashing. Okay, so at least maybe she's a farmer, but I want to trash her MP again at least. So let me have this one. So yeah, there you go. Trash gains. Very interesting numbers though, but man, the MP gain is so gimped, it's not even funny. Right, first skill on a 7-turn cooldown, the full party gets 10% gauge for 3 turns. They get 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and then she gets a 30% battery. I guess this helps a lot in farming, huh? Yeah, I forgot about this buff too. This definitely helps in some multi-core stuff
the other
too.
one as well.
Yeah, that's wait. Was the MP, when was the MP buff again? I forgot.
No, it's not the MP buff. It's the one where she gets anti-terror, 100% power mod.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Right. Okay.
Yeah,
I was
that
like, I forgot because I was like, she doesn't have MP buff, right? Yeah, she doesn't. Okay.
She doesn't have an MP
Yeah,
buff.
yeah. Okay.
Oh, if she get an MP buff,
Yeah,
that would
okay.
be pretty huge, honestly.
But yeah, this is pretty good already. The cooldown is still semi-high, so for bosses it's not the best, but I guess for farming it's still okay. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, all enemies get terrored for 1 time 3 turns, and then there's a 50% chance to activate every turn to stun them for 1 turn. Then all enemies also get minus 20% defense for 3 turns. Again, for bosses there's quite a bit of downtime, but for farming I guess it's fine now, so yeah, sure. Then yeah, this skill. So the third skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, 1 enemy gets minus 1 tick. Then they also get minus 20% attack for 3 turns. And then she gets 100% anti-terror power mod for 1 turn, and then also a 20% battery. So now she has a 50% battery basically, which is interesting. Yeah, this is I totally forgot about this thing. When did this happen? Was this last year?
I'm not sure.
I guess I
think
could check
not.
again. Yeah, I'm gonna check. Get an idea.
No, that
of
was
it.
maybe
August
not.
of last year. That was
Yeah,
the
Okay,
we're
okay,
already
so
done with it.
okay, yeah, this wasn't on last year's tier list. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Yeah, this is a thing, huh? So she has a 50%er and then she has a 100% power mod on the terror. Interesting. Yeah, I can see why you say that now. Yeah, because I totally forgot about this one. But yeah, anyway, great skill for farming. Even for non-farming, it's maybe her best skill. Maybe the first one. So I don't know. Honestly, the skills are definitely way better now. They used to be like, I used to hate her skill set, but now the 2 buffs
yeah,
make
they're
it way better. Yeah.
When they came out.
And there's the foreigner passive, the first of many to come. So you get 2 stars per turn. That's always the same no matter what the rank is. The rank only defines the second effect, which is a debuff rest, and the max rank gives you 12%. And she also gets 8% bust drop, so that's cool. Her MP benefits from that. And then she gets some flat damage from the divinity, which is pretty irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Decent passives though. And again, obviously the Van Gogh synergy makes the foreigner passive that much better always for like any foreigner that wants to do some boss DPSing. She's not the Berserker as well. She's one of the rare cases in the game who has the absolute best case scenario in her anti-append. Full class advantage, offensive and defensively. Doesn't get better than that. So yeah, she has as good of an append as it gets. MP then, so she removes damage, or she removes buffs from the target before damage, much like Amakusa, but this time it's single target, and then she does the same thing overcharge wise. It's minus 30% crit chance on them, although for 1 turn on base overcharge, and then scaling up to 70. So even the scaling is the same. That like their MPs are literally the same. The only difference is that the crit chance down is 1 turn instead of 3. So that's pretty funny. But yeah, I guess now she can farm, so yeah, there's that. Otherwise, if she didn't have this, I feel like she was just not good enough for like bosses.
Oh, yeah.
personally. But I guess this with
Dude,
this
we're-
she can farm now. Yeah.
If we're
'cause
complaining
the-
about Amakusa, then this is just 1/3 of an Amakusa before
Yeah, it's the
buffs,
single
you know,
target
so-
version, but now she's a farmer instead of a boss
Yeah.
killer. Yeah.
Because for if like in 90 plus plus, if there's that one big enemy, one that first skill does come in handy because it's the MP damage, 30% for the party, and a slow tick, which really does help. So slow ticks for charge really do come in handy in 90 plus plus when making teams. So I like that. But yeah, then she just has a nuke for one turn because 100% power mod. Even if especially if it's against a berserker or something where she does damage
Yeah,
to it.
berserker should be
It'll
insane
really
with the
help.
append too.
But yeah, no, she has a place now. If you build her and invest in her, and you want to use her for 90 plus plus or 90 plus or boss fights that you can go at it with using Vitch and stuff like that to lower cooldowns, because you can if you're using like Vitch, you can fire that off twice with a pen 5 because it's 5 then down 2 and then so like it's not impossible to use it more than once in a boss fight. But yeah, it definitely helps her. It's definitely the buff that gave her something. At least she was unusable before, now she has a place.
Yeah.
She's complicated because like I believed in her performance quite a bit after I was like, oh, this is like obviously worse than Kintoki because she's
Foreigner.
neutral,
Yeah.
but she has party buffs and party charge. Well, fairly weak party charge, but it's still a party charge. And that I do think part of her job kind of got stolen by Phantasmundo because I'm not gonna bring it up that much, but like what I really feel a lot is like, oh my god, I had this 50 charging party wide buffing farmer, and it's kind of, oh, now we have another one that has better buffs. But I think she still saw, like, she still has at MP5 because she doesn't have an MP upgrade. She still has the highest like one turn neutral damage in the game if we don't count Zergs. And again, like the 50 battery does allow her to farm pretty easily. And in a challenge quest, she still has burst. Like this is not that good because like the downtime is pretty big, like 6 turn downtime. But she still has a burst in challenge quests, and she still has a big battery in challenge quests. So like it's not completely unusable, but certainly a lot less flattering in that aspect. So I think she is definitely a lot better now. Depending on how heavily you value farming, I can even see her in like B plus A, but
Yeah.
it depends on how much you value farming.
Yeah, someone said, imagine if the power mod was 3 turns. For farming, it wouldn't really do a ton unless you're like a Zolf, because again, it's terror based, so you need to debuff. But for bosses, it would help it quite a bit.
If the power mod was 3 turns and she was a foreigner and you put her in a team with Van Gogh,
yeah,
then she would be a boss killer again.
so much damage.
Yeah,
For farming, it
have to
wouldn't do
pray
much
it's
though.
only 1 turn.
You have to pray that it doesn't, because like if all the terrors proc and then the stun happens, it's no longer terror because it's a power mod against the
it's the clock debuff. That's the terror part.
Yeah. So technically, it could like it's only 1 turn, so it doesn't really matter in this case. But like technically,
as long as you land it, you're good to go.
Yeah, it could screw you over, but it's a interesting direction they decided to take with this character. I did not anticipate this at all.
Yeah, her being a farmer.
Make her like neutral Kintoki with party buffs.
B plus A.
I'd put her in like B plus A, but again, it depends on what you're looking for in the character.
I think it's legit too. I think her farming seems legit, so I'm willing to give her a decent rank.
I think A is good.
Frick it, dude. Let's just do it.
She's the best DPS we've seen so far, that's for sure.
Well, there hasn't been a ton of competition, but yeah. Also, she's the first foreigner compared to her rulers, but yeah.
No.
In boss fight, Amakusa is better. Well, I mean, no.
My hatred for Amakusa will never die.
But do you know what my hatred for is even greater?
Children?
1 Buster card.
Yeah. I don't like her deck for
One
DPSing. I hate it, especially with the gimped gains.
Triple art sticks, go!
Especially because she's exists outside the domain. She's like she gets so much crits. Like yeah, you can say oh, so now she can crit with even arts because it will still crit hard because of Van Gogh. But then imagine if it was red. Have you imagined like this thought experiment? Imagine if it was red.
Well, we have another Abigail later who is not full blue, so we'll see about that. But again, then she doesn't have all the cool. It's a different case, but yeah, I digress. Anyway, let's talk about the second ever Foreigner, not released not long after Abigail. Salem was like the end of the year, and then we got New Year's for Hokusai. So, the OG Foreigner Hokusai. We covered Saber like 11 weeks ago, give or take, something like that. So now we finally get the OG, the 5-star version. Probably the biggest gap of all servants. Maybe there's someone who has a bigger gap, but yeah, off the list that is. So yeah, AOE art DPS. You can't really farm with her.
Oh, you can.
Maybe if it's man.
I farm.
Oh wait, did she get a new buff too?
I farm with her.
Yeah, she got a pretty crazy.
God damn it! I forgot about that too, dude. I'm living in the past. Okay. You know what? Sure. I keep forgetting about these buffs.
Myst, you gotta catch up to the times.
Like I was thinking pre-buff where she was like in a pretty sad state.
It was, by the way, the same buff section as
with
Abigail. It was anniversary.
Okay,
was it?
Makes sense.
Oh,
yeah.
I know
we've
now.
all blacked out that 2-week period because of the nightmare.
Wait, was that where Van Gogh was buffed too? Or was that a different one?
I think it was, no.
That was with the event or something. That was the event.
Yeah, Van Gogh was during.
Okay, I was like, there's no way. There's no way. Okay.
No, I remember clearly because I was very upset. I saw 2 5-star foreigners.
Oh yeah, I remember that now. There was 2 foreigners in a batch. It was anniversary then, right?
Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
It's my chance. It wasn't my chance. It wasn't.
I remember you, dude. I feel so bad for you in retrospect because I knew you had high hopes, but yeah. Even when before I did my prediction or when I did my predictions, I was like, as much as this sucks for Plushie, I don't think Koyan Light or Koyan Dark is gonna get buffed. I even predicted it as well. I don't think it was gonna happen.
There's definitely.
Yeah.
Well, there's definitely more characters that needed like this one. Like before the buff, she was bruh. What is this?
But yeah, let's cover Hokusai next, and we'll see. I guess Koyan Dark later as well in the same list, of course. But yeah, AOE arts. I guess she can farm now. So yeah, 12.1k attack. Is it the exact same as Abigail, right? Which is amusing, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's still pretty good. Yeah, no worries there. She's double buster, double arts, which is cool. Gives her a bit more DPS potential as well. And while her gains are still not amazing though, but they're certainly better than Abigail's. So yeah, I guess. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets an evasion for 1 turn and 30% battery. I like that the evasion is on again a 5-turn cooldown, which is better than most, but it doesn't do a ton. It's just kind of very basic. You know, you just use it for the battery.
I was just gonna comment on the gains. Like 1.98 arts is actually pretty okay.
Oh, is that much it tallies to? Okay, I failed my quick math clearly then.
Wait.
You probably did it correct, honestly. You probably did it correct. Okay, you know what? Yeah, the arts cards are really good then. Yeah.
Yeah, 1.98.
Okay, I don't know. I counted something completely differently.
That's how
there.
math works.
Yeah. No, I should just have a calculator open, to be honest.
I screwed up on a calculation on one of my recent videos, so I don't trust my
okay. Yeah. Yeah, her arts cards are good, yeah, for sure. Second skill, out of 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 100% buff removal for 1 turn, and 100% debuff rest for 1 turn. It's basic, but I like it. Main card type, good effect, or good uptime, good number. The buff removal resistance, it's a bit awkward because it's on her skill that she kind of wants to pop on cooldown. So if you need that, it's only up for 1 turn. So that's a bit awkward, but otherwise it's fine. You know, it's totally fine. Third skill, the first buff she ever got. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets this on-attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever she uses arts cards, the target gets minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. This is any arts card, so it includes the MP as well. Granted, sadly, it is after damage, so the MP doesn't get an instant benefit from it unless you're doing bosses. Then it can be kind of a ramp-up thing. Not so much for farming, though. Then she gets 500% absorb for arts cards for 3 turns and 15 stars on use. Honestly, this at least makes sense. Her arts cards are good. Now they crit easier. Now they do defense downs. It makes sense. Yeah.
Chad. Oh, sorry. Chad, can you remind me, was this the bug?
I remember there was a bug with this of sorts at some point.
The bug was on the MP when interacting with this skill.
Yeah, it was with the
Yeah,
new
so
buff,
the-
right? There was some bug.
The defense.
It was a
the
visual
defense
bug.
Was it
down
before
would trigger-
Was it before damage that
No,
time?
no, it actually did trigger before damage, I think.
Yeah, so
For a
it wasn't
while, and then they
intended.
removed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't intended. Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
I think it did. I forgot if it was visual, but I
Yeah,
think it actually did.
it definitely
It
did
might
happen
have
before
actually.
damage, but sadly they ended up patching it, right? So yeah, oh well. But yeah, not a bad skill at all, especially for bosses, can be very cool. Foreigner passive, so 2 stars per turn and 12% debuff rest. So again, same as Abigail, good passive. Van Gogh synergy is real as well, if you want to go that route. 8% debuff success rate, also cool. Easier time to land those defense downs, if in case enemy has some resistance. She has 4% arts up as well, which is great because it's her main card type. Granted, it's not a high number, but still great. And some flat damage from Divinity is pretty pointless. But yeah, good passives, I would say overall. She's also the same as Abigail in many, many ways, including the append. So best case scenario once again. Very rare, but yeah, good. Why do they have anti-berserker, by the way? Is it because... Who is it because? I assume they have different cases, but the fact that they share a lot of stuff like that, it's crazy. Because this is so rare. It's like 5 servants in the game or something that have the best
Yeah.
case scenario. So I'm guessing they're
Maybe they
because of
just
different
thought they
servants, but it's
sucked.
kind of weird. There's so many
thought,
similarities
like,
between 2 servants.
They just thought both of them sucked.
Like they
before the
released like
buffs.
back to back, same best case scenario in the
There's
bend,
3
same max
foreigners.
rank this, same attack.
Wait,
What is
there's
going
another
on?
one? Is it Mixa?
Yeah, but that one makes sense. Yeah, Mix at least makes sense because.
Oh, because she's not that bad.
that's-
Anyways.
Mm.
No, Mix is terrible. Don't try
Just
to
2
defend this
buster.
garbage.
Just 2 buster.
And a 3-hit buster up thing. I hate it.
Okay, we'll go through it. Later.
Yeah.
We'll
But yeah,
get there.
this is the buff then. Yeah, I totally forgot about it. So yeah, MP has been now buffed. So before damage, he gets 30% MP gain for 1 turn. Then also before damage, all enemies get a minus 20% arts rest down for 3 turns, which has a 500% chance to apply as well. So basically immune or land easily. And then she still has the same anti-man super effective on the overcharge. So the base 150 to 200 range. So yeah, that's pretty crazy that both of those are before damage, huh? Because now her refund is no longer like very not great, and now she does way more damage. It's not just because the MP buff, but because the arts rest down too. Imagine if again this happened before damage still too, which it did for a little very brief moment. But,
Yeah, that was the thing. Is
yeah.
it made the damage way because that's a lot of stuff going on.
but yeah, this
that
is
would make
now
the
very
damage
legit,
so high.
huh? Yeah. Because she used to be
Yeah.
kind of a noodle, I'm not gonna lie. Unless you hit man, then maybe decent damage. But before that,
Oh,
kind of a noodle. But now, yeah.
I mean, I've used Hokusai a lot. I mean, I used her in NA on the Draco event. Now, is my Hokusai grailed with gold foes? Yes, maybe.
maybe.
That may be. I may have invested in Hokusai on NA.
I
a little
mean,
bit, but
Pre-buff, she was pretty ass. Like, come on. I don't think you can deny
I still
pre-buff, she
use
was
her
pretty ass.
in NA.
Yeah, her refund is
pre-buff,
really
like-
nice now.
But yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I
her
think
refund's good.
post-buff,
Like,
It's
because again, both of these help with the refund too. Now, there's not just damage, there's arts rest down. It helps with the refund as well, which is crazy. Like, her refund is really high now. 92% wave 1 with a black grail comp.
Yeah.
And the damage numbers are good. But
Yep.
yeah, no, she got it was a good buff. I appreciate it when the characters I like get buffed.
Yeah.
Yep, for sure.
So
Yeah.
it's really good. Like she's no longer stuck in Van Gogh limbo. I remember at some point, the way that Hokusai fans that had her 120 were using her was literally just banking on the arts to reduce defense for the enemy, and then actually doing damage with her cards. With Van Gogh, and now she can function as a normal AoE art servant, actually a pretty high tier one because it's an upgraded MP, and the refund is also on the higher side of things in terms of AoE art sloopers. So this is a very big glow up.
Yeah, that's a crazy, bro.
Yeah, so I think she is at the very least
A
probably
plus?
A to
A
A+,
plus?
yeah. Push.
I'd say A+.
I honestly want to say A plus with that. Look at seeing the numbers and the refund and everything.
Yeah, the MPs.
Because she can both
upgrade
farm
is
and do
just-
bosses now. She should be good on both now.
Yeah, I
I think
this
that's
is one of the-
definitely A plus.
Surprisingly,
Like look
not
at
that
these
many
two
people
used to
blazing
rank
her.
so much lower, but then last year happened, and yeah, here we are.
Well, it's because she couldn't farm before, and
Well, and
like
now
her damage wasn't like unusable before. Like
Well, at least
It
against
was.
man attribute, she had a use case for sure. But
Yeah.
besides that, oof.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's very legit now. Very good. All right. Time for the first 4-star foreigner. We're going to talk about XX from another summer event. Big gap between Martha and this one. This was like summer 4, I believe. So yeah, we got a single target arts DPS this time around. 9.7k attack. Not that there's a lot of comparison because, you know, there's not a ton of 4-star foreigners, but it still puts her above average, I guess, which is not too shabby. She's double buster, double arts, and her gains. The arts cards are pretty okay for sure. Yeah, again, very similar to Hokusai, if not a little bit weaker. Otherwise, not the best for gains, but stars can be still done to a little bit. First skill on 5-turn cooldown, she gets an invul for 1 turn and 50% attack for 1 turn. So it's like a mana burst that comes with a 1-turn invul as well. I kind of like the invul being 1 turn uptime on a 5-turn cooldown. So again, it's better than most of the 1-turn invuls in the game, but it's just a bit awkward sometimes, even if she's arts. But, you know, and even the attack buff has a lot of downtime, so I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the skill, but I don't think it's trash either necessarily. Second skill though, 4-turn cooldown, you get 20 stars on use, and then she gets minus 100% absorb for 1 turn. Like, why? I know it's like a lore thing because she's supposed to suck at her job or whatever, but man, just why? you enjoy Castoria critting more? Well, now you can do it more reliably. Yay. What a weird ass skill. I don't like it at all. Third skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets an invul pierce for 1 turn, 30% battery, and then a 50% power mod against threat to humanity for 1 turn. Again, you like threats against humanity, well now you get bored with Castoria and her. But honestly, it's not a bad power mod for her because most foreigners in the game have threat to humanity, so a foreigner can be brought against a foreigner. Obviously, alter ego is the safest option, who also still has the 2.0x, but you can totally bring a foreigner as well if you're ballsy enough and if you have a good defensive game plan, etc. So it's not the worst damage mod, I guess. They're still kind of rare to fight though, is the thing. And outside of foreigners, there's not a ton of threat to humanity bosses either. They do appear from time to time, of course. But yeah, it's still niche, but not terrible, I guess, in her case. Invul Pierce is cool. Granted, it doesn't have a high uptime, but honestly, maybe Invul Pierce doesn't even need a high uptime because most bosses don't even have it up all the time, so maybe that's fine. The battery's okay to help with the spam, I guess, because she really just MP spams. She doesn't really do a ton with her face cards, especially that second skill doesn't help either. It's an okay skill set, I want to say. I don't hate it. I don't love it. For a 4-star, it's just like passable or whatever. It's there. For her passive, 2 stars per turn, but now only 4% debuff res. She gets 8% star gen 2, which I guess with her hit counts is not the worst thing ever. 10% crit damage is okay, but again, she doesn't have a ton of crit focus. And then 10% quick. While her 1 quick is okay, there's only 1 of them, so it's not that big of a deal. She's anti-moon cancer, which is full neutral, right? So it's like, okay, but maybe some moon cancers have threat to humanity, so yeah, could be okay, I guess. But again, it's just another rare case. You don't see all the time. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I forgot, but probably.
I don't remember.
But yeah, buffed MP though is cool. Does damage and then does 200% super effective against Saber class servants. So there's that.
There's no moon cancers.
Oh, really? Oh, well,
yeah,
that's
no moon cancers.
Oh. Well, it is what it is, I guess. Not the best depend then. And then she also gets 20% attack for 1 turn before damage, getting up to 60%. So it's one of these funny cases again. Well, even neutral, I guess she can fight Saber Servants because 200% super effective flat. It's not even scaling like 150 to 200. It's always 200. It's again, it's restricted against servants. So if the boss is not a servant in their Saber, it doesn't work. But if the boss is a Saber, they're probably a servant too. So this gives her an interesting role. Honestly, without this, I think she's just an okay DPS. But I guess against Saber Servants, she can hit really hard though.
Well, actually, until very recently, she was one of the highest, if not the highest, single target foreigner.
Yeah, but is that like one of those misleading things because all her buffs are like 1 turn? I feel like that's one of those misleading things.
Yeah, it is kind of. It's
one turn, I wouldn't call it like consistent damage.
Was Abigail,
both the attack buffs are 1 turn.
And Yang Guifei, which is more of a sustained fighter.
Young Guifei with burn definitely out damages her, no?
Oh yeah, like once you get like a couple
One burn.
burns going.
Yeah, sure, because she
Oh, it
only needs
doesn't
one.
scale with
One burn.
Yeah, it's super effective in
Yeah.
his burn.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't scale with
So
burns.
yeah,
though.
it is.
Like she
it
wasn't
is-
bad,
yeah, it's one
but
of those, like,
yeah.
she was kind of carried by her upgraded NP. I don't think she's terrible, but like she is really just
Yeah.
only like you can take her against sabers and she does okay. But like that's her gimmick. Is so 200%, so 100% extra damage would be class advantage. So it is higher than class advantage damage, isn't it? At 200%?
Yes.
No, it's wait. Let me check. It says deal 200% extra damage. Is it a power mod or is it super effective?
It's extra damage. It's super effective.
Yeah.
Let me check the wording for like a normal super effective.
Doesn't it say extra damage as well?
Yeah, I think it's just class advantage damage, right?
Oh, it is
it's
just
not-
class
I don't
advantage.
want-
You're right.
I don't want Carmilla Ryder. I want the
You're right. Extra starts at 100 and goes up. So yeah, and
Oh, so it's
yeah,
not
so it is
above
just class
that?
advantage.
Okay, yeah.
So it just puts her
Why does it
at archer level.
Oh yeah. Do 200% extra damage versus female extra damage times. No, I can't. I have to find one that's not on the super. Oh my god, hold on. Who has that?
Like
We
some
covered
Musashi
someone
is-
recently. I forgot who it was. Like some
Summer
weeks ago.
Musashi is 200% as well. Like
There was
that's-
someone who was like not super effective. I don't remember.
Okay,
who it
yeah.
was.
Karen's wording is deal 150% extra damage to enemy with chaotic, but it is 150% super effective. So this is just double damage. So it's just class advantage.
Yeah.
So this would be a neutral archer essentially.
Yeah, neutral in
Yeah, like,
defense,
it's
but fully effective on offense. 2.0x.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
like traitless archer, I should say.
Mm. So it's not the best
think
thing
she's
ever to have,
terrible,
honestly.
but I don't
Then
think
even then.
she's- I mean, it's coverage.
I mean, it gives her
but, like,
another
as-
niche, but would you bring
I
her over
wish-
like a really good single target archer?
Probably not. But like,
Yeah.
well, I mean, sometimes I would. If but it really depends on what I'm fighting and what I'm doing there. But they need to buff her skills. I'm gonna be honest.
Mm-hmm.
That second skill needs to get fixed. I hate it.
Make her
so
like
much.
we need a police academy event where she studies to become a good cop, and then she gets cop EX. She gets absorbed. She gets 30 stars. She gets like 100% crit damage. Let's freaking go.
Give her something. Give her some sustained thing, because like she has like at least like the 20% attack of every MP, but that's like that's about all
Do
she
you know
gets.
the funny thing about that? Alter has
What?
all of that.
Oh, the newest altar.
Yeah, the altar.
yeah.
It's
The-
just,
the-
as
the-
usual, the
the
altar
The
is
newest
better.
altar is actually just a better version of this, by the way.
Well, I
True.
mean, does she have anti-saber? I don't remember.
No, but
She
it's
has, like,
anti-ruler. It's 200%
Oh yeah,
anti-ruler.
she has anti-ruler. Yeah, it's ruler.
Which
Yeah,
is just
that's what it
better
is.
because
Well, there you go. So it does follow a pattern. The altar is the better one, but we'll get into her later.
Okay, so ranking
I
for
think Rio,
X6.
we'll get into her last.
I think Rio covered her pretty well. She's just an MP. She kind of feels similar to, I guess not really Martha, because Martha has a triple buster deck, and her skills aren't as bad as Martha's, but
They're a slight upgrade.
like it definitely feels a lot more bare bones nowadays in comparison to some other servants. And she's just an MP.
I would still
And
say
again,
maybe
the problem with these,
B.
Yeah, because
fair.
I used her.
Yeah.
I used her a lot. Like I have her at Bond 11, like in
Yeah, you're probably
JP.
still better than Martha.
Because so I've used her a lot, but like she is one of those units that I have at 100. That when 120 came out, I was like, you know what? No, like there's better choices here. To 120. Even though I gave her 2K foes at the time, probably shouldn't have done
Yeah.
that. Speaking of
They-
garbage,
they-
though, I hate this dude.
They always
Oh,
gotta
yeah.
make Etchan more broken. I'm sorry, like going with this guy.
The next dude. Indeed. Let's talk about the first emperor. Man of many names, but I usually just call first emperor because it's easy. So yeah, there he is. Single target crit DPS. He has got one of those buff MPs as well. So he's full on face carding you down. I guess he even has solo presence. Sure, he can solo stuff too, to an extent. So
Not to interrupt, but when you said crit, can we put like crit in quotation marks?
Why?
well,
It's
Mighty's
50%.
definitely helped him as well.
This
but
guy
yeah.
isn't generating any
Yeah,
stars.
I know,
worth
but
of-
yeah, Mighty still
What
helped.
I did,
but yeah.
look,
Okay, that's what he
I
wants
don't
to
need-
be.
I can have Koyan Light or Merlin. I don't know.
Let me put my Buster units. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, it's look, his star issue is just solos. Like his star issue isn't a thing in the team though. Like you have to admit.
Wait,
that.
really?
His
I
star
thought it would
issue
be
is
the
not-
opposite, if anything, because you always get Mighties on solos. It's so much more crits.
No, he even with Mighties, he generates no stars. He's really
But
bad. At star
can't you not run like some kind of stars per turn and CCs that have a lot? Like we have so many. Most
you
there's
can.
you can have like a full hand that does like 3 to 4 stars on every command card.
Yeah, you can. do
Surely
that.
that's gonna be consistent with Mighty Chains. Like surely you can
No.
brute force like 30, 40 stars every turn. Like right?
I don't
Am I going
think
crazy
that
here?
many.
You should be able to do that
I
with
don't
command
think- I
codes
don't
and
know if you can
Mighties.
do that. I
That's
have
a
no
little
idea.
much.
Look,
30,
I have
40
no
is a
idea.
lot.
But like, no, it's not. We
I
have so
literally
many
cannot
5
do
and
it.
4-star command codes that give 3, 4 stars. You just slap him on his entire
Yeah.
deck. Like, what's the issue?
So you would have plus 10 stars because like 3, 3, 4. There's only one with 4, but like it will be.
But
like
then you
3,
get the
3, 4,
20
so
on
you get 10
Mighty as
extra
well,
per
the 20% boost.
No, you don't.
Oh, true.
You get,
No,
you don't
no,
get stars
you
on
do.
Mighty. You get the.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah, but
that's
it's
that's
still
a
helping
similar
you
thing.
crit more
It's a
because
crit
they
rate
work
stars
together,
and
you know?
boost.
Yeah, it's a crit rate boost.
Yeah.
Like all
They
your cards get
both
20%
essentially
more.
do the same thing. But yeah, anyway, I think we should probably cover his kit first before we even start tackling his issues. But yeah, one of the more unfortunate things about him is the attack stat as well. It's not very high on base. Granted, his MP and whatnot help too, but yeah, 9.9k is not that good, obviously, even among rulers. His double buster, double arts. His arts cards are okay. His quick is passable, otherwise not that much for gains. And yeah, his star gain obviously is not the best either on base. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get a tick -1 tick down and -20% defense down for 3 turns. I like this one. This is good. No RNG. Makes sense. It works. Bit surprising is like he's a lot of AoE focus on his skills considering he's single target himself, but you know, cool I guess. Doesn't hurt. Then the second skill, so also on a 6-turn cooldown, there's a 70% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn and then he gets 30% attack for 3 turns. I don't like the RNG, of course. That should be a given. So I definitely much prefer the first skill because it just works. This one doesn't always work, unfortunately. Attack is cool though. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 50% battery, removes his debuffs, and heals himself for 3k. It makes sense. Again, you definitely want that MP uptime, so helps with that for sure. And then cleanses his shit before he starts, hopefully, doing damage. So you can get rid of all attack debuffs and whatnot that might hinder your damage as well. And healing is not the worst thing for a ruler because, you know, they usually tend to be more tankier of all the classes. So there's more value for it, I feel like. So it's an alright skill set. Obviously the MP is the meat and the bones, but, you know, the skill set is not terrible, I guess. I just mostly hate the RNG on the stun, and that's about it. 18% debuff for us.
100%.
What was that?
I thought the stun was 100%. I'm so
Yeah,
like,
it's not.
until yesterday. Yeah, I was like, oh, actually,
Yeah.
that kind of sucks.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Only passive is 18% debuff for us, so it's not a whole lot going on there, but, you know, helps a little bit, I guess. He's anti-assassin, which I guess, you know, he's mostly going to be doing neutral, so it's an okay append anyway. Then the MP, so he gets an invul for 1 turn, he taunts all enemies for 1 turn, cute little combo there. He gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns on base MP1, but also 100% on MP5. He gets 300% absorb for 3 turns, and then he gets 50% attack for 3 turns on base, overcharge getting up to 100%. So overcharge, honestly, not even that bad on him. It scales pretty okay. So yeah, again, he has all the tools to do the crits, but yes, I agree still, even after my comments, that his main downfall is, like, at least for solos, would be, like, getting stars. Granted, yeah, teams, you have support. There's so many supports nowadays that can feed
in
you stars.
hindsight, I think what you said is also correct. It's kind of like an Inshin-esque issue, right? It's like, you know, like stars.
He's the 5-star
So-
Hozoin. He really is.
Oh man, he's a lot tankier. He can solo, but I don't know. Am I crazy to think his MP if his MP was Buster would be better? Because like if you're doing solos,
yeah,
you can
for
do
sure.
you can do Buster BQA for spam, and then if you're doing DPS, you can do MPBB for like
Yeah,
big burst.
sure. I agree. It would be better
So
as Buster. Yeah.
so I have no idea. It's kind of it's kind of weird. He's just kind of a his playstyle is like okay. So here's the thing. I wouldn't actually rank him that much higher than pre-buff Constantine. You know what I mean?
Ouch.
Like I feel like they are similar. Like his class is obviously superior than Constantine, and Constantine has, I would say, pre-buff, less party stuff, and like less self stuff, but more party stuff than him. But like, so like their playstyle is actually pretty similar. I would say like they could solo. If Constantine can get his MP back every turn, he's also like he's like even more technically more invincible than he is because the defense up and the damage cut covers more stuff. But you know, but obviously we all saw what happened with Constantine. And
But to be honest, sorry to cut you there, but to be honest, in First Emperor's case, it's still nice because he gets the taunt with it, meaning he can MP spam way better. That gives him a lot of bonus gains, being attacked by all the enemies guaranteed.
I will say, because the second we mentioned it, I threw command codes on him, and I went into the current challenge quest, and NP Buster Quick, so a mighty chain with the star command codes generates 25 stars, not even 30.
Yeah, but that's and next turn you get the 20% boost. That's solid, right? That's not even terrible.
And then I just missed an 80% crit.
Oh, okay, but that's you know that's just unlucky at that point.
I
you know,
missed 3 turns of crit at 70% in a row.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Wait after April 30th because you'll get ruler class score for the star gen.
That too. Yeah.
Again,
oh, he only generated 22 stars this time. Wow.
But again, even though
I think he's dead.
Even though he can do this, I don't necessarily think it's that broken, to be honest. Like in terms of like soloing, I don't think it's particularly broken.
There are a lot of people that swear by his solos, though, that he's actually one of the best soloers in the game. There are a lot of people that say that. Every time on YouTube comments, there are people that say that.
Because he can do stuff, but like it really depends on what your definition of the best soloer. Because I'm pretty sure if the best when we talk about best soloers and we're talking about like the most stuff that they can solo and we don't consider anything else, I'm pretty sure Jean's better than him. I'm pretty sure Jean can, because obviously it will take 20 more years. Because Jean has she has some offensive buff. It's like it's not a 50% crit up that ramps up.
Dude, if you have her extra append, it's honestly not that bad because you do arts chains every turn, so you get that giga extra.
Also, if you do arts chains, you generate way less stars. By the way, so if you want,
I was talking about Jean, not this guy.
Oh, sorry. No, but I do want to mention on this guy. If you want to get his MP back, you got to do arts chains and get hit by, quite a few hits, actually.
But I feel like it's fine if you don't MP with him every turn.
Yeah, he's a rule.
Every other turn is still very strong.
I don't know. He just chunked out. I just lost half his HP in one turn to...
But you can time your stun for the in-between turn, and you had a heal as well.
The stun miss.
Well, okay, I feel like you just had the most unlucky run ever. You're talking about missing 80% crits and you missed the 70%.
Rio, read her passive. Read her gimmick.
She's stunning me. I forgot.
Oh, well, dude, that would be a demerit too.
Yeah. Anyway, but still, like 70% stun is an issue, right? Like,
it is.
Even though this is not a good example, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I don't think he's the best soloer. He can be but it's very arbitrary depending on how you want to see it, right? Like there are situations where like this one, right? Like he's gonna get chunked a bunch, right? Easily. He can solo the quest for sure, I think. But like you give him like crit removal command codes, he can solo this quest for sure. But like it's just I don't know. I don't think people are fond of this playstyle. It's kind of like
Arts chain is 11 stars with command codes. You're not. Yeah, that's my problem.
Okay, I mean that much I expected.
Solo,
yeah, that much I expected. I was mostly like making a case for the mighties with the command codes. Yeah.
Again,
if I wanted to play him, because like he seems like he'd be like the cool solo character, but he just doesn't like. It just doesn't like.
But again, we've been mostly talking about his solos, but his team play is actually not that bad, right? It's not bad.
Oh,
like he can actually do stuff.
You need a taunter that like has
he's a DPS that keeps your support safe and keeps himself rolling with as well. Like he just needs stars
why
and a
do you
bit more
need that,
damage, and
though?
he's golden.
Why do you need that when you have like
You have Castoria. You don't need to
Arduite
keep your
pinball
DPS safe.
spam?
He's
Yeah.
arts. Is the
Well,
thing.
at least
If
it's
he
still
was, like,
more gains for
Buster-
him at the very least.
If he's
he was,
like
like,
Buster,
Buster
you'd use
quick-
Constantine. There's
true.
there's again like
Correction. If he was quick.
if he was quick, like nobody cares about Andromeda. You know, like I'm just saying, I don't actually think the role is that. It's having a like a taunt spammer that can like he doesn't spam every turn, right? Like he's like Leonidas with worse taunt uptime. Obviously, he's like 20 Leonidas in terms of bulk, but like. I don't know if you want to bring him as a support. I feel like maybe you want to focus on spamming his MP so he can actually get his crits up because he can spam his crits.
You would never
But then
bring him as a
again-
support. He would always be a DPS. The main DPS.
Yeah,
he
so,
would
like-
never be anything
so
besides
I-
the main DPS.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know, like, it's maybe he should spec heavier into that. I think again he's very awkward because I agree with the conclusion last time we had with Constantine where like he isn't as bad as people say he was, right? Like we actually gave him a fair share of a fair chance before he got the buff, obviously. So I think he is very comparable to Constantine in terms of his role because he is mainly a selfish, pre-buff Constantine. Again, he's mainly a pretty self-centered DPS, but he has taunts and stuff to protect the team with. But I think people are just not fond of that playstyle, unfortunately. So maybe in a vacuum he's not as bad, but
I saw some people saying he's like
think
C
he's
or
one
C
buff
plus, which is
away
way
from
too
being,
low
like,
though. That's way too low.
Insanely good.
I'd put him in
if
C
he gets
plus.
one buff.
You would put him in C tier?
C plus,
Ooh,
C plus.
That's crazy.
I can go with C plus.
Okay,
Wow.
so I talked to
Wow.
somebody yesterday about this character,
Ouch.
right? About this list. My conclusion, okay, this is obviously this is a hot take, but like I'm
Okay.
here to give hot takes. My conclusion was he's the worst SSR on this list.
Okay, well, okay. You said this list. I had to do a double take there. Okay.
No, this list. This list.
I'm looking
No,
at the
of
list
this
right
list,
now.
yes.
Maybe actually. I don't know though. I don't know. Maybe.
But don't
So
like Chinese.
shouldn't
ruler.
he be like if he's the worst? Can we argue C?
Dude, YouTube comments are gonna
Because
be fuming. This video is gonna have
I
10%
think he
dislikes
needs
if
a
he's
buff.
C tier. They're
He
gonna be
needs-
mad as hell, dude.
He needs a buff.
They're gonna be so mad.
Is the thing.
Oh my god.
He
I mean,
really
you put
needs
a
one.
character low, they're gonna get a buff. You know, hey, who knows?
Yeah, so think about it
True,
that
they
way.
clearly
I mean,
watch
look,
my
we put-
videos. Like, yeah,
Myst,
clearly. A lot of buffs happen.
The engagement missed. Put him in
Look,
C for the
look, we-
engagement.
we-
You know,
we
yeah,
put
that's gonna be
Xiaomi
the.
with
So
trash,
if people
look
are
what
mad
happened.
in the comments, think of it this way. Now he can get buffed, right? Yeah.
No,
You
but
know-
like I'm legit
Shit.
like probably putting him in C plus. But I don't
Frigate,
know.
dude. Okay. YouTube comments. You heard it wasn't my fault. Okay.
was me.
I can
It was
maybe
me.
agree to
I'm
it
gonna
barely,
make my
but
argument here.
Okay.
Okay, so his NP gain sucks. He can't crit on his own. He's wholly reliant on support, and all he can do is he can taunt and take a hit. But you don't need that because he's an arts unit, and you're using him with Castoria, and she can block every hit.
Is he
anyway.
really an arts
So
unit?
his
Is he
purpose
though?
is-
he's mostly
really an
Buster. He
arts
just
unit?
has an
He's
arts
a
MP.
Nothing.
He's a Buster unit with
Yeah.
an arts MP, to be honest. But yeah,
Right.
it's,
So
I get your point.
He has no purpose.
He kind of has though.
All right, I think
Well,
that's a good note
that's
to
so
end on
C
with First Emperor. Dude, I
completely
cannot
useless.
wait to see the comments. I'm honestly
see-
excited.
see-
Dude.
See, I'm not racist because I'm Chinese, so I can rank him in C. There
Okay,
you
that's gonna be that might be the spiciest one this whole list, but we'll see. Anyway, we're gonna
Now,
chill
me,
for
on
a
the other
second.
hand, I'm also not racist.
Okay, yeah, okay, fair. Yes, good. Yeah, we're gonna chill for a second and talk about a much more straightforward case. We got the first welfare of the list, by the way. So yeah, that's interesting. Quetzalcoatl Santa. So she's a AoE buster DPS. She can't really farm, sadly, but let's see what she can do, I guess. So 9.6k attack is not the highest, but it's still above average when it comes to 4-star rulers. She's double buster, double quick, actually. Interestingly enough. Her art card is fine, her quick serve okay. Not terrible gains, but nothing too crazy either. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So it's an upgrade charisma with some stars. Can't really be too mad about it. Pretty decent for a welfare in particular, I want to say. Not too shabby. Second skill on the 5-turn cooldown, one ally gets 600% absorb for 1 turn and 30% star gen for 3 turns. This is kind of like a whatever burger support skill. I don't really feel this one as much as the first one. The absorb could easily be 3 turns. The star gen could be like 50%, maybe even slap some more crit damage on it too or something. It's just very underwhelming as is. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% buster up for 3 turns and then 600% buster absorb for 1 turn for self. It can help with her own crit DPSing, I guess, and then the buster up is the main part about it otherwise, helping her MP damage as well. It's okay. For a welfare, it's fine. It's a bare bones kit, but yeah, it's a thing. 21% debuff rest is good, then 25% more debuff rest is even better, so she has 46% permanently, which is awesome. The flat damage doesn't really do much at all. She's anti-ruler, which she's neutral case, so I guess it could be worse. Mostly the same as all the other targets she would be hitting, so if anything, it's a bit more unfortunate because rulers are kind of rare to fight versus like if this was like a lancer or something. Her MP then, so before damage she gets 100% star gen for 1 turn, and then she does damage, and then the party gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns on base overcharge scaling to 50%. I want to say the MP still doesn't generate a ton of stars even with that buff active, but yeah. It may be the combination of that and the first skill. It's an okay amount of stars at that point. Now, the thing, I want to say she's just an okay AoE servant. She doesn't support enough to be brought as a support, and she doesn't do the craziest damage either as a DPS. She's like Amakusa, but she doesn't have that utility. But a free version, basically.
Well, that's a lot, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite loose.
Yeah, she's a free version of Amakusa.
She's the beginner ruler DPS, and despite how ugly her costume may be, you know, a new person may appreciate the tankiness and the DPS ability.
Yeah.
I think she has a very similar issue with base Quetzalcoatl, where, like, when they came out, they were fine. They have some star absorb, they have some crits. It makes them feel decent enough at that point, but they just didn't touch them. And then they just remained the same.
Like,
and then
Santa in particular, 0 buffs. At least Ket's got a buff, but this one, 0 buffs. But she's in the she's in the evocation shop, right? Why didn't they buff her when that happened? That's so weird.
I think they didn't buff anyone in the first.
That's so weird. She could have easily been buffed.
Again,
I think they're just afraid of the ruler class, and sometimes they make a busted ruler, so it's kind of weird. Maybe it's because he's a welfare ruler. They're like, oh, dude, we gotta be careful with this one. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because they make her too strong, and people are like, oh, I don't know.
Like, yeah, she has 0 buffs, and then they made EO later, who's just that much better.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, EO is a very good example to compare.
EO's just way better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then if you're a single target, you get Da Vinci. Technically, she's still not in shop, right? She just had like 2 reruns.
Probably will be soon, though.
Yeah, but yeah, this is
She didn't have 2 reruns actually. They actually never rerun the summer before, like 3 years later. Rerun. It was like the only rerun they had. So people on NA that missed the first time, they're still missing Ocean Fire. They have to wait for their rerun next year.
Yeah, so this is she's so, I don't know why you would bring her.
I would say flat C. Just
I agree.
You know, decent for starting out, but then you're probably gonna replace her pretty fast.
Damn. Bottom of the barrel.
Free MP5 ruler.
I mean,
still
if
something.
I was going to look at the 4 stars here, even the character who I think is terrible is better than her. Yeah. Like, the one I mock for being terrible is better.
Have more use cases, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. Hopefully they still can buff her even if she's already in the evocation shop. Yep. All right, next up, the best character in the entire list. I will not hear anything otherwise. By far, my absolute queen, the best wife of all time. Not just in Fate, but all of fiction. You look at those drills. Like, look at it. I bow down to my queen. Okay, simping aside, let's talk about Estrella, or as I call her, Luvia, of course, because, you know, it's Luvia. Beautiful.
I'm actually kind of curious. Is she your number 1?
She just might be. In Fate, for sure. But maybe in all of fiction, honestly. She might be the number 1. And that says a lot. Awesome. I've seen a ton of anime, played a ton of games and shit. she might still be the number one, okay? But definitely in Fate
Because
stuff
like
at least.
appearances in Fate, like how
Well, she's in Aprilia quite.
Aprilia doesn't do her justice though. She's kind of wonky there, but yeah, it is what it is. She was introduced in Holo Ataraxia, and that's where she got her first introduction. But yeah, anyway, she's amazing. I love this girl, and she's pretty good on case files too. Actually, not bad. But yeah, Luvia, single target arts ruler DPS attack is a bit higher than most 4-star rulers, which is cool. She's double buster, double arts, which is totally great for both farming and DPSing. Her gains on base are not super impressive, but they're not terrible either. The kit definitely helps it too. The arts cards are still nice, which is cool. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Target gets 20% attack, defense, MP gain for 3 turns. A nice little trio of effects. Most of the time I pop it on herself, but you know, because she can actually be used in multi-core farming as well, you sometimes can pop it on someone else too. Pretty cool flexibility and a very good skill, especially in a 4-star, like just very good uptime on 3 solid effects. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 1 turn and a 30 star bomb. Yes, it's a mana burst, but I prefer this to most mana bursts because the stars definitely help a lot, especially when you see the third skill. So on a 4-turn cooldown, you pay 5 stars to use it. Then she gets 500% absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, and 20% battery. I'm not gonna lie, there are many times I constantly wish this was a 30% battery, but you know, it still helps. It's better than nothing. 30% would make it so much better though. It would be a big difference because I use her all. I have a Bond 15 Luvia and I still use her to this day. So yeah, okay. But yeah, the skill set itself, it's good, but it's not amazing. That's the thing. It's good. But it could definitely still be better. I don't think they're gonna buff her though after the one buff she had, which is the biggest part about her. Yeah, but yeah, it's
her
still,
skills are buffable.
They are buffable, but as is because the MP buff, they're still adequate. Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
You never know.
Never said ever with this game.
They buffed Van Gogh's skill for fucking no reason.
They did, and we'll see that later. Oh, the joy! Yeah.
Yeah. So.
All right. So passives wise, we got 10% crit, which is fine. She has some crit potential. It's not crazy, but she can crit occasionally, so that's cool. 10% arts up is great because that's her main card type. Amazing passive. 225 flat damage is nothing, but 22.5% debuffers is great for bosses. She's anti-archer, and if they're evil, yes. Moriarty enjoyers beware. Then the buffed MP, yes, buffed. So before damage, she gets an invul pierce for 1 turn. Then she does damage, you get 20 stars on use, and then she has super effective against evil alignment enemies. So the base 150 to 200 range. And it's an 8-hitter, so it actually refunds a good chunk too. Especially with supports, it can refund a lot. So it's a very spammable MP, and the stars help with the spam too. Like, yes, she can even do some crit damage, but the crits are mostly just to spam more MP, if anything. That's the main gimmick. The MP hits really hard if you're against evil. Even if you're neutraling, it hits so hard. It's so good. I mean, I could be biased because I just had my whole spiel in here, but I still think she's like top 5 4-stars in the game, maybe top 3 if anything.
You're not biased.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that.
But you're maybe a little too excited.
But I mean, she's my favorite wife. What can I say, bro?
I mean, this is
my queen.
As far as single target 4-star DPSs go, is there one that's more applicable, like to like the game? Like,
I think the one that compares her to the most is probably Kriemhild. I think she's like the closest. Yeah. They're both they're top tier 4-star DPSs.
Yeah, Kriemhild is because she has the class and the bigger battery.
Kriemhild,
this character,
the thing is Cream is anti-dragon.
And Summer Ares actually. Chat reminded me. Summer Ares also is in that conversation. Yeah.
Actually, I think the best comparison, because I think Cream being a berserker does kind of put her in a slightly separate category. But Summer Ares is probably her biggest competition.
I don't think Ares is better, by the way, chat. Because, look, here's the thing. Upgraded MP, Invul Pierce is better.
Oh, yeah, no. She has an upgraded MP. So, while that's her competition, that doesn't mean she's better than her.
No, I'm just replying to chat. But that's just me personally. I don't think Ares is better. And also,
it depends on the case, I would say.
We have the partner in crime, Moriarty, right? Like, Moriarty.
Yeah, we'll see him later, too, actually.
Yeah.
Moriarty Ruler is so... Like, there's... For some reason, like, anti-evil DPS There's a couple extremely strong anti-evil DPS, and Moriarty Ruler shows up and is like, "What if we make him evil?" Now
I've
anyone's
seen
evil.
people even raid, like when they raid with Luvia, they can use what's her face?
Neato
Neato Alter. Yeah.
Right,
If they
yeah.
raid with her, they could use.
I've done that. Yeah. When I was there was just one thing I was doing where I just needed evil for one turn, and I was using Tonalico, and I just had Neato Alter cast the skill to make him evil, and I'm like, "Yep, nuke, bye." But no, if you just need one turn, Neato Alter is a quick button press to do it, but hers is only one turn, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think in terms of performance, she really shows, because like there are so many super recollections where people like if they are Estrella applicable, then there's an easy solution to the fight, right? Like, oh, I can do it with a level 90. I don't need all this whale crap.
That's how I did most of the super recollections on NA, even without the evil, because I have a Giga copy.
Like the Arjuna Alter, one, he's evil, so like
Arjuna Alter
Estrella
Morgan
just destroys that, and Morgan
even Oberon, to be honest. So like it's I don't know.
And honestly, she's mostly amazing against bosses, but she can even be used in farming. Is the thing. You probably need a better copy than most for that. Base copy is like whatever, but I do use her in farming all the time. Even like the latest NA 90 plus the arcade one, I actually used her. I used her and Tez, and I cleared the 90 plus. They were a nice comp there, but again, it's mostly because my Luvia is also good. So I want to preface that you kind of need a better copy if you want to farm. But for bosses, even base can be good.
Yeah, I think her battery might be a
it is a constant struggle. But with Tez, it was great because it's 30 and 20, so it works out.
Sure. Yeah. If she had a 30 battery, then the thing is the problem with 20 battery is append is 20, and then that is 20, so you're at 40. Yeah. And then even Tez, that just brings it up to 70, so you're still 30.
Well, we all know if they do decide to buff her battery, it's gonna start from 50. That's just how it's gonna be. Unless they add a crap ton of stuff to skill 3, which I think it's unlikely. I think they're gonna add another 30 battery to skill 2 or something.
No. Here's what they're gonna do. Skill 2 is gonna be change the arts to 3 turn and just add 10% charge.
Dude,
why? Just that's such a whatever.
That would be great. I would love that.
30% battery. That's all I'm saying. Like it's a buff, but it doesn't give her anything.
Keep talking,
crazy.
King. Let's go.
I'm just saying. I hate 20% batteries. I hate 20% batteries.
I agree. As much as I love her, I hate the battery though. But I would say EX tier. I would say EX tier.
Yeah, EX. Yeah, I agree. Super recollections is when they bring back a story boss, but they make their HP 5 times as big, and they also double their attack or some shit. But not always 5 times.
Double or triple it. It depends on the fight. They sometimes have common sense, and then other times
they're usually over 1 million though. Each break bar would usually be over 1 million. It's hard to say.
They're so overtuned.
I take it back.
But yeah, there you go. There's the greatest waifu of all time. I would still sit the crap out of her even if she wasn't like amazing. That's the thing. But it's cool that she is very good. Right, so another servant who has had a glow up, right, compared to last year. This time I actually didn't forget, hopefully. So yeah. Someone who used to be kind of trashed on, nowadays not that bad actually. We got Ruler Artoria, or Summer Artoria, Ladser thingy, whatever you want to call her. Bunny Toria. There you go. So, AoE, Buster, DPS, and I guess a bit of Farmer too. She's pretty versatile now, and even a support, right? So, yeah, she's interesting. Her attack obviously is not very high, it's very low, so that's like one of the main downsides, but they have been trying to fix her, luckily. So, yeah, it's ever so slightly above average among 5-star rulers. What was that?
Against 5 stars, the attack looks low. But if you think about it, people use 4 stars all the time.
Yeah.
And as a 4-star stat line, that's not terrible. So
and then there's the ruler modifier that helps too.
If you change your perspective, then it's fine.
And even among rulers, it's still above average among 5-star rulers, which is funny because there's a lot of supports.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not trash because their modifier helps too. But yeah. So the deck that we have double Buster, double arts. The 1 arts card is great. The 2 quicks are okay. The extra is okay too. So gains, they're fine, but nothing too impressive. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 40% battery, evasion for 1 turn, then this royal bunny jump delayed buff for 1 time. So after 1 turn, she gets 30% attack for 1 turn. So it's very similar to the Ishtar thing, but now there's other effects too, I guess. You can work with this, of course, but I'm not a huge fan of delayed buffs myself. But yeah, it's still workable, of course. Otherwise, yeah, 40% battery is a bit awkward, of course, as well. But, you know, it still does many things, I guess. The evasion is cool as well. Although sometimes it can be awkward, because again, it's hard defense. And she's not arts per se, so you might want to have some hard defense on command. Well, regardless, not the worst skill ever. It's totally workable. Second skill, so on a 5-turn cooldown, this buff actually has already existed for a long time. This is not the new one. So you choose one ally, and then their cards will not appear for 1 turn. So basically for that turn, you shuffle the cards, and then you choose, it shuffles the cards, and then you get cards from the 2 servants. Or 1 servant if she's the only one alive with someone else, I guess. But chances are you have 3 servants in the field, so you just get cards from the 2 other servants. Then the whole party gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns and 30% MP gain for 1 turn. Kind of wish the MP gain was 3 turns as well. But I don't hate this skill. It's not as good as a flat out choose 1 servant and only get their cards. But honestly, I think I've been giving it maybe a bit too much flack in the past. It's still, because assuming you also count like a damaging MP, you don't necessarily need 3 or 4 cards or anything like that from like a DPS of yours or hers, depending on how you're using her. Because even 2 cards can be just fine. And if you eliminate 1 servant, you're pretty likely to get at least 2 cards from both servants, right? It's like around the averages. You know, one of them gets 3, one of them gets 2.
Yeah.
Is the 1 time 1 turn is important, because unfortunately, if you use Vich to double cast it in 1 turn, it does not exclude both units. It just, it'll always...
It's
like
still
if
the
you
same
block
effect,
one
right?
Vich,
But you do get a new
and then
shuffle
you
though,
try
right?
to do
You
it
still get a
again
new
and block the
shuffle at
other
least.
one. Yeah, you do get a new
Yeah.
shuffle, but you can't like force a mighty chain or force a full hand.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I tried because readings for losers.
Yeah, alright. That's a good point to add there.
Just wanted to mention that.
So the third skill then, yeah. So on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 40% attack for 3 turns. She gets 30% buster for 3 turns and 500% absorb for 1 turn. So this is the new buff right here. Yeah, so I think I kind of downplayed this a bit when it happened. Obviously, spread 40 on attack, that's a lot. That's a crazy amount, though. And now her own buster is also 3 turns as well, and on a high amount. So that gives her 70% more damage on mixed buffs, too, which is... that's a lot. And the party 40 as well, of course. The absorb is only 1 turn, but ruler has a kind of a base absorb anyway, so it's not the worst thing ever. Yeah, this is quite a bit. So this is why people can now pick her as a support too, right? Because 40% attack, of course.
Usually this is conditional, right? Like you need to be divine for Steno, it would be female for Liz, but this is just no condition, right? So that is pretty strong.
That really says a lot when all the other ones are trait based or whatever. This is just anyone gets 40%. Even Tez, his is guts based, So yeah.
Yeah, I actually end up using her quite a bit as a support now. For that 40% attack up and the card shuffle with crit. It is a lot more useful than you would think. Because like if I'm not doing like an NP centric run, or like if I'm using cards instead of Oberon, sometimes I'll just bring her and ensure that make my hand easier and also get more attack and crits. Yeah.
So it's pretty nice. But yeah, let's cover the rest of the kit now too. 20% debuff risk. It's alright against bosses. 8% arts. She only has 1 arts card, but it's a good one at least, so it makes the gains on that even better. Especially if you're mighty. She's anti-saber, which, it's actually kind of good, because again, ruler hits neutral mostly, so you probably can't expect to see like Moon Cancer or something. So to be able to get a fairly common class that you can neutral, hey, why not, I guess. MP hasn't been buffed, but it does ignore defense on damage, which is cool. Then she gets 20% refund every time you use it, flat. There's no overcharge scaling like a lot of other Artorias. Then she gets a 20% rainbow for 1 turn before damage on the overcharge, scaling up to a 40%. So that's why the refund is not there, I guess. FX-wise, I do like it. It's just pure offense with utility. Like, you can't really hate it. And now we can actually kind of do some damage with all these buffs finally here. Most notably the third skill, because you can also stack this on turn 3 if you're farming, of course, that's a lot of buffs, needless to say. So now her farming numbers shouldn't even be that terrible anymore either, right? Yeah. I mean, they're not like god tier either, but you can even do farming now. But if anything, she has so many use cases, if anything. Like the supporting, the farming, even bosses can be DPS. Just versatile.
Her support definitely is like, it depends on your playstyle, because depending on how you play, sometimes you don't really care about card shuffling. But if you are going for more of a scripted sort of, it doesn't have to be a min turn, but like it has to be some kind of pre-planning, right? Like maybe some kind of hyper offense. You want to go all in with your cards. Maybe you already get your hand, and then you want to get your hand again, and then you can use this. But again, like I think like bringing something for RNG is not the best feeling, but bringing something that on top of the RNG already has decent enough buffs is definitely justified. Like 50% crit up, 40% attack up. Is like waiver numbers. I like to compare that to waiver numbers, kind of. Well, slightly better because more attack up than waiver, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's 30.
It's like waiver number. Yeah. So I do think she is as a pure support is a more tactical choice, but definitely very solid. Personally, because of how I play the game, I do use her. I think I specifically bond tend her just to get her bond CE, because that's another offensive thing that has been used.
Oh, it's party attack and crit as well, so it's even more of those two. Okay.
Yeah, but like I'm not saying it's particularly good. I'm just saying like I've definitely used her a lot as a support for my personal content. I know it's not going to be as valuable for a majority of the players, but still it is valuable in the sense that, again, on top of the RNG, you still have all this big buffs, right? So I like her a lot. I'd put her in 8A plus, but depending on,
I'd put her in A plus because like also I think like people like underestimate like her DPS. Yeah, her attack stat is low, but she has on, you know, you can get like 70% attack up, and then she has like, you know, buster up, you know, on her NP. You know, obviously you get like, I don't know, you just get a lot of buffs from her. I like her damage is good. I think the first time people were going, oh, this character's doing DPS, was like, I believe she was like one of the first like Cernunos runs, because she had before they.
I remember seeing a 120 run. Yeah, that was very early on. Yeah.
Yeah, because
there's a min turn, right?
They patched it to make it easier, because before the HP drain would still happen even after you killed him, and so you needed a ton of HP to survive it.
Yeah.
If you were doing a single core run, and she was the only character that had enough HP.
Yeah, I do. It was a min turn with her with 120. I remember seeing that video. It was like so early after he came out.
Yeah, card shuffle is strong. Like if you have everything planned out. Obviously, it's still RNG. Like I've had many situations where I needed 2 busters from that skill.
Yeah, you can maybe only get like 1 card of your DPS. It can happen. It's unlikely, but it can still, or 0 in the worst case, of course. But yeah.
Yeah, but it is a RNG thing. Like it's really up to like how much do you want? Because I genuinely do see people accept Hakuno as a support more than I expect. So I think it's a similar logic, because like you really have to consider like, yeah, Hakuno can do this more times, but like I didn't calculate this, but somebody should calculate like how much better a stacked shuffle like hers versus just a random shuffle. Like how many random shuffles is worth one?
There's probably a way to calculate that, right? But my brain is too small for that.
There's definitely a way, but I'm not good at math. Yeah. So, but like, so there's definitely a way to compare that. So this is pretty good. I will say this is.
So A to A plus.
I think A plus. I like her. I'm
not sure which one I would do.
A lot of buffs. She's very useful.
I will remind you though, there are a lot of high tier. It's another thing with like somebody questioning Hoax. There's a lot of good servants on this list, as I've slowly
A lot of
realized,
glow
so,
ups to last year in particular as well.
yeah. I think A plus can be warranted, but A plus might be.
I think
like,
I'll start
people
with
like
A.
us.
We'll see how the list forms later. I'll start with A, but that's
Yeah.
already definitely a glow up to last
Rio.
year.
Rio, do you think
What?
she's EX for TAs?
Oh, for like our purpose, yeah, I'd say she's like top tier, but like for like the general,
Okay.
like even the general populace, though, I think like what she does is good though. Like
No,
attack
I
up,
think it's
you know,
good, but like
partial-
I don't know if it's like A plus because like
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. There, I will say there is a chance she could move up in the later shuffle. But yeah, now we're gonna
Yeah,
go back to
it's-
Sabor Forwarders. I can find my stuff. Yeah, so another New Year's one, 5-star. We got the Young Guifei. We briefly mentioned her when we were talking about XX, I believe. But now we get to cover her fully as well. So another single target arts DPS. And boasting a fairly high attack of 12.2k. I'm not sure who has the highest attack of all foreigners, but I'm sure she's top 3 or something. Maybe. Hopefully.
probably Cuckoo.
Yeah,
Isn't it
probably.
Alco? After transformation.
Oh,
it
yeah,
might
because
be
that.
Alco.
Yeah,
oh,
true.
Super Alco.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's
True.
true. I forgot she cheats
Yeah.
because she has a super form.
Yeah. But yeah, Young still good stats, I want to say. She's double arts, double quick, and her arts cards are good, which is nice. Enables more MP spam, which is basically her meat and potatoes. The quicks are okay too, so they're not trash. Otherwise, not too much going on there.
By the way, sorry Rio, for your information, Cuckoo's higher than Super Alco by 1,000.
Wow.
Wow. Of course.
Curses.
That's crazy.
I hate
Actually,
Cuckoo so much, it's
wait,
unreal.
no, never mind.
Well,
I'm
that
stupid.
can't be right.
Yeah,
Never
1,000.
mind. I read it wrong.
Yeah, there's no way it's
Cuckoo
1k
is
difference.
the
right?
exact same as Super Alco.
Yeah, it was like
Sorry,
1k compared to
'cause,
Super would be
yeah,
crazy.
like, Super Alco's like 13k something.
Never mind. I
Yeah.
apologize. I read the wrong thing.
But more or less the
I
same
read
then,
base
okay?
Alco.
There you go.
Good.
Alright, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 1 turn. She gets 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns. 25 stars on use and a taunt on self for 1 turn. Man, this skill is nice now. It used to be so stupid because it only taunted males. And then with the buff they
yeah.
removed that and added
You
more
don't like your
stars to
gender
it.
taunts?
So yeah, it was just so weird.
It's
'cause-
lore accurate, but
yeah,
man,
yeah, but again, it's one of those things that just hinders her way
Yeah.
too much, sadly. So
I
now
agree.
it's all enemies.
It's like
great.
Fion, right? Fion.
No, his
Is it
taunt
not?
is against everything. It's just
Oh,
that
never
his
mind. I
his
thought it was
his dodge is RNG,
His
but it's 100% if you max it. But then there's the
Oh, his
he's
dodge
weak
is-
to female charm, basically as a demerit. I think that's what it is.
Oh,
Like he
Oh,
gets
never
charm
mind.
rest down against females
a
by like
demerit.
100% or something. I forgot.
yes, I forgot.
Yeah, but kind of a similar case, I guess. But yeah, now the skill is great, especially comboed with another skill of hers that we'll see later on. But yeah, even as is, it's good. Keeps the engine rolling, keeps her safe, more gains. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown. All enemies get a -1 tick down, and then she gets 20% gauge per tick down on the enemy. So if there's 3 enemies and you get they get ticked down, so you get 60% battery. If there's 6, you get 120%. If there's 1, you get 20. So yeah, that's how that math works. And then all the enemies get -20% defense down for 3 turns as well. It does have a high cooldown. I feel like this could have been a 6-turn cooldown, but I don't still hate it because it can be quite a bit of battery. Although you probably don't bring her too often against multiple enemies anyway, so it is somewhat awkward and because of that. But yeah, it's definitely her weakest skill, but it's still not trash. And then the third skill, so has also seen a buff. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets the Living Flame buff for 3 turns. So whenever she's attacked, the enemy gets, or the hitter gets -10% defense down for 3 turns. And they also get a 1k burn on them for 3 turns. So they changed it so they used to be like hit based, yeah. So now it's just flat out 3 turns. You can just keep stacking that defense down on those burns, which is awesome. Then she gets 20% defense for 3 turns, 30% arch for 3 turns, and 30% battery instantly on use. Talk about a great skill. Like, after buff, this skill is pretty nuts, right? It enables her MP to do super effective, and then it boosts her damage because the defense down, keeps her safe, more damage, more loop for the arts up, battery. It's like, that's crazy on a 6-turn cooldown if you ask me. It's a very good skill. Again, better comboed with the first one because of the taunt as well. So that's great. Honestly, her skill set is pretty strong despite the second skill being like not the best. Still a good skill set for sure. 400 passive, so 2 stars per turn and 12% debuff res, and then Divinity for some pretty useless flat damage. She's anti-ruler, which is not the best case because it's full neutral and it's a rare class to begin with. Then the MP, so she does damage to the enemy, and then also does a burn on them for 3 turns, which for some reason scales with MP level as well. So it's anywhere between 3 to 6k depending on your MP level. But then she does super effective against burned enemies, the standard 150 to 200 range on overcharge. So again, only just 1 burn is needed, then she gets her super effective. Any more burns don't improve her damage, despite just burns doing more themselves, I guess. But yeah, you only need 1 burn and then you hit that super effective. So I think she's very legit because of that. Because again, it's just things she can enable herself. And you can even, if needed, you can even slap some burns on your supports cards via CCs, but it's just very easy to uptime that. The only time where she's not very good if you can't really burn the enemy, if they're like debuff immune or something. But besides that, I think she's she could obviously she doesn't have a buffed MP, but still the super effective is still very legit.
I'm actually not sure if she could use a MP upgrade. At least if
yeah, I don't think
so.
I don't think so because it's so easy to get the super effective. Yeah, it would be too much.
I have to make sure I'm not crazy. Her second skill, if the enemy has no gauge, you get no battery.
Yeah, I didn't mention that. Yeah, true. Right? It's so, per tick drained. If you drain nothing, then you get nothing. Yeah.
That skill sucks.
Yeah, because you kind of want to use it turn 1 because the defense is down, but you if you want more value out of it, then you can't.
Yeah, this is unfortunate because if it doesn't have to, she would be in farming. She would be a 20-30 split charge. Like she would have 2 small batteries, and it would probably work nicely.
Well, like in 90 plus, say you have like a wave with like 3 enemies, but 1 really big one. She would have she would have a 90% battery total, and then a pen would mean 100, which means you could slot her into a Buster or a Quake team with no concern. But she doesn't. She has this thing, which sucks.
But the third skill is
I
really
think
good.
The worst skill on her.
I mean, it's easily the worst. Yeah.
Unbuffed skill. Because they fixed the garbage that is her first skill, and
the third skill is nice.
And now having no limit for the burns and the defense down is very great.
She has slow charge, so you wouldn't even need a pen too. If
yeah, he has 10% gauge per turn.
If they did
maybe that's why. In hindsight, she has a lot of charge, right? She has the first skill.
Her MP is very spammable.
Yeah, she has a lot of charge.
It just makes it for farming. She's a bit weird because you can't ever rely on that.
Yeah, I feel like as is, she's mostly just used for bosses. You can farm, but it's not the best thing.
I've used her with Lohi. Again, Lohi.
Yeah,
Lohi applies burn with skills. What a shock!
I think it's the MP, but it was like on wave 3.
Oh wait,
so
no,
it's
the MP, but burn on MP and then poison and curse on skill.
Yeah, so it's a little bit clunkier, but I think during the Christmas event, I did actually use her for 90 plus, which is funny, but
they should have made Lohi's skill to apply all 3 of them instead of the burn on the NP. I don't know why they put the burn on the NP.
Draco applies burn. Well, I mean, I think she's still solid though, especially as a boss killer, like Myst says. And now, again, with the battery, it's a lot more convenient, right? You can pop off very quickly with this character. You don't have to you don't need like 100 charge from outside sources, or 80, I suppose, with a pen too. But but 30 battery is a big buff. Plus the art sub is a big buff. She spams. I think her arts cards are really good now. Maybe
they're 2% on base as is, like without any buffs. Yeah, they're good.
Yeah. So now you get even more. So she's pretty good. I think like the only issue again is like probably. As neutral, she should be fine because she's universal anti-trade, right?
Yeah.
So
I think she's.
I definitely put her too low last year, but
I don't remember what he put her, but yeah, we maybe put her too low. I don't know. She's A minimum, right? Maybe an A plus.
I don't think she's A plus though. I think she's
maybe A then, but A minimum for sure.
I think
right?
A is fine because she's a good DPS. Like she's a good DPS, but she's not like okay. But Ruler Artori is better than her.
Well,
I think they're not super comparable, but
yeah, because like there are definitely people that prefer an arts DPS with universal anti-trait, over a card shuffle support.
Mm.
You know, like it's hard to compare. Like there's definitely people that don't care about card shuffle.
Yeah, I think that
Like,
even
to
if
some
she
people-
might be better, I don't think they're in direct comparison, and we'll see. There's still room for her being bumped later. Who knows?
Yeah.
All right, more foreigners. Next up is the other Abigail. That didn't take too long, I guess. There was not a huge gap between them, at least not on this list. So yeah, also foreigner, 5 stars, because you know she's just stuck to the class like BB, I guess. So she's AOE Buster DPS / utility support. I guess if you're crazy enough, you can try farming too, but no.
Don't.
Yeah, but she has interesting supportive stuff as well going on. Like I've been slowly come to terms with her actually having some use cases, because I used to think she's one of the worst SSRs in the whole game, like flat out. But I can kind of see why she would have some use cases nowadays. Anyway, 11.7k attack for foreigners is around average, so it's still okay, I guess. Double Buster, double quick on the normal deck, so they definitely changed up the deck from OG Abigail. Her one arts card is very good, and everything else is like okay at best, but they're still better than Abigail's, I guess, like OG. So there's that. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, target gets put to sleep for 2 turns, so if they get hit, the sleep is removed. But if they have shit like Invul, then it doesn't remove it. Again, it's only removed on damage. It also removes buffs from the targets, and then they they get the special defense down that's 50%. It's for 1 attack, 2 turns when they have the sleep up, basically. So it's like a reverse mana burst for 1 hit. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
I do think they should have just made it like 30% for 3 turns or something. It's kind of weird, but yeah.
Again, I don't know why she doesn't have a passive where she doesn't wake you up when she like hits you, because she's like supposed to trap you in a nightmare.
Yeah.
So like I don't get why that's not a thing. That would have been so thematic. Maybe they couldn't do it.
Like give her the exception. Like everyone else still wakes you up, but her would be like, yeah, you should still stay asleep. I don't think that would be broken. Yeah, I think that would be fair.
It's not broken, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Although, actually, this is on a 6-turn cooldown, it's a 2-turn sleep. But I guess at some point, it might be hard to avoid others' cards, too. But for solos, that might be too cranky. I don't know.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. It's an interesting idea, though.
Maybe.
Alright, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. All enemies get terrored for 1 time, 3 turns. And then there is a 55% chance to activate the terror stun for 1 turn. So, ever so slightly above OG Abby, 5% increase. They get a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns, and now she gets 30% buster up for 3 turns. So that was the only buff. Well, actually, no, they reduced the cooldown as well, but then she got the buster up too, because they realized maybe she herself should do a bit more damage too. Despite, you know, having some supportive stuff, she just, like, there's that meme where she farms EXP and she can't even kill hands with an MP5 or something. Like, it was, it was funny.
That was kind of a misleading meme.
Yeah, because it was like 0 buffs and shit.
Yeah, a lot of servants actually couldn't do
like
it.
If you bring like MP5 neutral with 0 buffs, yeah, I mean, yeah, give or take.
Yeah, there are servants that also can't do it. So I don't think that was a very fair.
Really funny though to make fun of her, because not to say I've tried farming with her, like honest attempts, like not like joke attempts.
Single core? I mean, yeah.
Single core. And it's never worked out well at all.
Yeah, her damage, even if it was over-exaggerated, her damage is still not amazing by any means.
She's not even the lowest single core buster looper in Foreigners. Though. Like, if you check the numbers.
Interesting.
But yeah, anyways.
Alright, third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 50% battery. Then she gets 30% debuff success rate up for 3 turns, and then 30% buster resist, or one enemy gets minus 30% buster resistance for 3 turns. So again, there's more of that damage supporting thingy as well. And the debuff success rate, or debuff success rate, can help with landing her stuff too, in case the enemy has some resistance. 50% battery helps too, because while her gains are better than OG Abigail, they're still not amazing overall. Foreigner passive, so 2 stars per turn, and then 12% debuff res is nice. 9% buster up, also nice, because she's even more buster focused this time around. And then flat damage doesn't really do anything. She's anti-Avenger, which neutral case and a very rare enemy, so not the best. AoE damage on the MP, but before damage she removes all defensive buffs from the enemies, which is cool utility. And then after damage, all enemies get minus 20% defense down for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. So pretty straightforward MP. Not amazing, but not terrible either effects-wise at least. Again, it just doesn't do a ton of damage. So if anything, the main use case for it is still like this kind of interesting damage support stuff she offers and maybe a bit of CC. And
My most recent use case. Oh, sorry.
yeah, I was about to say like the one her MP is still pretty easy to get. So if you need AoE defensive buff removal, you get that and more defense down as well. So while she herself doesn't do damage, she can at least use her MP for supporting as well.
They don't want to usurp Amakusa, so they didn't make a full buff purge.
I guess so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but let's
It
be
could have
honest.
been.
Defensive buff purge is almost, it's like 95% of the way there. The only thing it doesn't cover is guts.
Well, also
outside of that-
enemy invul pierce and like it's.
Well, yeah, but like
I-
95% of the time, defensive buff removal is what you're really going for.
Well, yeah, for this kind of support, especially yes, because
I feel like if you're running non-arts teams, it's kind of nice if they remove their offensive buffs too.
Yeah, like if it's a bunch of crit ups, it does remove. I mean, she has a full buff removal on skill as well, so that's fine. My most recent use case for her is I used her in a raid over Oberon as a buffer because number one, my Oberon spawned 15, but number two, there's no animation after the turn ends. You know when after Oberon's turn ends, he got.
Oh yeah, you get those the demerits activating.
Yeah, so look, I'm not saying that I'm not claiming it's a good use case, but I'm saying I think I bomb 10 her from like nothing. So
Oh no, I have used other options than Oberon just because it takes so long. Like not to go on a small tangent here, but I've been memeing it up with using Tonalico and Alco in a team, and every turn there are 4 actions that have to resolve at the end of every turn. Tonalico charge,
Right.
Tonalico stars, Alco charge, Alco bullets. It takes forever to go across a turn.
And you know what? Set her damage MP is comparable to Oberon. For an MP, if you're not using Black Grail, it is.
Yeah.
For a Buster
use
MP,
Black
if you're not
Grail,
using Black Grail,
Oberon-
it is.
Oberon's
It is
value
comparable.
comes from Black Grail.
But
Yeah.
Because like if you're not using Black Grail, like especially like in events with with damage CEs,
Yeah.
Oberon's value is way less because he's only
it gets watered
multiplying
down and also
whatever buffs he's giving, and power mods like that are the same damage type as NP, but they're not multiplied. And if you're already running 200%, you're probably better off with like attack up and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Granted, the one
in a lot of
difference
challenge
still
quest
that's
finishers
like
that
even
bring
though
her
they
low,
can hit
but-
similar like damage numbers
Yeah,
for
70
supporting
charge.
Buster, she does not give 70% back. In fact, she
Yeah,
gives
yes,
0%.
70%.
So you still have to make do
that
with
is
that. So that is still a big
It
difference.
is the battery thing.
Yeah.
But there was one run I was doing where, oh, actually no, that wasn't using MP anyway. Never mind. Oberon wouldn't
So-
have mattered.
In reality, she's a buff removal support that can also
That
gives you
supports
quite a
Buster
bit of
damage.
buffs. Yeah, which I mean, as a DPS, I don't think she's horrible. Like most people who has existence outside of domain that has 2 Buster cards can be carried by Van Gogh, right? Like because Van Gogh can
Yeah.
just make them hit really hard with the cards, anyways. And her Buster looping is pretty bad, but because of the 30% Buster up, it's not that bad. It's still really bad, but it's not. I don't
I'm
know.
gonna say something that people may think is crazy from me, but I definitely think she's better than Amakusa as a DPS.
Well, she probably does more damage, but
Because of existence outside of domain.
Yeah,
I
that
think without
definitely-
existence outside of domain, she doesn't. But
I'm
Like if I'm
feel-
building a team like to use her as a DPS because she's a foreigner, I feel like I can build a better team around her than other
better team,
units.
aka Van Gogh.
AKA Van Gogh, yeah.
Is
My
she-
better
is she
team is
B
Van
tier?
Gogh and Van Gogh.
Is she B? She
I
has
think-
weird use cases, but I think B is fine. I think she has more cases than
B is
Qin Shi
fine.
Huang. I think she has more use cases than Qin Shi Huang, like for sure. Like yeah.
I think B tier is fine, honestly. I'm sure Otto won't be too
Yeah.
mad about that either. Because he's always the one trying to
mean,
push her the most.
I think at max he would put her at B+. I don't think.
Yeah, even he probably wouldn't go super high.
Yeah.
There you go. Now we have both of the Abbeys covered. I guess there's still, there is a third Abbey as well.
There's
But
one more,
Yeah.
and that
Oh,
one
there's
sucks.
so many of them.
Yeah.
There's another one. I forgot.
Yeah,
we
a
just
very
got it.
recent
so
one.
many Abigails.
No one really remembers her
None of them
because she
good.
was released with Lohi, so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then she's just bad.
She has a-
Spoiler.
Yeah.
Well, her
Anyway.
main gimmick is bad. I don't think the servant is that bad, but yeah.
Yeah, true.
Anyway, sorry.
So next up, let's talk about the satellites. We got Voyager next. So AoE, quick, DPS. I guess you could try farming, but I feel like he's definitely way better on like boss content, for sure.
I mean, he can do multi-core because there's party charge, and he has upgrade MP.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess
So-
multi-core. I don't know why I was just thinking single core. Yeah, true. All right, fair enough. He has presence in both.
I've seen stuff. But I mean, single core is just a
I've
quick
seen
mover,
some
which is
things.
I've seen things. Attack, sadly, not very high for a 5-star foreigner, so that's one of the drawbacks he has, I guess. He's double arts, double quick, which also not the best for his actual DPSing playstyle, because you probably prefer double bust or double quick. But the gains on the arts they're okay. Otherwise, his gains are not great on base. So again, the deck doesn't even make it even that much better for him to get gains easily. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets 50% battery, debuff immune for 3 turns, and 10 stars on use. It's great. It's good. Yeah, makes sense. Easy to get your MP, and then stars help always, and good uptime on debuff immune if you need that for bosses. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets an evasion for 1 turn, he gets 20% quick up for 3 turns, and then one enemy gets minus 20% quick res down for 3 turns. I don't know why, again, it's single target. It's the same as, like, Kiara, again. It's just so weird. Like, why do you put that on an AoE servant? It should be AoE. It wouldn't even be that broken. It would be fine, I think. But alas, it is single target shred. But at least he has the buff as well, which is cool. Sometimes maybe awkward to use on bosses, because on quick, your survival is not a given, so you might want to save it for some big defensive turn. Although you're going to be missing out a lot of offense though. So it's a bit tough. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Target ally gets 600% absorb for 1 turn, 30% quick up for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for the full party for 3 turns, and 20% crit resistance for the full party for 3 turns. I like it. You're probably going to use it on himself because of the quick up. So then he gets even more quick up. It's like 50% at that point, which is not shabby at all. Absorb is on a big downtime, but he's going to be generating quite a bit of stars anyway, so it's not that bad. And especially if you bring Van Gogh with DPSing, then stars again, not the biggest issue. And then
was
party.
this the buff?
Yeah,
They
this
just
is a
added
buff.
the quick up?
I think
nothing
so.
else?
Yeah. So it's not a big thing with the buffs, but honestly, the skill wasn't
Well,
even
he
that
has an
trash to
upgrade.
begin with. Honestly, it was
Yeah, that's
okay.
fair.
So it didn't really
Yeah,
need
I
a
don't
lot
really need
anyway.
the
Now
buff.
I think now it's a good skill. It's not a broken skill. It's just a good skill. Like I like the party crit resistance as well. It would be nice if it was 30% to eliminate base crits, but even 20%, it's most base crits, so it's not bad at all. So it's a pretty decent skill set, all things considered, actually. 2 stars per turn, 6% debuff res, not too shabby on the first passive. The foreigner, obviously, Van Gogh synergy enabled as well. 8% quick and arts up on the second passive. Mostly for the quick up is okay. He only has 1 arts card, but or wait, no, he has 2 arts cards. So actually, it's not that bad. Yeah, he's all right too. 10% buff removal resistance. Sadly, mostly a meme. I can't rely on that at all. But if it works out, then hey, congrats, you just saved some buffs, I guess. He's anti-lancer, which I guess in some cases you would have him on hitting some neutral enemies as well. So maybe not the worst depend to have. Buffed MP is also great to have. So he does area damage, which does super effective against sky attribute enemies. It's just a flat 150 though, no scaling. Full party gets 20% battery on use, including himself. And then also living human trait allies get another 20% battery. So he can give 40% if you have that trait. Pretty cool. And then before damage, he gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn. On a base overcharge, getting up to 40%. So it's not ramp up, but certainly better than like instant kill or a burn or something. So cool to see. So against sky attribute, he definitely has very legit damage himself. Otherwise, he's maybe mostly used for like some kind of multi-core on farming with the spread battery, and you can even give someone else some more quick if needed. Granted, he might himself need it, both of them. So, but honestly, even on bosses, I kind of like him. He's kind of a safer quick option, if anything. Just a lot of defensive tools for a quick DPS.
I've seen people bring up the comparison. Obviously, he's not as spammy, but like I've seen people bring up the comparison of like Da Vinci Rider, where like if he gets to spam, can kind of give the party charge.
I was about to say, because I think the biggest comparison, at least here, is him and Jacques. They're very similar in many ways. But yeah, if you're talking about farming and whatnot, or maybe even some bosses, I guess, if you're playing it safe, I can kind of see that there, because the party charge,
I
right?
mean, there's a really funny team that I think Naya did it first. I don't know if he did it first, but like I saw it from him first, where it's Miyu, because Miyu's Miyu's living human, so it was like double.
Oh yeah, let me open the
double
list.
Miyu.
There you go.
It's a boss team where like they could infinitely spam MP, but because Miyu's like a tiny Merlin kind of character, but
and
yeah.
Honestly, I want to argue
so
that
she
Miyu's
gets a lot
MP is
of
better than Merlin's, but yeah.
Yeah, so it's a fun little thing, but I'm not saying that's the best team, but like you can kind of use that as sort of logic to charge your party. It's just that quick supports don't really appreciate it as much as arch supports, I'd say, compared to like Da Vinci Rider. But he's still good. Like I think the upgraded MP with an anti-trade makes his damage serviceable. And he has some farming utility, not the best, but he has some farming utility. And he is often overlooked. I think the MP upgrade really fixed him.
Yeah, he used to do kind of like noodle
great,
damage, but now he can actually do some decent damage.
I want a counterpoint.
Yeah.
He does come from my most hated event.
Oh.
Okay.
I
like Kijo Koyo.
I like going around the board.
It's not even
Space 12. Go back to Space 12. 50
Why
times.
Why is Hakuno not living human? Hakuno's AI, no?
Yeah, Hakuno is that's spoiler, I guess, but like,
is it spoiler?
Is it spoiler?
It's
spoiler for
spoiler.
extra and CCC, but you know,
is this really?
I mean,
did you guys watch Last Encore? I thought you guys just played through the event that was basically Last Encore.
No, it's fun.
Look, that event, arcade event it's arcade. No, it's extra. No, it's CCC. No, it's Last Encore. It's like what if we just cross over everything? I do kind of like the arcade event.
It's technically a spoiler for the end of it, extra. Bro, yeah. Okay, let me refer. He's a dead face. I still don't know what that means to this day. I'm pretty sure
nobody knows what that means.
Bullshit. He's a dead face, whatever. But
honestly, his farming numbers are pretty legit too. Like actually.
Yeah, it's just the problem with like quick looping is not necessarily the easiest compared to other stuff. But because he has multi-core utility, I do think it pulls a little bit back for farming.
Yeah, he's not just single core.
He's solid. But
also, normally he's leaving you. Like if you're going against bosses, it's not just me. Like you have shit like Rhinus as well in here, which would be like,
true,
that's
Rhinus.
great. And for me, it would also be Jinako as well, because I like to bring Jinako, Rhinus, and then a DPS. I do that a lot, but that's mostly just me as well. But yeah, Rhinus in particular.
At least Rhinus is definitely a better choice.
Yeah, for CQs, that's like being able to spam for MP even easier.
MP gain up and. You know, all that.
I think the only funny thing about the Miyu comp is you don't have to use cards anymore. I think at some point you'd be able to triple MP every turn, but
yeah,
it's pretty cool.
It is funny, like, and it isn't like if you have two Miyus running and they're both MP5, you do end up with 120% attack up after so many cycles because they are, you know,
Aoko
30%.
Oh, you could run him with Super Alk, maybe. I don't know. See, but like it's not necessarily that great. But
so where should I think he's A minimum, right?
I think he's just A probably.
Just A.
And another reason that I kind of not sure about Hokusai anymore, but we'll talk about that later. But
fair enough.
I see. Okay,
let's start with that.
I like him as much?
Because again, there's probably going to be some shuffling between the A ranks later on. I'm pretty sure. We'll see how it goes.
I feel like this is gonna be another very top heavy one. Maybe we'll have to split them up later.
I mean, it is what it just goes how it goes. You know. I feel like it's fine.
No, there's some ones that I consider lower on here. It's not going to be that top heavy. Actually, one
Okay.
people may disagree.
Well,
with
you know
me,
what? Speaking
but,
of top heavy, I feel like we have a very interesting
yeah.
one up next, at least.
The fucking
So we're
half
still
the
gonna
list
cover
is
her, of
carried by
course,
this
because you know we have to. But yeah. So let's
You
talk
mean
about
every
Van
foreigner?
Gogh. We covered Miner, the Lancer version, many weeks ago, who was new to the list, and now, while Van Gogh obviously not new, her OG version, she does have a new buff for some reason. Who knows why? But they wanted to give her a buff. So yeah, Van Gogh is a support and a DPS, and she's goated in both. How about that? And even a great soloer. So yeah, there's 3 good things she really excels at. So attack at 11.2k is like the weakest thing about her. It's below average among 5-star foreigners, but oh well, like oh no. Anyway. She's got triple quick on her deck, which you might be like, oh, but that's not the best for damage, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. She's still gonna do crazy damage. And her quicks actually have very decent gains too. Much like her 1 arts cut is pretty good too, so gains are also not an issue. For both stars and MP actually. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets the guts for 1 time 5 turns, and then she gets 3 curses for 100 damage that lasts for 10 turns on self as a demerit. It really should say demerit, but oh well. And then she gets 10% battery per every curse on her, which again, order of operations, it's minimum 30% from this skill alone, unless you somehow immune those. But because again, the only way you could get rid of them is immuning, because they have a 500% chance to apply. So yeah, it obviously gets better when you see the other skills too, but even as is, it's not terrible by any means. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 150% chance to do a 20% defense down on enemies for 3 turns. Like, there was no reason to make it like more than guaranteed, but you know what, sure, hey, it's easy to land. Then they also get minus 20% quick rest down for 3 turns. The full party gets an evasion for 1 hit 3 turns. Also 300 healing per turn for 3 turns, and if it wasn't obvious, it's pretty funny, because if you don't use this kind of offsets this 300 damage here as well. And then the full party gets a 100 curse for 10 turns, so there's another 3 curses spread to your party. Again, it shouldn't really say demerit, but I guess it has to, because it's damaging you. Theoretically. Great skill though, very good. And then the buff 3rd skill, so on a 5-turn cooldown, targeted skill, 1 ally gets 30% attack for 3 turns, 600% absorb for 3 turns. Then she herself gets this on attack buff for 3 turns, so whenever she attacks with quick cards, she removes 1 latest curse on her. And if she's successful at removing it, she gets 10% attack for 3 turns. Then she gets 20% MP when you use this, and then all curses from the team get redirected to her. So she absorbs all the curses, also from the enemy, in case that happens to be the case. We like Doman and stuff like that. So she takes everything for herself, which just makes her first skill battery that much better. You can easily get like a full MP out of this, depending on your comp. So yeah, it's a pretty...
It's so funny.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say it's so funny because like people are like, oh my god, you must be so upset that Van Gogh got a buff before Koyan Dark. No, because she's like hard carried by this character in my content.
Yeah, they're good
Like, you
together.
never see them apart. They're always put together. So it's basically a Koyan Dark buff to me. So it's like, yeah. So it's not upsetting at all. Anyways, but yeah, this is an insane buff.
So yeah, this is on a
For no
5-turn
reason.
cooldown too, by the way. This skill, pretty nuts. Pretty freaking nuts. So yeah, this skill set, needless to say, like the skill set alone is really strong. And that's not even the strongest part about her, but the skill set alone is just really good. So that's great. Passives, she gets 2 stars per turn and 10% debuff rest on the foreigner passive. So again, even self synergy if you're into that, because double Van Gogh, you can do it. It's a bit overkill if anything, but you can do it. 6% buster up, not the biggest thing for her. She only has 1 buster card, but it just gets better, I guess. 7.5% bonus debuff success rate, doesn't hurt because she's very debuff heavy, of course. Divinity is the one passive that does like nothing. And then she has the funny passive where curse can never kill her, in case enemy happens to put curses on you that do like 1k damage or something, because all her own curses are very minor. They don't do a lot of damage, but even bigger curses would never be able to kill her. Sir Nunna's memes, I guess. Yeah, great passives too. She's anti-caster, which is no matter what this would be, it would be great, because she works against basically everything. Honestly, it's good that it's a common class rather than an extra class, so it's good. Then the MP. So all enemies get terrored for 1 time 3 turns. There is a 60% chance every turn to stun them for 1 turn. The full party gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns on base MP1, 100% on MP5. And then further gives 100% crit damage for 3 turns on foreigner passive allies. And then you get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. And all allies get 30% attack for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 50%. Talk about a loaded MP though, like actually low. Considering like, I think it would be okay if it was like self only, but these are all AOE buffs. Like what the hell, dude? The AOE buffs and debuffs. It's such a loaded freaking MP.
And
It's
her
really
MP is
funny
super
because
spammable.
she has like, I remember when she first came out, people were like, "What is this spaghetti soup looking skill descriptions?" It's like, what am I looking at, a Yu-Gi-Oh card or something?
Yeah.
Because like she has like, I think some of the longest skill descriptions in the game. Because like every skill has so much text. And like I don't think people thought she was very good at first. But like, man, that buff, a quick card, by the way, with that buff generates like 40% charge. A quick card, right? Like now, like it's really dumb how much like our NP quick does refund. Like that's, and the thing is sometimes if you're using a team comp, it's worth it to instead cast the cooldown reduction on her than your DPS.
Oh wait, also on that note, I have to correct myself because the way I worded it made it sound like this is a 20% battery on use. No. It's you get the 10% attack from quick cards, but now you also get it's from every quick card basically you use. So you get 20% for every quick card, not just when you use this skill. So yeah, I just now realized it sounded very misleading. So yeah, just to put that out there, it's way better than that.
So after her first skill usage, you get 60% MP. If you double cast your skills, it becomes 120% charge on the first skill. The second time you use it, if you haven't used any quick cards, it is pretty funny to build up a bunch of charge there. But yeah, like no, then she has like it's 30% attack. The NP, you know, it's worth sometimes. I often use her with like an overcharge CE. Because like if you do like it's really easy to start with like the Amoxa CE, which is 4 times overcharge twice. And so like you can use her MP twice, and that's 80% attack up. Because like her MP is super spammable, right? Because she has such high gains and such high batteries. So like I don't know. She's
funny enough, that C is both busted on her and like Castoria.
Yeah, it's not a good CE for normally, but on 2 very specific units, it's useful.
Yeah.
And they happen to be. I do think Van Gogh is the best neutral support in the game. So like if you're not looking at card type support, Van Gogh is probably the best. The only problem with Van Gogh, this is a problem in quotation marks, is it's
not
too
a problem.
easy for foreigners to hit crit cap.
She gets too many numbers, if anything, sometimes.
No, it's too easy.
I thought you were gonna say the stun, but yes,
no,
it is.
Especially if you have MP5, it's 200% crit. It's crazy.
Yeah, because like here's the thing with class score. So if you have a servant and if you have foreigner class score, right, and then you have a pen 4 and then 2 Van Gogh MPs, you're at crit cap. You don't need any other skills.
Yep.
You're at crit cap. And so
you're 450.
Every crit skill. Well,
no, you're at 450, right?
So
for Buster 450. For Quick it's like 480.
No,
490.
Quick is 70% with class score, 30%.
Is it not 60? It's 70?
No, there's
for
base 10 and then Quick 60.
Oh,
so
there's base 10. You're right.
So Buster's 30, Arts is 50, Quick is 70.
Yeah.
So Quick is at 500%, and Buster
Quick is like
they're close enough. Basically, it's still crazy.
Buster is at 460, right? Which is like,
I mean,
so almost every other crit skill is pointless at that point.
I mean, this is a very familiar calculation for me because like Koyan Dark is exactly cap after 2 MPs. So like it's yeah.
Also, you know what's
ridiculous.
funny actually? On the topic of you saying her skill descriptions are Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I think this is probably the longest skill name as well in the game after the buff. I don't think there's a single skill that's longer than
the
this.
Water in the urn.
It's like a poem.
Yeah. I do really like Van Gogh though. Van Gogh is one of my favorite units to use, just because she she's a support, she's a soloer, she's a DPS, like
Yeah.
you know, and I don't know. There's just nothing wrong with
So
her.
the question is, obviously EX is the easiest EX ever, but because I kind of want,
I thought we're not
I
doing
did
extra
say I kind of
tiers.
only want
Don't do
Casadori to have
extra
her own
tiers.
tier, but
Don't do extra tiers.
Yeah, we shouldn't,
Nah, we're
right? We
not doing
shouldn't.
extra tiers.
No.
We shouldn't.
Like I just want to add another thing. I do think Van Gogh can't like. Yes, she's very good at with existing outside of domain, but she's completely usable without.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you have her,
Especially
like,
with the new
MP2
buff,
or
yeah.
3. Yeah, if you have her like higher MP level, because like she still gives everything you want, right? You still have Star Return, Star Absorb. She can still spam her MP, and the crit up at base is still 50%, which is not bad.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you have a bigger copy, then it's even more, right? So I
Mm.
think outside of EOTD, she's still like arguably the best crit support. in
She
the
still
game.
gives a ton of attack up too, because
Mhm.
it's 30%.
Yeah.
And then a defense down. And then if they're a quick unit, for some reason, quick resistance down, so you do even more. Like,
Mhm.
Yeah, so
It's,
I
you
still
know.
like her outside of like I use her with
yeah.
like Draco a lot, which is sounds very weird. but I
Would you
use her
say
with
you
Draco.
like her
I-
outside of the domain of outside of the domain?
True.
Like,
Meta.
I
Definitely
use
just
her.
existence. She's just existence everywhere.
Like, I used her on both my for the current challenge quest. I used her with Kaiser Drop and Hakuno, because just like, I don't know, you just can't beat the attack up and crit up. Like, there's no one else who does that. You know.
Yeah, I mean, for min turns, she's a different monster, right? For min turns, you always want MP5 Van Gogh. For min turns, if you have 2 Buster cards, Van Gogh's your best support. Like I use Van Gogh with Kiara, Alter Ego. Like it's just but that's obviously more so. I would say like specifically for min turns, she's like completely busted, no matter if it's EOTD. But even for normal
Yeah.
use, I think like MP1 Van Gogh is still arguably one of the strongest crit supports.
Sometimes
which is-
if you're just playing normally, the terror, you know, it's an easily spammable terror, which does help. Like if you're just talking about like stalling things out, you know, a random stun every couple turns, not bad to have. You know,
Mhm.
it's not something to bet on, but like the only bad thing about terror is sometimes you have like 3 stacks of terror on the enemy because nothing's been procking, and all 3 go off at once.
Yeah. It can be a bit weird,
And
but
you're like,
yeah.
no.
Anyway, we probably don't need to glaze Van Gogh anymore, so I'm sure, yeah, it's pretty obvious at this point. So, ruler time again. It's a Valentine's event. We got Karen next. Very interesting servant. AoE quick DPS farmer. I kind of like her more on bosses, but honestly, she's one of the better neutral quick loopers in the game still. But I do like her kit more for bosses, if anything. So yeah, 11.3k attack is high for a ruler, so that's good. She's double arch, double quick, which I don't necessarily hate. Maybe double buster would have been cool, but I don't really hate this deck either, because her gains are still fine. So her MP spam is just that much better. So it's still okay, I want to say. First skill on 6-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and then a regen buff for 3 turns. So every turn she steals 10% gauge from your allies. So it's one of like a summer melt situation kinda, except it happens per turn. Then the party members besides her get an invul for 1 attack, 3 turns, so they get like a lesser version of that. And then the full party gets, actually, only her allies get 20% MP gain for 3 turns. It's not a big deal though that she doesn't get that, I want to say. It's her gains are still pretty good. Interesting skill though. But yeah, if you have a lot of spread gauges, then it doesn't hurt that much that she steals a little bit extra to keep herself going faster and faster. Good protection skill too. Second skill is 7-turn cooldown. She gets a taunt for 1 turn, 30% battery. All enemies get their MP gauges drained by 1 tick. They get 20% minus 20% attack and defense as well for 3 turns. It is a pretty high downtime, but all the effects are pretty good at least, so not bad. You can probably delay this by 1 turn if you want to get the tick down against bosses. For damage you would only lose out on the 20% defense, so it's not that big of a deal. But you can pop it turn 1 too, I guess. But it's tempting to get that tick down. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 20% rainbow for 3 turns, another 20% battery, and then 1 enemy this time gets another tick down. So she has full AoE tick down and then 1 enemy tick down, so she can definitely keep someone very much delayed. semi-high cooldowns, but the skills it still does quite a bit, so I don't think it's that bad of a thing. 10% debuff success rate on the passive is fine. She has debuffs after all. More bonus chance. 10% crit up is great because she's a quick unit, so she's going to be generating a lot of stars by default. She has the funny, unique passive. She gets minus 20% to debuff resistance, which is treated as a buff. Interestingly enough. But then, in the same passive, she has 20% more attack while she has debuffs. So that's why it's treated as a buff, so she doesn't get like a freebie, like a 20% permanent attack. But obviously there are ways of maybe enabling this anyway. It's a very interesting passive.
Black Grail counts as a debuff, by the way.
Yeah, anything that says
Yeah, it
demerit
counts
is
for
still
Black
counted as a debuff as well.
It's dumb.
Yeah.
Hate it.
It's pretty cool. It's
yeah.
very cool for her because she
The
can Black Grail
intention-
loop, yeah.
Yeah, the intention was.
And
not
yes, the
that,
Avenger
right?
passive works well. I assume that's why this was made, because, you know, she has a big connection with Andrew
Andrea.
Mayu, so that's why maybe, because again, you can
Yeah.
use him to proc this too. Okay. Then we have some flat damage, which is pretty redundant, but the same passive also has 22.5% debuff res, which is great. And then she has another unique passive, which is great. She's immune to terror, she's immune to charm, and then she has 10% buster resistance. What a nice passive that is, just great. All kinds of BS gets nullified, and then, you know, less damage from busters. Great. Great passives, honestly, she's really good. She's anti-archer, which is fine because most of her damage is neutral, and it's a common class, so that's great. Upgraded MP is also great to have. So AoE damage, which does super effective against chaotic alignment enemies. It's flat 150, no scaling. Then all enemies get minus 20% quick res down for 3 turns. It is after damage, but against bosses can be a form of ramp up. All enemies get buff blocked for 1 time 3 turns. Cool utility. And then before damage, she gets 10% MP damage for 1 turn on its base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. I like the MP a lot, especially for bosses. It's great. For farming, is kind of redundant. Maybe on last wave, you might hit Chaotic Servant, but otherwise, for bosses, it's definitely very nice to have. Can do a lot of damage after some turns. I think she's just very good. Maybe not top tier, but I think she's very good.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that sentiment because like she was top tier for a very long time, but I do think
Yeah, back when like
As more stuff
single
got
core
MP
quick was way more
upgrades.
relevant because she was one of the greats in that too.
yeah.
I-
Also,
I-
not that many servants have MP upgrades. Like I think
Yeah.
as more servants get MP upgrades, this is not going to feel as broken as it used to be. I mean, it's still really good though because it's an MP upgrade with an anti-tray.
Mhm.
But her deck, you can technically nitpick it a little bit.
Yeah.
But she's still good. I think she's still good. I don't know. How about sorry?
I think she's
cut you
fine.
off.
I don't like using her. The annoying part, and here's why I don't like using her, is you're already having to pick, you know, your support. You got to run double Scotty or something like that. But then you got to hope that your support has given Scotty's append to a lore, let alone unlocked it. And not everyone does that because they're like, it's
Well-
Scotty. Why do I need the append? And
True.
like,
If you're gonna
then-
single core, yeah, that is a
Yeah, that is the
which
price
is-
you have to pay for. I guess I can show the sheet as well. I assume it mentions it. You do have to have your Scotties get some gauge. So append is the easy fix, of course. Let's see.
it's annoying and like no one has it, or well, a lot of people didn't. I think it's more common.
Well, to be
now
honest,
than
it's
it
at least
was,
easy
but,
to
like,
get if you want to loop with her, because you can already get it at MP1. I think you need bond 6 for one append, right? So it's pretty easy, and they're meta support, so everyone has a high bond anyway. But again, maybe not everyone has it. It's only people that do farm with her would have it. But honestly, I use to be honest, as someone who uses Caster Scotty in CQs as well, I think it's very nice to have there too. So I just have it because of that. But yeah.
Also, I don't like there is like if you want to like actually like get the most out of her, you do have to have some trigger for that demerit thing, which means either you're always taking an Avenger in the back line or you're running Black Grail.
Yeah.
What if you're not running? What if you're in an event where you're not running Black Grail and you've bonded your Avenger? I hate restrictive team build like for the back line. Like
I have the secret tech.
What's that?
Van Gogh command code. Paintbrush.
Oh, well, that's card dependent.
Well, yes, but that is
Well, it
in
helps a
fact,
little bit, at
secret
least.
tech. That is in fact a tech. Yeah. I mean that it's probably better on Van Gogh now that she eats curse and then gives herself charge. Like it never felt that good on Van Gogh, but after the buff it does. But yeah, you could use it on Karen. I think she's still I don't know,
But
8A
she's still
plus,
good.
But
I think she's A.
yeah.
I don't think she's like.
I think there
don't
could be
like
a case where she could
her
be A plus, but
playstyle,
maybe I'm
but-
leaning more towards A right now too.
Yeah, 8A plus, I think. Like I genuinely don't think she's. Well, it's not a very fair comparison again, but I don't think she's actually that far away from Voyager. Maybe because I have a gripe with her deck. I don't know.
They're similar in many ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different rules, but similarities.
I think
exist.
Voyager is better than her,
Mm,
but that's
Interesting.
just
Voyager
my
does
opinion,
still
man.
have.
I think in some
existence
bosses I
at
would
the
definitely
game, so-
prefer Karen though, but again, it's all case dependent.
Why does she have? Why does he have existence? Actually, no, because he's a. I mean, he's a spacecraft. I don't know why Alco's existence is outside the domain. Actually, I forgot. There's a reason.
Existence outside of time and space, fifth magic nonsense. Don't worry about it.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah, you should probably read Mahoyoru. I would recommend it. It's great. If you haven't,
I did
then-
read Mahoyo. It
Oh.
didn't tell me why she's exists outside the domain.
I thought
mean, yeah,
I
know she-
assumed
she
it was
has
because the
fifth
magic as well, like Rio was saying. But yeah,
Oh,
It's
really?
fifth magic nonsense.
Is
Don't
it
worry about
actually fifth magic? I mean,
probably.
That's my guess. I mean, like, what other reasoning could there be?
Who knows what the actual reason is? Anyway, moving on. Next up, one of the servants I enjoy more on this list as well. I know Plushy probably doesn't enjoy her too much, and maybe you not as well, Rio, and probably not Otto either. But
No,
I do like Himiko. Okay, I like her quite a bit. I use her a lot, but I also have a Grailed copy and an MP5, which helps a lot. But yeah,
I don't
like
hate her.
Himiko.
I just feel like, I mean, people aren't really rating her that high anymore. Like, I feel like people were rating her very high because of that one comp, which I really hate. I don't hate Himiko.
I feel like
hate that
people,
one
if
comp.
anything, I feel like it's the opposite. People have always kind of just brushed her aside, even if there is an immortal comp.
I mean, well, I'll talk about.
Yeah,
that later,
okay.
but my opinion on her hasn't changed that much, but
Yeah, I had a feeling
We'll
it
see.
was probably still the same. But yeah, Himiko is a support ruler who can also do some face card buster DPSing if you're into that. But she does have a non-damaging MP, so take that how you will. I use her most as a support myself. Her attack is basically average among 5-star rulers, so it's just okay. She's double buster, double arch, which is a fine deck. Arguably, you would say maybe triple buster if you truly want to DPS with her, but I've found this to be okay too. And it allows her to MP to have a better uptime as well, because her arts cards still have okay gain, so it's not too bad. First skill, huge fan. 5-turn cooldown. Party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then every member of the party gets 8 stars per turn for 3 turns. So if you have 3 allies, you get 24 stars per turn. Very basic, but just really good on numbers. Like, I love this skill. It's so good. I just love it. So many stars. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% buster up for 3 turns. She gets 50% anti-demonic. Power mod for 3 turns and an invul for 1 turn. Can be a bit awkward to use sometimes because it's her only hard defense. Granted, she is a ruler, so it's a bit more lenient on that. Obviously, for MPs, you probably still need this, or you need like a Merlin to come in or something. But yeah, demonic is not the rarest anti-trait to have, so it's okay. And then the buster up is still decent numbers, so I don't hate it. I think it's fine. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% battery, and then she gets 500% absorb for buster cards for 1 turn, and 100% buster crit damage for 1 turn. Again, maybe another case why she should have triple buster, but yeah, it's fine. Honestly, if the way I use her as a support, you might say, oh, but if you're bringing her as a support, it sucks that she steals your stars and whatnot. But the way I use it, I don't usually have star bombs on turn 1. I just pop this turn 1 and go for the MP, and then it doesn't matter if she would take my stars because I don't have any stars to begin with. But I can see why it could be sometimes annoying if you are using her as a support, I suppose.
I mean, if you're using her supports Buster and Vich gives stars, so.
But I never use Vich, that's the thing. I'm very weird like that. I never bring Koyan for bosses. I know it's weird. I know it's weird, okay? Because my 3 most used supports are Himiko, Rhinus, and Jinako, okay? That's like my go-to, because I have them all grailed and Giga copies as well. I love using them. But yeah, again, with Koyan, obviously, it can be awkward. I do acknowledge that. Yes. Pretty decent skill set overall. Not too shabby. She's got 20% debuff res, not too shabby. 10% arts up is also great with those 2 arts cards. She's also immune to poison and curses, which is great to have. Just bonus, I guess. She's anti-foreigner, which is a bit of a niche case. It's full neutral and they are rare to fight, so not the best depend, I have to say. MP is pretty basic, never been buffed, so the party gets 30% buster up for 3 turns on base MP1, scaling all the way up to 50% on max MP level. Then the party gets 2 steps of overcharge, or 2 steps of overcharge for 1 time, 3 turns, and then 50% crit damage for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 100%. So yeah, obviously there are some immortal comps you can run with her because of the overcharge thing. She's obviously not the only one for that anymore, so I feel like people would rather use some other servants right now. I never used her in that either myself, honestly, but the MP is still pretty decent for supporting buster crits, be it her own or your other allies. I think she's good. I do recognize. I want to say she's not top tier by any means, but I do use her a lot, and I think she's good. I only use her with Buster though, which is probably a given. So that's why of my most used supports, she's the least used one. But yeah, I still think she's good.
My take on her is just, I feel like as a crit support, even if I'm using a Buster unit, unless I'm using a very specific one that heavily benefits from overcharge like Tonalico, I would probably still pick Van Gogh. That's my biggest issue with her. That
Yeah, I don't blame
like,
I don't blame you for that.
I don't really hate her. It's
Even
just like,
Tonalico, it's like just also take Van Gogh, get the just overcharge 1 stage from Van Gogh, and you're fine.
no, but that
Unless you're
funny
doing, like,
team.
Oh, the
That funny team
okay.
you keep doing.
The funny team of Tonalico, Van Gogh, Tonalico, Himiko, and Tamamo is a funny team because you use Last Resort every 3 turns. A 10 turn cooldown, my eye.
Spam.
You spam guts to stay alive, right? And it is unkillable because you'll always have guts, and you're always NP in every turn. But like, that's a funny team, but you're not gonna run that a lot, right?
Another thing with like crits is like for Buster, if you're doing like a lot of buff stacking, I'm not necessarily saying you have to do buff stacking, but if you're doing a lot of buff stacking, I do think the 2 buff types that Buster is abundance in are Buster ups and crit ups, because you see like Koyan Light gives it, you see Merlin gives it, you see even like, I don't know, Nightingale, if for some reason you're using her, gives it. Attack ups are the buff type that Buster lacks a little bit more. And Himiko's star gen is really good. Like, this is definitely one of her highlights, 24 stars per turn. But I usually find Van Gogh's stars plus the absorb up to be a little bit more consistent. So for sustained star giver. So again, like, my issue is not so much about Himiko herself. It's more
this is exactly the same case as earlier. Remember, we were like, John sucks because she's like a worse version of the best servant in the game. But now, like, Himiko is not that great because she's worse than the best crit support in the game.
I don't think overlap is that bad, to be honest.
Like, I mean, everyone's gonna lose to Van Gogh when it comes to crit supporting, to be honest. Like, even if they were not Buster focused.
Yeah, another thing is, like, I don't think her MP is as spammable as well. You know,
it's not like, the most. I have to say, it's not, as someone who's it's not the most spammable MP. It has a decent uptime, but you hardly ever overlap it on its own buffs.
Yeah, so like I'm not, like, I understand that this is better sustained than if you were just to use a skill, but I'm not sure if I want to take this over just like, a skill, like a buff of a similar number on a skill, right? Like, this is a buff that is, well, at MP5 a high overcharge definitely better, but like it's on a similar caliber of like a Koyan buff, right? Or slightly better than a Koyan buff, I would say. But it really, I think, again, her MP, the value very much fluctuates depending on what partners you have with her. Where if your partner has a really good overcharge, you can benefit a lot from it. But if your partner doesn't have a very good overcharge, I think the base effect of the MP is not necessarily something that is.
Yeah, I feel like for instance, like someone with Bima, she would be pretty legit. For instance.
Oh, Bima, it's so funny.
Actually doesn't do overcharge gimmicks that much. He actually, because he's crit ramps, he wants the high crit teams. Because his damage comes from actually just being a Buster Brave.
But she also supports the crits too, not just the MP. Like, the overcharge is just a nice bonus.
But like,
she's nice with Bima. She's not like
she's not like required though. Like, for Bima, there's a lot of options.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to cut, but like I guess I would say I think she's better with Tonalico than Bima. I guess that's the one
Yeah.
thing.
I mean, because yeah, she
But
has
anyway.
like the most busted overcharge behind Cassidoria. So
Yeah, the Bima thing is interesting though. I think that is the only time that official FGO staff like recommends a combo.
Mhm.
Like I think they during the live stream they revealed Bima. Didn't they say you could use him with Himiko or something?
Oh, I did
Yeah,
not. I
it's
don't
like the
remember
only
that.
time
That's
they ever
funny.
like bring up
Maybe.
pairings.
Maybe we can check the mod. I think this is like actually the first
Mm.
time they're like, oh, this is a cool synergy. But I think she is, to me, I don't see as too valuable.
I would place her in A tier,
but-
but I assume you guys want to see lower.
I think she's nice to have, but like,
I mean,
B+.
A to B plus. I wouldn't put her below.
Okay, I
A
wouldn't
B
be too
plus,
mad
to
if
be
if she's B plus because I do have a Giga copy myself, even if I use her a lot.
Otto's awake and he's asking if he can join the call.
I mean, he can just join whatever. I'm always said people can
Otto
join.
is
yeah.
her last hope. I
Yeah.
don't know how.
Yeah, Otto, come
I'm not sure about Otto's.
I didn't have to adjust the avatars. I think because yeah, he just plops there. Look, hello.
All right, save Himiko Society, Otto.
Yeah, I'm all about it.
Hi, hello everyone. chat.
We're
Hello,
about to put
Discord.
her in B plus.
No, I'm also fighting
if
for
you
A,
wanna save
kinda.
her.
So Himiko is someone that as of late I have actually come to appreciate even more.
Here he goes.
Okay.
B
Well,
plus is bullshit. I mean,
So I think that she's not only I think that only viewing her as a crit support is a little bit of a disservice to her. I think that her best use case is like as a buster in P support. Like you use her with someone that has a good overcharge. Like
I
if
use her with
someone's got a good
Hijikata.
super effective. Someone like Hijikata.
but
Yeah, I know. Constantine is like the
Constantinople stands strong.
yeah, I know, but like then you also have circumstances where like you have someone with a super effective, like the Fergus challenge quest. I two turned that. Wait, it wasn't two turn. It was like a 4 turn, but I used Brynhild on that, and she doesn't. She's like at disadvantage there, but since she has overcharge, she has super effective there. Like you start the chain with Himiko's NP, then her NP. You don't get like 300%. You get 400% overcharge. So that's like a pretty massive boost in damage.
Yeah, for all the
yeah.
anti-trait overcharges, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. However, like I guess the one counterpoint to that, we'll get to her later. Someone who has a very similar effect is Koyan Dark, because she can also do similar boosts in numbers, but also 30% charge. Like it's like 50 buster and 2-stage overcharge. I still think like she's really solid though, because I do love her ability to make a bunch of stars. She makes way more stars than Go does. So
Yeah, but Go has the
Go
absorb, and Go's
redirects.
MP is more spammable.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't think she makes more stars than Go. I'm actually quite firm on
You
that.
have-
Like realistically, I don't think
you
it
have
gives
to
her
NP
crits.
multiple times for that to be the case, though.
No,
Which is
but
so
the-
easy. I back to back all
okay,
the time. It's
also
almost
effective
guaranteed.
Stars, effective
It's a
stars
star
versus
absorb.
actual stars. So like with the star absorb that Go puts on, like is it really that difficult to like get the
But
stars to the unit you want?
I will
Well,
say
I mean,
one
if
thing.
you're only starting with like it would actually be 12 stars per turn with Go because of her passive. If you're only starting with that, like, I mean, what if you get like 2 or 3 cards? Then okay, well, you have absorb, but now you have some 60%.
But you've had, but
yeah.
you're not on turn 1 anymore. You have to have generated some stars, and your argument here is in Himiko, which means you're in a buster team, which means you're most likely using Vich, which means the buster cards already have star absorb. So like the buster cards are already absorbing every single star on the field.
Yeah,
so like it's
yeah,
not
and
really
in which
that much
case-
of an issue.
In which case,
on-
it can be better because like when it comes to buster supports, like
Okay.
if we're talking about
How many
Oberon or
stars-
Constantine or
once you go past 50 stars, it doesn't matter, right?
yeah, but we're
Again,
also talking
I
about
don't
buster
think
servants which spam buster cards.
Himiko generates 24 stars, and after cooldown's gone, it's gone. Like Van Gogh can continue. I think it's
Yeah,
so
but
easy
it's
to double
a
stack
really
Van
short
Gogh's MP.
cooldown. Like,
Well, it's not shorter than
at the end,
every
and
turn.
It's not short. Yeah, it's not shorter than every other turn.
Well, okay. With all that being said, though, we did put Constantine in EX, right? And we did put Van Gogh in EX. I can
did.
see Himiko in A, to be honest.
I'm okay with that.
I don't because I think her use case is just too limited.
I think
Like,
she's better
she's-
than. I think she's better than Sherlock Holmes.
Well, we can move Sherlock down.
No, that's not what I mean. I
No,
think
no,
she's
no,
better
no,
than
no.
Sherlock Holmes and John.
No. You can move Sherlock down.
She's better than John. And
I mean, I'm very okay with A personally, but I don't want to sound too biased because again, my copy is pretty good.
Look, I don't
I mean-
dislike Himiko. I just 'cause the thing is Himiko's stocks dropped when Vitch came out. Before
Look,
before
I
Vitch came out,
almost want
Himiko
her
was the
to
premier
be.
Buster support.
Well, it's still a full
I
tier apart
almost
of all
want her.
those better examples that you quoted, though. So it's still quite a gap.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I also almost want her to spec into main DPS because
Yeah, you can
I
use her
almost
as a
want-
DPS because
You can
like,
Hibiko
she,
Podge.
just like with her skills,
Well, yeah,
she has
I-
like
I-
20 attack,
I-
30
I made a run
buster,
with her.
100% crit.
I made a run with her like less than a month ago, where she beat up Arcoade. Like it's like 1 million per buster. But like again, like I what I mean is like I hope she does. I hope like if she were to get a buff, they can't. I wouldn't be too upset if they actually went with the DPS route. That's what I want to say.
I don't mind whatever. I just like using her as a be the DPS or support. I just want to.
What
Could be
about
cool
a
to see
buff?
something.
A buff that sets all our
Um,
cards to Buster. Give her the Artoria treatment.
I think that would
I'd
be
rather
okay.
Himiko focus on supporting. Here's why I don't want Himiko to be good at supports. Because if they buff Himiko again, I have to roll her high MP copy again for returning, and that shit is too expensive.
Join the gang.
I don't
Dude.
want to do that.
I just MP5 Constantine. That shit was so expensive. I can't take this anymore. Stop
Oh
it.
no.
I
This
have
is
a
just
level
stop.
90 Himiko and a level 1 Himiko, and that's 2 Himikos too many already.
Stop this. Anyways,
Anyway,
but yeah,
we'll go with
I think
A
is
for now, and then
more
again
than
we'll see
fair,
at the end.
to
There's
be
probably gonna be a
honest.
cut of a shuffle up here, but yeah, we'll see.
Don't worry, we got some garbage coming up now, so we can
All
cleanse
right,
our
yeah.
palate of good.
Let's talk about the next
Alright,
welfare
let's take garbage
servant.
for-
Then we got a Mixa on the menu, aka Mysterious Idol X Alter. So Etchan's Foreigner variant. Well, I guess now there's two, but yeah, this is the first one. So AoE quick DPS, not really a farmer, sadly. Her refund is way too bad, but DPS of sorts. 9k attack puts her just below average among her peers. She's double buster, double quick. I at least like her deck for trying to do some kind of decent quick DPSing. Her arts card is very good. Her quick cards are okay too. Otherwise, not too shabby. Kind of decent numbers, honestly, there. And the skills, though. So, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% quick at buster for 3 times, 3 turns, and then an evasion for 1 time, 3 turns. Yeah, we were talking about this kind of pre-stream as well. Rio mentioned it. I'm not a huge fan of the hit-based stuff either. It's just way too limiting. They could have easily made these 3 turns flat, so it is what it is. Second skill on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets 100% crit damage for 1 turn and 50% power mod against the mechanical trait enemies for 3 turns. So it has a good uptime, but it's certainly not a very common trait, especially on bosses, unfortunately, and she doesn't really farm, so it's a bit of a mismatch, I want to say, unfortunately, but yeah, at least you get, it's on a 4-turn cooldown, so it could be worse for the crit uptime, so there's that. Third skill on 5-turn cooldown, 20% attack for the full party for 3 turns, and a 2k heal flat. So it's just a barely better charisma. It's a very bare bones skill set. Like up here, I didn't really have any issues, but this skill set is just like, it could definitely be better, even as a welfare. Corner passive, so 2 stars per turn, and then 4% debuff rest for herself is okay. 6% buster up, also decent with those 2 buster cards. 17.5% debuff rest, so she's now just like 21% debuff rest permanently, pretty cool. She's anti-berserker. She, much like Abigail and Hokusai OG, she has the best case scenario on the append, full class advantage, and a fairly common enemy too. So very good. MP has not been buffed either, so it does damage to all enemies, which does super effective damage against evil lineman enemies. The flat 150, no scaling. And then before damage, she gets 20% quick up for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 40% on max. I never use her on my mains, but I do use her sometimes on my free to play because I have no other foreigners there, and because I don't have a lot of meta supports, I don't really like the way she feels. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like she needs a lot of supports to help her, but I don't think she's hopeless. I think she's okay. The skills are my main issue, if anything. Yeah, it's not much going on there. And farming is kind of not doable either.
She has an anti-trade MP and 2 Buster cards with Van Gogh synergy. That's about it.
You're like, all right.
No, look, that's a baseline level. You know, there's a baseline level to this kind of stuff. I do think there's a baseline level. But yeah, other than that, she's not farming. She's not doing much.
Her refund is terrible.
Yeah.
I don't think her refund is that bad. It's just her...
No,
she has no
Well,
battery.
she can't even do a 50%er either.
I have tried.
It's more so she has no
I've tried
battery,
to
no?
farm with her.
Yeah, the battery
it's her lack of a
hurts.
battery that kills her in farming. Because like I don't think she's that far from being able to like if she had a 30 battery, she wouldn't be too far from like Black Grail.
Look, if they buffed her
definitely not
first
against
skill
Berserkers, but...
and gave it a 30% battery, and also changed it to 3 or just 3 turns, then yes, she'd be good.
I mean, would she be that much better?
Yes, it'd give her a battery, which would allow her to like actually farm.
Oh, also a battery.
And then it would remove the
Never mind.
And then remove
Forget
the
what I just
annoying
said.
restriction of the 3 times, because the problem is that if you do a quick chain, it's gone. The quick is just gone.
Yeah,
with the MP.
I hate that part about this skill.
Her skill sucks. Like, I don't know. Her skill does suck. I can't
mechanical. I want you to pull up the mechanical traits.
Yeah.
BB's mechanical, right?
Yeah,
I think
she's
the AI is
mechanical.
It's the Sakura 5.
Oh yeah. The AI,
It's mostly
AIs
normal
are
enemies.
mechanical.
There's some servants, but it's mostly normal enemies.
Oh, Shang Yu. There you go. You destroy Shang Yu. Look at that.
And Fran and Lu Bu.
No, he's not evil.
Oh wait, he's not evil. Who's evil here? Is no, Kashin Koji is
Lubu?
not. Is Lubu
Kashin
evil?
Koji is, but
She's not
Lubu is actually
Berserker.
Berserker.
Oh, see?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so you got a
there's gonna
Lubu.
be a min turn where there's a 5 million HP Lubu, and she'd still not be the best, by the way. Anyways, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Damn, she gets bonus against the Hakunos, and no one used her for that min turn. Damn.
I wonder why.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure it
that's
didn't
shocker.
Now do that.
I actually have no idea if that was something that happened or not. So, props to him if that happened.
He has all the MHXs at 120, and he does a bunch of stuff with that.
I don't have a lot of nice things to say about her, even if I use her on my free to play. I just mostly use her because I don't have better options. I think she's like C tier.
Well, she's okay. She's better than Ket's ruler.
C plus.
Sure.
C plus.
I didn't even hear the end of the discussion, man.
There was not much going on. We were just looking at the mechanical trait
auto.
list.
Hold auto. Auto's cooking.
What?
You said hold up or
you-
something, or
Yeah, you said hold up.
Like saying better than Ket's ruler. I don't think Ket's ruler is unsalvageable. Like she has crit ramp, but I guess to be fair, she at least has super effective against evil.
She has super effective, and she has just look. Van Gogh carry is real. Okay.
I could see C plus.
another C
Later
plus.
on, we're gonna have talks about other C plus servants, but that.
Yeah, I remember when we evaluated Marth, I was like, you would probably be her biggest defender, but yeah, I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
All right. Hey,
I thought
back-to-back
you mean there's
welfares
more
though.
C pluses on the list. I don't think.
No, I
so,
assume he
but-
means the one we've placed to talk about them.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
No, we're not. We're doing King Shuang. He's trash. Otto, I knew it.
Okay,
That's why
okay. Let's
stop
leave that
bringing
for
him
the
up.
end discussion though. Okay.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Yeah. Anyway, back-to-back welfares, but now it's a ruler, and we're gonna talk about Da Vinci ruler next. So from one of the summer events, Summer Da Vinci Rider, single target Buster DPS, and a kind of a support as well at the same time. Interesting welfare option. 9.1k attack puts her a bit below average among her peers. Double Buster, Double Arts deck is fine for her, I think. I think I'm totally fine with this deck. Her arts cards are fine. They're kind of good even. And the rest are just very basic. For gain status. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. Targeted skill. Target gets a 20% rainbow for 3 turns. Basic, but hey, cool. Very similar to the Kairon skill, I guess. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, also targeted. Target gets 20% battery and 30% MP gain for 3 turns. I kind of wish they flipped those numbers, I'm not gonna lie. I wish it was a targeted 30 instead of a 20 for the battery. But oh well. Still not trash, I guess. Kind of short cooldown-ish. Third skill on 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Overcharge by 1 step for 1 turn. And then all enemies get a minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. I don't hate it. I wish the overcharge was like one time, 3 turns, but yeah, I think it's fine too. Okay, it's pretty decent effects for a welfare. Again, just a basic kit, but it's good for a welfare though. Not too shabby. 12% quick up is okay, but she only has 1 quick, so 10% debuff success rate up is okay with the third skill in the MP, I suppose. More chance to apply debuffs. 17.5% the debuff res never hurts against bosses. She's anti-alter ego, which is a very rare case, so not the best append, even for a class that mostly does neutral. So then the MP, there's a random effect that you get. You get like a green, blue, or red bullet. They all have an equal weight. So if you get the green bullets, you get 30 stars. Blue bullets gives the party 20% gauge, and the red bullet gives the party 20% MP, or not MP, attack up for 3 turns. And then before damage, she herself gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn. On base overcharge, getting up to 40%. I really wish you could choose the bullet on the MP, I'm not gonna lie. They're all pretty good effects, but sometimes you definitely want one or the other. So it's a bit unfortunate that it's full RNG. I still think she's like an epitome of a good unit. But just good. That's how I kind of see her. She's just good.
Yeah.
Nothing
Some people can
crazy,
use her
nothing
as
trash,
support.
just good. Especially for a newer account, she would be a pretty nice get.
Oh yeah, I agree. She can be both a support and a.
Yeah, her class helps a lot too.
Yeah,
It's
if you
fine.
don't have someone to kill a moon cancer, like there you go. Usually, if you're gonna have to worry about a moon cancer, you're more likely to take the single target over the AOE. So that's kind of where she fits in. There's some people would argue that she could be used for UE synergy. I feel like that's a bit too much. Of a
It's not
stretch.
worth it.
Mm,
I don't
At
think it's
that
worth
Not
it.
worth it. No.
Yeah, I think.
Well, I
think
mean, it
at that
depends on
point,
who you're using her with. I will say,
I
if
just
like
rather
for
use
some
Summer
reason,
Scotty for it.
I wanted to use Tonalico with Yui because she has overcharge, I'd probably take her. That's probably it.
She can farm with Tonalico.
You know, hot take. If I'm
but-
trying to enable Yui, I'd rather use Theto.
well, with a new buff,
use
yeah.
Summer Scotty. But anyways,
Yeah, Summer Scotty's probably.
Yeah, Summer
gonna
Scotty
be
would
the
also
best
just
one.
be better.
But I mean, she's fine.
Like
I don't
she's
know.
once she's an evocation, I think she's probably one of the better choices for like a new player.
You think
Yeah,
she's gonna get a
she can
buff?
be used as a single target DPS in like anything because of her class being solid.
Yeah. I do, man, I remember when they first showed her, like people were thinking, oh, you're going to be able to choose the MP type or something like that, right?
Yeah,
They thought it
yeah,
was, like, this
right.
basic
Yeah.
strategy
Maybe if
thing.
they add her to the
And
shop,
then-
just to a simple buff where you can, like, on one of her skills, you can choose the bullet for the next 3 turns or something. Just a simple buff. I think that could be totally
Yeah.
fine. She doesn't even need a big buff.
I
Just a
mean-
simple buff. You can choose the bullet, which to chamber into the gun or whatever.
They did this for Charlotte Corday, kind of. So they could.
Yeah,
definitely do
they
it
did
again.
exactly that. They let you choose instead of it was the exact same change. It was 33% RNG, you know, on each of them.
And if all they did was change your ability to change it, and it would still be a better buff than Charlotte's because
Yeah.
it'll have fixed a bigger problem.
I think
I
she's
think
B to B
always pick
plus
blue.
personally.
Yeah,
Maybe
agree.
B
I
plus?
think if you can
Also
always
party
pick
charge?
blue. Yeah, she could be.
20% party would be very nice every time.
Yeah, or red for damage. I don't know.
I want to say B
Yeah.
plus maybe.
Sure. I like her a little bit more than MHXX, but not that much though.
Now you see her buff is an NP buff that now gives her a random effect that now she randomly has the chance to get a mighty chain effect instead of the other 3 chain effects.
gosh,
because
dude,
they're
More
basically-
RNG, yeah.
I heard the worst suggestion, which is the MP upgrade, but now her MP type changes along with the bullet.
it
And it's
changes
just random.
randomly.
Mm.
This is a random. It's
Ah,
just,
dude.
Oh,
it's
no.
actually actual nerf, bro. A clown fiesta MP. Holy shit.
But yeah, she's not bad.
That'd be funny though.
And she
Yeah.
still wouldn't be the best single target arts
Well, yeah.
ruler.
Anyway, another one of my favorites of this list, especially Ascension 3, one of the hottest designs of FGO. I'll die on that hill. Fine. I was prepared
I'm
for
gonna
it.
argue.
Yeah, I knew it. I
do
knew
not find
you
this
of all people
attractive.
would have go, of course.
Oh, what do you mean you of all people?
Okay, take it how you will. I'm just gonna leave it
You're
at
like,
that.
I know your proclivities. Like,
I'm just I'm just gonna leave it at that. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna talk about Jacques Forder next. Yes, indeed. Very cool forwarder. So AoE, quick DPS, and I guess she can farm a bit too. But I definitely prefer her own bosses over farming because of the way her power mod works. So 10.8k attack is a bit low for 5-star foreigners, but not trash by any means. She's double buster, double quick, which I like for DPS potential, summer Scotty shenanigans and all that. The gains cards are also pretty good on base. They definitely generate okay. Not too shabby. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, 20% gauge, and also allies besides herself are now evil for 3 turns, because she's already evil, of course. Very solid skill, actually. Does a lot. And the evil alignment helps with her second skill as well. So, yeah, actually a nice package there of offense. So a 6-turn cooldown, the second skill gives herself an invul for 1 turn and a 30% battery, and then evil alignment allies get an invul for 1 attack, 1 turn. So it's very similar to the Karen thing, where she protects herself a bit more, but then allies get a little bit more protection as well there. Help your teammates out, and they're both AoE quick too, I guess, funnily enough. So yeah, obviously with this you get that for free, basically. Third skill, with the greatest buff of all time. 5-turn cooldown. She gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. 20% quick up for 3 turns. She gets 50% anti-curse power mod for 3 turns. So if an enemy has a curse, she does 50% more. Great. And then she gets this on-attack debuff for 3 turns. So when she's normal attacking, the enemy gets a 500 curse for 3 turns before damage. Very key that it says normal attacking, unfortunately. So this buff basically made it so that you don't really need command codes with curses on her anymore. That's about it. It doesn't really do anything else. Because the MP still needs a curse before there. The MP is not a normal attack, so it cannot apply a curse before it goes. So it's a bit unfortunate. I really wish it wasn't like that, and this is still the only buff she has, so... Yeah, I'm still a bit salty about this buff, I'm not gonna lie. But the skill itself otherwise is fine.
It is pretty big for her cards though, because like it basically means that she has 50% PMOD on her cards constantly.
Yeah, it helps a little bit with that, because otherwise you would have like you would probably just have curse command codes on her, and then your first card would deal less damage because it wouldn't be before damage, but after that. So it's like it's for the like it gets you started off a bit better, I guess.
Yeah.
Command codes
That's low
proc
cooldown.
before damage.
Yeah, command codes are also before damage.
Oh wait, so I guess
Yeah.
I guess again it's mostly just
So
getting
it
better
literally
command
just-
codes then, yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
get
But
command
freedom
codes.
of command codes is a perk.
It is.
Yeah.
Especially nowadays because we have more and more 5 and 4 star command codes that have some pretty nice effects on them. So it's still something for sure, I guess.
It's protected by the Constitution, freedom
Yeah.
of command.
But
codes,
honestly, on a
bro.
5-turn cooldown, it's still a great skill. I'm not a huge fan of the buff itself, but the skill itself is great.
I mean, is that?
So
It
passive,
added a little bit too little. Maybe it could have added something.
I do feel like
they should have
you could
buffed the
used,
second skill
instead of
maybe.
that,
I don't
just
know.
like an NP buff.
Yeah. Well, she can still get buffed more. I don't know. Passives, there's 2 stars per turn and 10% debuff rest. The foreigner passive, always decent. 10% arts up is okay, but she only has 1 art scar. But at least it's an okay one. Divinity doesn't really do anything. Flat damage is flat damage. Anti-saber. If you have a Giga copy, then you can maybe consider that. But otherwise, I don't think a power mod is quite enough for neutral. At least solely against sabers. So the MP then does a 1k curse on all enemies for 5 turns, which is also after damage. Also does a curse amplifier on them for 5 turns, so it's 100% amplifier. And then before damage, he gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. So at least the overcharge is nice. Good old ramp up there, nice number. And then the MP, at least on bosses, it has some good uptime for that curse. So once you start the curses on the enemy bosses, you're probably going to have 100% uptime for the rest of the fight. You just need to get started. So your first MP is just going to suck. And again, because the way the buff works, her farming numbers sadly did not improve like at all with this. Because, you still need the curses before the MP, and if there's 3 enemies, yeah, good luck with that, because you need the curse on all of them. So I still like her way more on bosses versus farming. I guess with Append 2, she can still Black Rail loop, but I feel like you can still do better than like a single core quick looping, chances are. But I think against bosses, she's still legit. She has some nice AoE effects, and kind of keeps her own down. She has some good uptime on her own effects too. So I don't think she's bad by any means.
I think out of the foreigners, I think she is definitely one of the stronger DPSs. Her deck is very nice for Scotty. Like her gains are really good.
And
her
Van
quick
Gogh.
cards are really solid. Yeah, she synergizes with Van Gogh, and regardless, like I know that she isn't chaotic, but she does synergize really well with Dobon still.
Because curse on a skill.
Yeah, you can just pop his 3rd skill, 20% attack, and 50% PMOD even on an NP. So he enables her very well. I would say. Also, her single core isn't too bad. It's
She has
like
ramp up, but yeah.
Yeah, you're locked
Her single
to
core farming isn't great, but like DPS wise, she's fine.
You're locked to 3-3x, but because she has split charge, she could Black Rail loop. And it is really good damage because she has the Spishtar effect. And you can also like have times where you just use a card before the NP, and then you get another 50% PMOD for it. It's also really easy to double cast her 3rd skill because it's such a low cooldown.
You can do the a weaker version of the Space Rush gamble, where you gamble on getting that card on turn 3 to be able to put the curse on. Now that can be solved by making sure your own Scotty is also full on curse command codes. So like it's not.
But what happens if the support Scotty gets 5 cards?
Then I guess you give up.
Yeah.
You just give up.
Yeah, that it wasn't meant to be.
Who cares about single core Avenger farming at that point, Like,
I feel like all the neutrals are kind of similar on single core for the most part.
No. Here's what you do: you put curse. Wait, there's not enough to put curse on Scotty and Oberon. So I was, it's
I like her synergy with Van Gogh again because yes, Van Gogh would take the curse from the enemy, but she could just put it on again, and then Van Gogh can use it for charge, right? Like that's a thing that both Jacques and
they kind of mutually benefit from each other because she only needs 1 curse on the enemy. So even if Van Gogh yoinks them occasionally, the uptime is still going to be good on the enemy because again, it's not per curse or anything like that. It's just 1 curse and you get the PMOD active.
Yeah, she's definitely one of the more underrated DPSs, but again, I can see her issues where, like power mod is strong, but
Yeah, I think where
it
she
doesn't
excels
affect
is in a challenge
MP.
quest, and
Mm-hmm.
in a challenge quest, you're not going to have as much issues with her third skill.
Yeah, it's
It's
more
just in
comfy.
farming, you can't keep applying it over and
Yeah,
over.
on
But
multiple targets is also
Yeah, it's not
impossible. Like,
doable.
sometimes you do
Challenge
have
quest
to
is
but-
fine because you're going to be
but
hitting
in
the
a
same
challenge
targets.
quest, yeah, like you NP once and you have it for 5 turns, so you're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that. I think
yeah,
I said earlier, like, it's basically going to be after the first start, you're going to have 100% uptime on curse, unless they remove it or are immune or something.
Yep. So she's a bit
I've always
underrated,
kind of considered her and
uh,
Voyager very similar on tier.
That
I think
fair.
Voyager's better.
Mm.
Uh,
I think
His
depends on
DPS
what
is
you're
not
doing.
as good as Jacques, though.
yeah, she's a better
Probably.
DPS than him. He's
He's better
has
at multi-core
longevity up there
farming,
a
though.
bit.
I do have to
But-
wonder if you like look around at people, how many people actually are going to use Mole and like actually like.
Why not?
Well, I got a funny.
anything
know
I
a
got a
hyper
funny
Malay
setup.
runner.
I feel like it's more realistic
I
to
had a-
use her for DPSing than Voyager for farming, where they both excel the
Maybe.
better.
I have a
Maybe.
pretty funny setup that I'm waiting to finally pan out. Where I use double Ibuki and she makes both of them evil, and then I have Domon come in and he buffs all of them because
Wow.
they're chaotic evil now, and then you swap in Hakuno and you just like spam Buster cards.
That sounds terrible. You should
No,
stop.
no, you have
You,
not.
you
seen
should in
Double
fact
Ibuki.
uninstall.
You have not seen Double Ibuki.
That sounds terrible. You should uninstall. There you go. Good feedback. He loves your idea,
You
clearly.
should quit the game now.
Insert lightning bolts.
Give up a piece of
You
that
should move to the
bandwidth
mountains, away from the internet,
the atmosphere.
where
All
your
right, I guess-
opinions cannot hurt the world.
I guess
any
next
longer.
one is a interesting one again. We're gonna do this
Oh, boy.
again. Servant.
Oh,
I probably have the
oh.
least amount to say about her, but yeah, I'm sure we have a lot of other comments too. But
Dude,
yeah,
I
we're gonna,
literally didn't recognize
you-
her because they
yeah,
used
because
the
you can
they
blame
used my
copy for it.
thumbnail.
I assume he got this picture from you or something. But yeah,
Yeah, it's from my thumbnail.
Yeah, I remember seeing it on the
I was
thumbnail
like,
of your
oh, who the fuck
video.
is that?
You need to pause your
funny.
Sonner quest and
So
start
yeah, we're
playing
gonna talk
Prime
about
right now.
Koyan of Dark. Then we covered Assassin many weeks back, but now it's time for the other variant. Plushie's favorite, of course. So AoE Buster, DPS, Farmer, basically, depending on your levels, I guess. 11.2k attack puts her slightly below average among 5-star foreigners. She's double Buster, double Arts on the deck. Her gains are not too shabby. The Arts cards are decent, and so is the Quick, so they're okay. First card, or first skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 30% Buster up for 3 turns and a 30% battery. That's very nice. And then all, or rather, Hominidae ally. How do you pronounce that? I don't know.
Hominidae.
Yeah, you
Is it
said right.
Hominidae? Okay.
I'm in a day, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I wasn't sure because English sometimes a bit wacky. All of them, all of the allies with that trait get minus 100% absorb for 1 turn, which how does this trait define again? It's like
It's just most things that aren't
like
fairies
animal
or
related, right?
beasts.
Basically.
Fairies are wild
Yeah.
beasts, so yeah, it's
Yeah, it's like
most are-
very
or like
similar to
goddesses.
humanoid, but not as common, I
I'm
guess.
pretty
think
sure
if you-
goddesses also don't count because like Summer
think if
Scotty
you-
doesn't count, right?
Mm.
I think there was a run that gave me trouble because Summer Scotty didn't count, and she only makes 15 stars, and that sucks. Anyways,
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah,
cursed fairies,
furry
though.
stonks, I guess. That's the TLDR. Great skill though, because even if the absorb, it might be mixed value depending on use case, but spread 30 for Buster and battery is still very good. Second skill on 7-turn cooldown, it's a targeted skill. Target ally gets overcharged by 2 steps for 1 time, 3 turns. They also get this on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever they normal attack with Buster cards, they get 5 stars flat. And then all animal characteristic trait allies get 30% attack and defense for 3 turns. So again, furry stonks is real. But yeah, the stars is cute too. I kind of wish it wasn't just normal attacks that MPs would include as well. I feel like that would be fair, but because it's only 5 stars. But it's alright. And overcharge, depending on who you target, can be very valuable to have as well. And I like that it's 1 time 3 turns, so you don't have to instantly cash in on that. It can linger for a bit too. And then, of course, if you have the animal characteristic trait, that's a lot of attack and defense for 3 turns. Which includes herself, of course. So it's good. High cooldown, though. High cooldown. But it's good effects, at least. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets Invul Pierce for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, then this on-attack debuff for 3 turns, so she does Curse, Poison, and Burns for 3 turns when home attacking, 500 damage each for 3 turns. And then when you use the skill, she does the amplifiers respectively for 3 turns on enemies, which are 100% amplifiers. Imagine if she also applied the amplifiers with her attacks as well. That could be cute.
That's too much.
It would probably, especially in solo, it'd be too much. But yeah, I'd say it's interesting. She can actually get some kind of dot numbers, popping up. Maybe not crazy numbers, but some kind. And the Invul Pierce is nice to have on a decent uptime. And the crit, of course, helps too with her own DPS. It's a decent skill set. It's like half support, half DPS. Not too shabby. First passive, she gets 2 stars and 6% debuff rest. The foreigner passive, of course, makes the Van Gogh synergy work. Her unique passive, she has 20% Wild Beast, the power mod. Sadly, not a super common trait, especially on bosses, so it's whatever, but she also gets 5% arts and 10% debuff success rate on the same passive, and those are at least pretty nice to have. She also gets this on attack debuff, so whenever she's again attacking wild beast enemies, there's a 20% chance to buff block them for 1 time 3 turns, which again, not a super common trait, unfortunately. So, and this one doesn't even have anything else, unfortunately. They're okay passives overall. Anti-ruler, which also, again, not super common, and a full neutral case, so could do better there, like a normal class.
I'd argue that anti-ruler on extra classes is fine, because normal classes deal half to rulers, so, Yeah,
that's not... I was mostly thinking of, like, they're not super common, but yeah, that's true.
Hi, I'm an Ibuki and Europa fan, and I agree.
yeah, I see what you did there.
Anti-ruler.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Anyway, the MP then. So before damage, she gets 20% attack for 1 turn. Flat, does damage to enemies, removes their offensive buffs, does a 20% buster rest down on them for 3 turns after damage. And then she does super effective damage against earth attribute enemies, the base 150 to 200 range. I think the MP is good, at least effects-wise. It's a lot of nice effects. Like, it just works. Obviously, the buster rest down is after damage, but it's still great for boss ramp-up, though.
Yeah, 4 bonus effects, that's a lot.
Yeah, like this is a stacked MP. Even if it might not break the game in terms of damage or anything like that, it's a great MP though, effects wise, I want to say. And obviously against Earth, it's going to do great damage. I think she's good. I've used her in both farming and mostly in farming. I haven't used her much in DPSing, I have to admit, because I don't have a cracked copy. So I'd rather use my favorites there. But I think she definitely has places in the game you can use her. Spread 30 is nice.
Good. Plus, she's just a schizo.
All right. Well, I mean, honestly, though, like I know I've been joking around. Like people don't even know my actual take on the character anymore because I need to play this like character. But truthfully, I actually think she's EX. Only when I use her, though. Only when I use her. She's not EX if you're using her. So
you saying your copy and or your skills then?
It's me willing to sit there for like 48 hours for a run. But here's the thing. So I think I definitely clowned on her a bit much for the sake of like content and stuff. I think she's really solid. Because like multi-core, I think she's a little bit washed in multi-core just because if she if she's not supporting an animal trait, her buffs aren't that good, and it's also exclusive to Buster. But she still has overcharge synergy with certain units like Tonalico. I think Tonalico plus Koyan Dark is a very good like core to like add more stuff on top of it. And her challenge quest is honestly pretty good. Like it's very heavily carried by Van Gogh. But her synergy with Van Gogh is really good. She has targetable overcharge that can buff Van Gogh. She has the skill 3 that can put a bunch of curse on the enemy, so Van Gogh can steal it for charge. And she's like a buster unit. And her MP is a very good source of card damage because it's a attack up before damage and it's a buster down after damage. So after the MP does damage, it's 20% attack and 30% buster up just for your following up buster cards. So. And the Invul Pierce for 3 turns really good because she's a very card-heavy DPS, I'd say. Her MP damage is really unfortunate, especially if you're talking about looping. Like, even with a Pen 5, she can double cast her skill too. Her looping damage is still horrible. And overall, like, look, the reason I said that is because I know like Chad is like clowning because you sit there for 8 hours. There is still like, you know, a difference between being able to do a run versus not being able to do a run. Like in terms of how like we recently finished all the super recollections, and in terms of the scores, I think her track record is pretty good. Like she was able to do most runs as a main DPS. I'm not saying like this is for most people, but her damage ceiling is honestly pretty nice because of Van Gogh. And also, you know, just as a buster unit. So I don't know. I think
I
she's like probably A plus, truthfully.
I would say A
because-
plus, but let's hear the others too.
I
Yeah.
think
I mean,
I think she's like really really good. Like I mean, as her own DPS, she is really solid. Like she has so many modifiers for her card damage. Like she, at first you're like, okay, there's 30 Buster, there's 30 attack, 50% crit, which is already pretty solid. But then her NP adds another 20 to two of those, so it's 50, 50, 50. She's always going to be doing damage because she has Pierce Invuln. She has, of course, like a bunch of team support, so she's able to enable support NPs very easily. And then she's also able to contribute to their survival with her offensive buff removal. That's something that I feel gets overlooked a lot of the time.
Yeah, because she's not an
and
art servant. It's nice to have.
yeah, there's a lot
Yeah,
of
I mean, I
there's a
think
lot of
she's
bosses
extremely
out there
good.
that like they have like get crit and attack buffs whenever they attack or get attacked, and those are basically always removable.
And she's
So
like mostly taking neutral damage, so she can be more susceptible to big hits as well.
But to be fair, she does have her own 30% defense buff, and her HP is 5-star HP. So she's able to tank a good bit. I do see use cases for her even as a neutral DPS because AoE 30 is really big. Like AoE 20 is one thing, but AoE 30 is massive because it's just okay. If you got a 50 battery and you got your second append, then bam, you have an NP with that.
Yeah.
So I could see something like Himiko or Constantine, which of course Constantine only 20% more charge, but that's not that hard to get. But this is just going to this help her more. Also, she
Isn't
has
she
Belmont's
also
energy.
isn't she also used in like certain speed farming comps?
Her
Yeah,
biggest
she's
problem
really
in
solid
speed
for
farming
multiple.
comps is her MP animation's too long. No, I'm genuine. If you go read their forums, not forums, but like if you read their comments, her biggest problem in speed farming, she has perfect synergy with Bunyan, but her MP animation like balances out Bunyan's short MP animation, and people don't like it. That's
Well-
actually another reason why people actually kind of like Voyager Ascension 1, because he just jumps.
Yeah,
twice.
it's such a lame MP, but it is faster.
Yeah, but like if we don't talk about that stuff, I think Coin Dark is like versatile. Like even if you don't have a high MP copy, you can use her as kind of a crit DPS. She's okay at supporting other supports that comes back and feeds more damage into herself. So and like again, I think 3-turn Invul Pierce on a card centric DPS is really good.
Yeah.
So she could definitely use a buff. I would still say like MP upgrade because her MP damage.
I still
is
feel like
her
she's
biggest
fine
weakness.
as is, and I feel like there's still more foreigners that could use buffs way more than her.
Yeah,
Are there like
personally,
DPS like
Who?
look?
Molay, I guess.
I think Jacques is.
He just likes
I think
Malay.
she would
just
need a
likes
buff
Malay.
more.
He's
Maybe in
trying to
Voyager
glaze Malay.
again.
I mean,
Just-
Molay maybe, but like I don't know. Abby has the thing.
Summer
Yvonne?
Abigail,
No.
for sure.
I guess Summer Abby. But like I don't know. I think like if she okay, so my maybe saying this would actually give a better like idea to people like how I actually feel about the character more so than the ranking I give her. I think if Koyan Dark gets an MP upgrade where like people are suggesting where either the attack up becomes ramp or the buster down becomes before damage, I think she is as good a DPS as Cuckoo or even better.
Probably better,
So
if
like
anything.
I think she is very good, right? So like she is not that far, to be honest. So like, but like
still-
that obviously is fixing
I'm-
her main.
I still
issues.
think she's EX. Like,
No.
I want to do
We're
A+.
not doing EX Plus this year, though. I don't think she's EX. Especially
Mm.
considering we're not doing EX Plus this year. There's no way she's EX, dude. There's no... Dude, have you seen her MP damage? Well, you have, but
it's. Well, I mean, with me, when I use her NP, I usually use it as an enabler for either her own card damage or someone else's NP. Because she's able
Well,
to 30
yeah,
charge, and then you have 50 buster for the turn.
Wow, you're an enabler.
well, yeah, but
how problematic.
okay, look, but
Oh, no, she's
that's
an
but
enabler, that's the problem.
but that's not an excuse for low MP damage. Her MP damage is low. Like raw, it's not that low, but like if you're like, her cooldowns are also so long that she doesn't. I think she synergizes horribly with Koyan Light. If I'm running her with Koyan Light in a min turn, I always cooldown reduce Van Gogh. It's never her. Her cooldowns are way too long for main DPS. Minus skill 3. Skill 3 is fine, but like skill 1 for herself is should have been 5 turns, and skill 2 for 7 turns is just ludicrous for no reason. I don't know why that's.
I don't think they can do a spread 30 on
literally
a
has no
5
reason.
turn.
They
I
should
don't know,
buff
man.
MP.
30
Yeah.
13
Make the attack
battery
up,
on
ramp
a
up,
on
and
a
then
five
cooldown
turn
That's too
cooldown.
much.
Yeah, 30 battery on a 5-turn cooldown is.
So
Nah,
What's wrong
it's
with-
too much. It's
look,
too
I don't
much.
think that.
Look,
no,
What other
just
my
buff her-
solution.
just buff her MP then. So I'm okay with the skill. I'm just saying the skill cooldown being long kind of sucks for her, but like especially skill 2. I think a skill 2's cooldown is like just long for no reason. But buff her
Here's
MP.
my solution: buff her NP, make the attack up ramp up, and also give her cooldown -1 on NP.
Oh.
That's funny, but I actually think putting the buster down before damage might help her more than cooldown reduction 1, which is a crazy thing to say. But I
At
think
least for farming,
if it's
probably.
ramp up attack, ramping attack plus buster down before damage might actually help her more than cooldown reduction 1.
Yeah, but
Because
she
in my
looks like
scripts,
Mama,
I never
she has
double
no
cast
cooldown
her.
reduction. I need
Well, then the
my
part it
memes-
has to be party
cooldown
Yeah.
reduction. Yeah, that's what I mean. Party
Yeah.
cooldown reduction.
No, see, this is my real suggestion. It's cooldown reduction by 2, but only for Tamamo phase.
Okay. All right, I'm just gonna place her A+ for now. Again, we'll have a big shuffle towards the upper tiers later on because we still have a bunch of servants left to go.
Yeah,
But
because here's
there
the
you go.
problem. There's no one bad left.
Yeah.
They're all
good. Yeah.
Or do you like
Yeah.
Cornelius
Well, there's
After
maybe
Light?
one that might not play super high, but yeah. Anyway,
Really?
you guys are high up on
Cyber
Johanna. I was thinking Johanna.
Oh, Johanna.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the one I was
No,
thinking. of.
Johanna's good.
I mean, she's good, but
like
I'm not. I mean, maybe not as good as some of the ones we were about to cover. But yeah, again, we'll get to that
Yeah,
later, I guess. Yeah.
Hope your mama.
Like, you have MP6 Johanna. I don't use it. I mean, no, that's not a good point. But like,
All right. Anyway, Ruler Moriarty. We briefly mentioned him at least during Luvia's segment for obvious reasons, I guess. Yeah, he's AOE Arts, a DPS farmer, and an interesting support choice too. Has seen some buffs, which is good because on launch he was kind of like whatever, honestly. 10.4k attack is not bad. It's slightly under average among rulers, but again the class mod still carries. He's full arts, including his MP, triple arts, so he's even more arts than Archer, who has a Buster MP. So his gains on base are not very pretty, though. They're not trash either. But honestly, for a triple arts, it could be way worse. Again, it's not as bad as like Archer, I'm pretty sure, if I remember the numbers correctly. So there's that. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets an evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns, sure hit for 3 turns, all enemies get a minus 20% arch risk down for 3 turns, and then all enemies that are evil get another minus 20% arch risk down for 3 turns. So you can get up to 40% minus arch risk down, which is quite a lot, especially nice for bosses. Debuffs are obviously always preferred for bosses over farming, so yeah, that's cool. Pretty good skill, even if the enemy is not evil, it's not bad, honestly. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 30% rainbow for 3 turns and 30% crit damage for 3 turns as well. Just a very basic but decent, self-powering skill. Not too shabby. It's acceptable. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 50% gauge, and then he gets, you flip a coin. You either get 500% arts or Buster Absorb for 1 turn. You don't get to choose, it's random. And then you get 20 stars on use. I guess it's not that big of a deal which you get. You probably want the arts one, but
Yeah,
it's just kind of
yeah.
weird. It's
What it ends up being is if you have a Buster card, it's a 10-star bomb because you get 10 stars going to that, and then the rest are just floating.
yeah,
Wherever.
so it's even though it's
or you get
RNG, it's
20
not like it's
for
gonna ruin
points.
your game plan or anything like that. It's just a weird
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then he only has one Buster card, so it's
Yeah.
just unlikely to do anything.
It's like one of those stove things, like Saber stove things again, except this time it's RNG. But yeah, it's not a bad skill. It's a pretty standard 50 battery, but yeah, it works. Decent skill set overall. Not the best we've seen by any means, but certainly not the weakest either. 10% crit damage is fine. 10% arts and or 5% arts up and MP damage is great. And then he's immune to Charm, Confusion, Terror, and Skill Seal. That's just a really good passive, especially for bosses. Just, yeah, okay. Bunch of annoying
It's
debuffs.
mental debuff immune, but better.
Yeah.
That's all of the annoying mental debuffs. Like all of the other mental debuffs that aren't listed there are just non-existent in quests.
Yeah.
And then you also get skill seal immune.
Yeah, because that's not a mental
Unfortunately, the
debuff.
cost he pays is he loses magic resist, which is
I think I would take that trade deal any day, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, but if the enemy spams like attack downs, it can be a bit.
Yeah, but you're probably gonna
Be a
run it
bit
with Castoria, so you're just gonna cleanse it
Yeah.
all anyway. Anyway, great passive. Overall, good passives anyway. He's anti-ruler, which I guess could be okay if you want to neutral that, but you probably have, you know, berserker options or something. Unless you're afraid of the damage, then. Buffed MP. So yeah, this is a very good one, very important one as well, because his MP didn't really do a whole lot of damage. So before damage, he gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, base overcharge, getting up to 40%. So he now has very solid ramp up. Very cool. Does damage to enemies, which also does super effective against good alignment enemies. It's just a flat 150, but still nice. Skill seals all the enemies for 1 turn, and then makes them all evil for 3 turns. So it's a bit awkward sometimes because, again, you want to use the first skill to make your MP better, but then you kind of want to MP sometimes to apply the evil first. So it's a bit awkward. It's like the Aussie thing all over again with this sun map as well. But still cool, and obviously then you can use allies that have anti-evil, like Luvia, who we discussed earlier, who can greatly benefit from the enemy being evil as well. So it's pretty cool. And the MP actually can do some damage now. How about that? I think he's really legit. He has an interesting spot in the game. Like, he's not a bad DPS himself by any means, at least on bosses. Maybe.
Yes.
I think his farming
That's
numbers
my call.
might be pretty decent too now, right?
Yeah,
they're actually very
he's like
good.
A
Yeah.
plus,
He's,
dude.
well, look, here's the thing. As far as the DPS is from here, he's like
He's A
outside
plus.
of I don't know. I
He's
think
A
like
plus.
between his
Look,
utility
I
and his
feel like
DPS
EX might be a
ability,
bit high, but yeah.
He can crit surprisingly well because he has Dolman synergy and Yui synergy. So like on the surface, he might not have like the craziest crit kit, but
Yeah, he's kind of easy to
ends up
support. He has a
having-
lot of support options.
Yeah, he ends up being, and also he can do the evil thing. But here's the thing with the evil thing: it's only ever worth it with Tonalico or Luvia. Is it even worth it to use?
Oh, you're gonna cut off there?
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, did I cut off?
Yeah, you cut
Yeah,
off
you
there.
cut
You
out,
said,
yeah.
"Is it even
Except
worth?"
for
And then you cut off.
Okay, so I was gonna ask Rio: is it really worth using him for your Tonalico when he himself does more damage than your Tonalico?
no. Well, Tonalico does more damage once I make him evil. Like unless it's against
Unless it's against Hakuno. Okay, I know. I'm just
yeah,
joking.
that
But, like,
fight is unfortunate.
But-
I think the worst turn attempt thing I've ever done. What suffering
But-
that was.
But yeah, it's. I mean, Otto has said it multiple times. This is if Space Ishtar had an MP upgrade in terms of the damage, right? It's actually slightly better because he has overcharge, so his ramp is like a little bit higher.
Yeah, he's probably better than
Yeah, and
Spushtar now.
then-
Yeah.
And then unlike I think
And she has
I
anti-trait.
think he's a better DPS than like basically all of the AoE arts Avengers easily. I
Maybe,
know
I-
Kama's really good, but Kama's like
Nah, she's
we're
better
talking
than
about
Kama. Like,
yeah,
he's
yeah,
better
we're
than
talking
Kama.
about charm versus good alignment. like uh like it's kind of incredible that he has everything he has and he has super effective, Like his DPSing is so good. He spams really good because he has like cards, like he has an arts deck, and contrary to popular belief, he actually does have pretty good games. They're like above average for
It's just
Yeah, for
not
triple
refund
arts, it's
because of
pretty
the low
decent
hits.
for sure.
it's just low NP refund. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and
not
he has a
actually low
50%
gains.
battery, so like he
Yeah.
after
He has gain
farms
cards.
Yeah,
just
and
fine.
if you're looking for a single core farming, like he has like some of the best damage out there for art servants.
Yeah, the numbers were higher than I thought they were gonna be.
That's like plug Oberon. It depends on whether or not you're
and
willing to deal with
I
that.
thought they learned their mistake with this character, but no, they
And
buffed
then-
Ryoma Lancer's MP. I think it's the exact same situation with like they just become like the highest AoE arts loopers in the game in terms of damage. Which is
Like at MP2, he's already better than EO, right? I assume looking at these numbers, he's already
yeah.
better
I mean,
at that
after
point.
MP upgrade,
He's maybe ever so slightly below MP5 EO at MP1 with the upgrade, but MP2 is already better, should be.
Yeah, it's just.
And then that's
So
without trade too, yeah.
Yeah, so he is just a very good, like one of the best.
I'd say
AoE arts.
anti-good's better than anti-divine, though. Like,
This is
yeah,
this
and
is
also,
why.
also,
you go.
yeah, he is usable as an enabler because of his NP. His NP can there's several
But Estrella-
AoE art servants or single target
Well, it's
art
mostly
servants
Estrella
that are
and Tonalico. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
but then there's also like Bakken and there's
there's
Vesperu, who is evil.
Phantasmoon.
There's
Actually, I've seen
and
Phantasmoon.
Oh, yeah,
Phantasmoon.
Phantasmoon. Oh
she's
yeah.
Buster though.
Yeah, I've seen Phantasmoon just for like the sake of like pushing max damage, but it's usually not that great. But yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm not sure about
Right.
the EX, but I could definitely do A plus for sure.
Yeah, no, he's not EX. He's just high.
Fine.
At least A
He's
plus.
just high.
Yeah.
He's not even as good as TAs as Koyan Dark. Okay, Rio, you have no idea. The legacy I created.
Fine. My legacy.
My legacy. Dude, I probably okay. If we have a chart of like hours of missed sleep versus how many brain cells you kill, I probably killed like half a brain because of Koyan Dark. Anyways,
Nice.
sorry. That's really sad to say, but
Oh, there you go.
Wait. What?
All right, we'll
do
go
we
with-
have videos of missed sleep?
Oh,
Why
I
do
see
I
what
mean,
you did
okay,
there.
okay,
Wow.
missing sleep. Okay,
Yeah. I was expecting some kind of joke there because I kind of heard it too.
Yeah.
my bad.
All right,
Yeah,
so
sort
yeah,
of
we'll
like
go
buff
with A
stripper
plus on
from last
Moriarty
week.
for now. And yeah, next one is a big one. We're gonna talk about Summer Scotty.
Well,
Yeah.
Wow.
So AoE, quick ruler, DPS. She can even farm a bit, but she's mostly obviously used as a support for either DPSing or farming. Just super versatile, super nice. Reason why Quick is still definitely alive and well. Contrary to popular belief, Quick is doing fine, even if it's not maybe doesn't have a Castoria equivalent. So yeah, 10.8k attack puts her above most 5-star rulers on average. Cool. She's double buster, double quick, so she has literally self synergy as well. Fun fact. Her gains are decent as well on the gains cards. Nothing too crazy, but they're fine. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, one ally gets 50% quick up for 3 turns and 100% buster crit damage for 3 turns. Very cool. Again, they mostly kept the same stuff as OG Scotty, but they mixed it up a little bit because they gave her the buster stuff too. So I very much like this stuff that they did. Second skill on 7-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 15% quick and buster for 3 turns, and then 15 stars per turn for 3 turns. Insane skill when it's up, like just insane. Like when this is up, you feel happy. You're feeling great. You're just loving life. Granted, there is a lot of downtime if you're bringing her for bosses, but man, for farming, DPSing when it's up, oof, amazing, an amazing uptime skill. Feels good, man. Third skill, 7-turn cooldown. Target ally gets 50% battery, 5k absorb for buster cards for 1 turn, and a 15-star bomb. Again, a bit of synergy with the first skill as well, making it a bit easier to get those buster crits rolling. Because, you start getting the 15 stars after the first turn from the second skill, so you get it instantly from this now too. So yeah, it's a very synergistic skill set, but whether you want to buff herself or someone else, it just works great. 25% debuff res, great. 10% arts up, decent with her one good arts card, I guess. Another 25% debuff res on the goddesses essence, so 50% debuff res permanently, great, very strong. Anti-caster in the append is fine because she's mostly gonna hit neutral anyway, it's a normal class, so sure. The MP then is a damaging MP. Besides damage, all enemies get a -1 tick down on them, pretty cool delay. Then she also changes the map to water side for 1 turn before damage. And then on... Actually, no, I don't know what I'm reading. On water side map, she gets 10% MP damage for 1 turn before damage. And then up to 30% on overcharge max. And then also she is anti-lawful, super effective. The base 150 to 200 range is not even that big of a deal if you miss the water side. It's not even ramp up, so it's just a small bonus. So she's not like ride or die like Nemo, I would say, which is cool. But yeah, besides herself being a DPS farmer, obviously her supporting is just amazing. It's really good. Like, it's just insane offense. It's just packed into one package. But totally a viable DPS too.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just gonna say as much as a buster support as a quick support sometimes.
Yeah. She's both card types essentially, at least for DPS.
Yeah. So. If you're like, oh my god, you're so annoying, you keep saying, oh, I wish you had 2 buster cards. Yeah,
she's the reason. Yep.
Yep, that's her fault.
Also, the thing is like, if you do look at her like farming numbers though on that list there, it does look oddly high, but like there comes a problem from a problem that I've discovered by using Causer Drop a lot is that when your character is the support, you actually have just 1 less support than every other DPS.
Well, yeah. So, like, the good thing is she can run over
like a full. Yeah, when you're kitting out like a full kit of for a full team, like focused on 1 unit, turns out that when one of your units is the support, you have to like figure out what support to use in place of that said support.
Yeah, go figure. I wonder why Koyan Light can't buster loop, because you can't run the 3rd one. Like, because if you run a 3rd one, the cooldown is like is -6, so she could just do normal buster looping.
That is the hard part about using a support as a DPS, but that's a very small complaint. But
you can't quad Scotty, bro. Ain't no way.
Yeah, you can't.
I feel like in her case, it's not that bad though, because you still have caster Scotty. So while buffs are still better than debuffs, it's not a big difference in the quick case.
Caster Scotties, you're right.
Yeah, so in her case, it's not that big of a deal in farming numbers.
Yeah.
You still get mostly the same damage buffs.
Since her ranking is very clearly going to be at top, fun fact: his artists purposefully draw her thicker because she's
it's canonical that she got buffed.
He even made an illustration like showing the difference between her fat content and
it wasn't even a small one, right? It was actually a very visible one, even without him telling
you. Like, was he asked about this, or did he just go, by the way, fun fact?
No, he tweeted about it, I'm pretty sure, with an illustration.
I know, but
I'm
pretty sure proud of it.
Shit.
I'm pretty sure someone pointed it out and like asked about it.
Yeah, very vital information, of course.
Goddamn.
But yeah, we probably don't have to talk much more about Summer Scotty. She's just, essential for quick, just absolutely essential.
Yeah, I don't really have much.
Yeah, it's just. I'm sure a lot of people are very familiar. Anyway, welfare time again. Then
Mighty Chains even better.
Yeah, she's a great addition to the game for sure. So yeah, welfare time. We got Queen Io. We briefly mentioned her during Moriarty, maybe before that as well, not sure. But yeah, we got an AoE arts farmer, and I guess you can even do some DPSing with her, but I feel like most people use her as a farmer because she's a pretty decent neutral arts looper if you don't have like the crazy options. So 8.9k attack is not super high, even for a 4-star ruler, but again, the class mod still helps. She's double arts, double quick on the deck, but which is fine because while she has maybe a little bit of crit potential, I feel like most of her damage is she just wants to spam as much as MP as possible, really. Her arts on base are fine. The cards, the quicks are not as good, but they're not trash either, I guess. But yeah, the arts are at least decent. First skill 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 50% anti-divine power mod for 3 turns, and then does a 1k curse on all enemies for 5 turns, actually. The curse is like whatever on her. She doesn't really have that much stuff going on for anti-curse. She can maybe combo with some other servants, that could use curse, but maybe she should be a foreigner in that case, but I don't know. Otherwise, it's still good because 30% arts and 50% anti-divine, solid numbers, good, niche to have, not bad at all. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 30% battery and then 500% absorb for art scars for 1 turn and 100% arts crit damage for 1 turn. So there's the crit thing I was talking about. It has a lot of downtime and she doesn't really generate a ton of stars either. So it's a very occasional thing when she can actually get a nice crit turn going, but definitely not her main focus, I would say. Third skill on 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. She gets... or rather all allies get 50% anti-wild beast crit damage for 3 turns. Oh wait, no. Wild beast allies get 50% crit damage for 3 turns, excuse me. And then 10 stars
She has
on
a
use.
passive.
Like neither are used.
And she has a passive that turns her.
Yeah.
Well,
That's such a forced thing. Like, so weird, right? It's so weird. It's like
it's
such
extra.
a forced thing.
Just give her.
But I mean, it's great for her, obviously, but it just feels such a weird design choice. But yeah, she herself obviously gets it because of a passive of all things. So it's actually a pretty good skill because of that. Mostly because of that. Otherwise, it's just kind of a base charisma with some stars on top. Now, 17.5% debuff rest, great. 8% arts up, great. Poison and burn immunities, they're cool too. 5% are quick up, also fine. 10% quick crit damage is also great. And then, yeah, the wild beast trait. So she gets 50% crit damage from her own skill now. Just very weird, but yeah, we take it, I guess. Good passives for a 4-star, especially for a welfare, by the way. Good passives. She's anti-foreigner, which is mostly a neutral case, so not that big of a deal. It's a rare. Well, I guess not because of the neutral thing, because she hits neutral mostly anyway, but because foreigner is just not a very common enemy to fight. Unbuffed MP, so she gets 10% MP damage before damage for 3 turns. Flat, no scaling there. Does damage to enemies, then does a 100% curse amplifier on them for 3 turns, and then overcharge does a 1k curse on them for 3 turns, on base scaling up to 3k. So the curses, even with her skill and the MP, even if you spam it, I don't think they're gonna ever reach crazy numbers. They can be a bit of a nice bonus, but definitely not the main focus for her. But a small ramp up of the MP damage at least is pretty cool, and a free MP5 is free, and it's a fairly loopable MP, of course. You can even black rail farm. I think she's, again, just good. Not amazing, but just good. And again, if you don't have a lot of good arts looping options, she's definitely not a terrible choice by any means. And can even be a decent anti-divine DPS too, actually.
Yes. She's in the newest patch with Nocnaria and Santa Martha. So
as far
definitely
as
the
farmers go,
it's still very good.
As far as farmers go, if you wanted an AoE arts looper from evocation, is she the best one?
Well, it's definitely not Ranmaru.
Unless they buff Ranmaru.
Unless they buff Ranmaru. Yeah, that's everyone's call.
I'm hoping this ages like milk.
Yeah, buff Ranmaru, dude. Yeah. But yeah. She's best F2P arts looper, but again, you gotta wonder, because if you're against riders, you would much rather use Valks, right? If you're against assassins, you would much rather use Sieg. So it's not like.
And if you're against casters, is Santa Nemo better? I don't know.
Oh yeah,
probably
sure, for sure. So it's not like I think I definitely hyped her up when she first came out.
Yeah,
I was like, oh my god, this is crazy. But she's not that crazy. She's just.
I think a big contributor there is because she was top tier for a few 90++.
Because they love to put moon cancers there.
Keep putting moon cancers for no reason.
Yeah, they stopped doing that. So now that we're not having forced use cases here, she's just not as. I wouldn't say she's as useful. She's
still solid, but yeah.
She's solid, but I mean, she's trying to be an omni-looper in a world of omni-loopers.
Yeah, I'd put her I don't know, A to.
I would still say A. She's just solid, and I guess especially if you don't have a lot of options.
Da Vinci ruler? I think
she was B+.
Yeah, she's probably slightly, but I don't know. I
would say EO A tier.
There's so many A's. We gotta move that later. Yeah, I'm A to B+. I don't know.
Let's start with A.
Because I think she's on par with Da Vinci Ruler. She's the single the AoE equivalent of Da Vinci Ruler. as far as the welfare rulers go. So B plus is the highest I would say. 'Cause A is crowded.
You never.
Well, I feel like you're saying that because A is crowded. I feel like that you're kind of she's kind of getting shafted because of the order of servants here.
Well, not necessarily though. I really think like.
No, I feel like what Rio said at least. It sounds like it was like you should put her down.
No, but I honestly don't. Well, I mean,
I feel like I always said like if it's crowded, it's crowded. I don't want to put someone up or down because a tier is crowded. It's not fair. Like, think of it like this way: every servant should have their own tier list, and then you don't have to see anyone else there. You know, it just happens to be like that. That there's a lot of solid servants in this list, and it is what it is. That's how I always see it. Like, yeah, one tier could be crowded. So what? You know. What does it mean? What does it matter?
Yeah, the tier list does give less information the more crowded it is.
The more crowded one group is, the less relevant like information you get. Because like if like 90% of the people are in A, then what is that tier list actually saying?
No, I think it means they're just solid. I think it's very straightforward. I think you're kind of overthinking it.
Things aren't being broken down.
They're just solid
enough.
I feel like you don't have to overthink it.
Like A minus, for example, right? Like
I'm not doing any more tiers.
But yeah, we're not doing A minus.
Well, we'll go with that for now, and then again, I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of shuffle on the upper ranks later on. So yeah, the big one, or one of the big ones. God, there's so many big ones in this list. Yeah, it's time to talk about Kukulkan. NA has her now as well this year. Yay, the big cuckoo. So yeah, AOE buster, DPS farmer. I feel like mostly better known for DPSing, but you know, if you have a cracked copy, you can totally farm too. No worries. Attack is very high, 12.5k. Basically, like, what was it, tied with Super Aqua for the highest of all foreigners. Voice crack is real. So yeah, that's a great start, for sure. She's full triple buster, of course, including the MP, so quad on that. Gains cards, they're fine. They're not crazy, but they're fine considering there's only 2 of them. But, you know, she has ways of getting her MP anyway. Mostly just big face card crits as well. Great to have that triple buster. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 30% crit resistance for 3 turns, which again basically eliminates base crits, which is pretty damn nice to have. And then all the skills have the optional cost. You can pay 10 extra stars to get another effect. If you pay 10 extra stars for this, she gets 30% more attack for 3 turns, so she herself can get 50% from this, which is pretty cracked considering it's a 5-turn cooldown and she has a very high attack to begin with. So yeah, great start, I would say. and then we see one of the passes which helps more with these as well. Anyway, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 1 ally, targeted 50% battery, and then if you pay another 10 stars, they also get evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns, and sure hits for 3 turns. So this time is more of a utility defensive case for the extra cost, but regardless, you can always target 50 free of charge when it's up on cooldown. Probably herself, but you know, cool to be flexible, I guess. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets an invul for 1 turn, or should I say special invul, She gets 30% buster up for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then if you pay 10 stars, she also gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns. Talk about a loaded skill for offense, though. Like, okay. And then you also have the special invul for 1 turn. Great. Yeah, it's a great skill set. It makes sense. And the star costs, yes, they're pretty hefty, but again, you have supports and then her passives, and she herself generates stars from cards as well, so... Yeah, so speaking of which, the passives. So the whole party gets 8% debuff success rate up when she's on the field. Great, cool effect. And then all invul effects on her are special invul. Be them hit-based or turn-based, they are all special invul. Obviously, the stacking rule still applies, that you can't stack the same hard defense effective like that. But yeah, it's just a better form of invul. In like, basically, well, there is now a special invul appears, right? I guess. But wait, does that go through invul as well? I forgot.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so it's only against not evasion.
Evade.
But then she has an evade too, so
yeah. She was actually pretty good for that quest because she has
shocking.
She has just everything. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not have
wow, she's good in a quest. Yeah. But yeah.
Well, she's
anyway.
good in like. Technically, she has perfect defense. I guess I should say.
Yeah, pretty much.
She has like all forms of hard defense.
Mm-hmm. But then that's not all for the passive. You also get 10 stars per turn every turn permanently. great. That's like free bonus skill every time minimum. And then you get 3% MP per turn. I still want to say this is the best passive in the game by far. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. Like, what the hell is this passive?
It's so good they gave it to another character.
It's such a crazy ass passive. That's way too much for a passive. She's anti-moon cancer, which is a neutral case that hardly ever exists. So it's like maybe the one weird thing about her, not that great. She could have a way better anti-append, I guess. Alright, then the MP obviously hasn't been buffed, not that it really needs it. But yeah, before damage, he gets 50% anti-threat to humanity power mod for 1 turn. Flat, no scaling. Skill seals all enemies after damage. You get 30 stars every time you use the MP. And then she does anti-earth attribute. Super effective damage, this normal 150 to 200 range. So yeah, she's pretty busted. Her MP might not always do crazy damage, but man, does she have face card potential though.
Yes, it does. Don't pretend. Don't.
Yeah, I mean, she still has crazy numbers though. Yeah, so yeah, I guess even without the anti-air, yeah.
The most overtuned piece of garbage I've ever seen in this game.
The total amount of damage buffs she has in a skill set is really ridiculous. I get that it is intentional because, you know, the stars is a cost, but it's too much, especially when you put her in a Buster team where you can basically negate the cost with Koyan Light very easily. And her cooldowns are so short. Like, it's a 50% attack up on a 5-turn.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, even the skill 3. Like, in single core Buster looping, after a pen 5, she can use her skill 3 on turn 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's like... So, like, she has just so much self buffs just out of nowhere, right? And, of course, you know, that's just single core looping. She has, like, I think better wave 2 damage than Arjuna, maybe? Does she? I don't know. I don't remember. Don't quote me on that. I literally made a video on that, but I forgot. It's been a while. So she, but she has like.
She does not, according to this sheet at least, but it's still pretty high on wave 2.
But yeah, it's really high. Is this what before or after a pen 5?
A pen 5 is calculated for this one.
Then never mind. Then I misremembered. I forgot Berserkers are stupid. But yeah, like it's still really high. It's like close, I think, or something, right? But
yeah, it's not too. It was like 200k on Arjuna Alter. Hers is like 177, so it's a small gap, but it's still high for wave 2 Buster. It's still high.
Yeah. So like, but my point is that she has so much steroids on herself. Is she still good at MP1? She is. If you're farming with her at MP1, honestly, no.
Yeah, it's kind of whatever. But you can still do crazy DPSing with her.
Still locked to 50% charge. The CEs.
Yeah.
That's the thing I'm not a fan of with her.
Yeah, we totally don't have like, you know, every event with a 50% charge. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I know, but that's sort of a high bar, no? Like, who else? You know, like most Buster units are locked to 50 starting charge CEs. Like,
yeah. If anything, I mean, like farming is not even the best thing she does.
Yeah, she has like just triple Buster. The only thing is she doesn't have existence outside of domain, which is like how it should be.
Mm-hmm.
There are some multi-core stuff with her. Like I have used her in multi-core. The targetable 50 battery 99% goes onto herself.
Yeah.
But 1% of the time it does go onto someone else because it does sometimes it does work. So it's I don't know. She is just very overtuned. I think. Obviously, my hatred for the character is like half my channel, but like realistically, I think if we're to put her in EX, she is currently the weakest EX, which is, I mean, it's not controversial. She's not a meta support, right?
I mean, I would probably agree, but I would still put her in EX, yeah.
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
Just because of how overtuned she is.
Yeah. She has too many buffs. And like, I think a Pen 5 obviously buffed every Buster unit. But like it buffed her so much.
Yeah, it buffs like, the ones that already have cracked kits to begin with, you know? It's even better for those.
Ones with short cooldowns and broken skills, and that's exactly what she has. So a Pen 5 was a huge glow up for her. In many quests where you aren't allowed to use duplicate supports, usually Buster get really screwed because of how short her cooldown is. People just use secondary cooldown reduction units like Takasugi or Summer Ibuki, just to make her skills come back. Because, you know, even if you're running a super subpar support over a actual meta support, you're still getting more damage with this subpar support with a cooldown reduction because her own skills are worth more than any meta support. So that's just the extent of amount of steroids we're dealing with right here.
Yeah, someone asked, is she weaker than Luvia? Well, they're not really directly compared because one is a 4-star. Luvia is like a top 4-star in the game. Kukulkan is arguably a top 5-star in the game, but maybe not as cracked as like a 4-star Luvia is among 4-stars. But she's still really good.
When I said that, I definitely forgot about Luvia. I was just looking at the 5 stars because
but I mean, if you were to compare them, I mean, I would say Kukulkan has a bigger impact. But again, we don't really usually compare 4 and 5 stars. Like this is among 4-star rankings here.
It's a bit difficult, I would say. Like Luvia is more impactful in a way that also she is more accessible. I feel like a lot of times when if you're making like a guide or suggestion, you're like, oh, do you have like an MP2 Luvia you can pull out of your collection? Oh yeah, sure. Like you're not gonna be able to pull a Kukulkan out of nowhere unless you specifically
like
go for it, right?
There were like a lot of super rare collections where it's like, yeah, an MP2 or MP3 Luvia can do this like really easy.
That's a lot of people would just happen to have her, but yeah. So anyways, that's a bit straying beyond the point. But Kukulkan,
yep, there you go.
Like
She's
chat, I know chat likes to joke, but like if she actually gets a buff before Korean Dark, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I feel I would kind of be mad about that too. I'm not gonna lie, even though I'm pretty neutral on them.
You guys can wait on that video.
Yeah, and you can catch it as soon as it happens on Smobcast.
Wow, the plug. I respect it. All right, let's talk about the next ruler, who I already mentioned a bit earlier. We got Johanna next. The Popets herself, another Valentine's servant. What was that?
Did you just say Fooler?
I think I said ruler, but I don't know. Maybe I said. I don't know.
Sounded like you said Fooler. I don't know.
Interesting. brand new class.
Fool this time, Otto.
So yeah, she's AoE arts, but honestly, she's mostly used as a support rather than a farmer or DPS herself. You can kind of do both. The farming numbers are really ugly though. But yeah, she's mostly used as support for arts crits as well, and then, batteries and whatnot. Her attack obviously is not very high to begin with, which hampers her own DPS and farming potential. She's double arts, double quick, which is also maybe not the best deck if you want to DPS with her either. Her arts cards are just okay, and the quicks are like whatever too, so even the gains could be better. The first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, it's a targeted skill. One ally gets 5k absorb for their arts cards for 3 turns, and 100% arts crit damage for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So this is not like a reason why she's kind of a arts crit support, even if arts crits are obviously not as desirable as Quick and Buster. She actually can be an option for you if you are imagining arts crits, because this skill gives you a lot of support for that. Then second skill on 7-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns, debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns, 1k damage cut for 3 turns flat, and then she herself gets a 30 battery. So it's a pretty high cooldown, but there's a lot of nice effects here, especially for bosses. 1k damage cut is not shabby at all. Unless they're critting or hitting with MPs, you will not really feel that, especially Johanna herself, assuming she's taking 0.5 anyway as a ruler. So yeah, it's a lot of damage cut and mitigation. And obviously arts up is great because she is kind of an arts support as is for crits and whatnot, so it's great. Debuff immune also flexible, good. Third skill on an 8-turn cooldown, so the full party gets 20% gauge per turn for 3 turns and 20% attack for 3 turns. So yeah, it's insane on cooldown, but yeah, again, it feels good when this is active though. It definitely feels good. So if anything, the one thing hampering her potential on bosses as well are the cooldowns for sure. Like when the uptime is up, everything feels great. Everything is awesome. But then when she's on her downtime, like what is she doing? Not much. She can do a bit of damage with her MP maybe, but otherwise there's not much going on. I feel like maybe she should have had a support MP. I don't know. Yeah, the buff plug is still something, but we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, the downtime is definitely one awkward part about her. Anyway, passives, 25% debuff for us is great. 10% arts up also great. So that's it for the passives, but at least the 2 that she has are fine. She's anti-rider, which again is fine because ruler is mostly neutral anyway, so a common class is not too shabby. Unbuffed MP, so before damage she gets 50% anti-evil power mod for 1 turn, flat no scaling, does damage to enemies, then does a buff block on them for 1 time 3 turns, and then also does super effective damage against mana attribute enemies, the base 150 to 200 range on overcharge. So if you don't hit anti-trait, the MP does like negative damage. But if you hit the man one, it does pretty good damage, or at least decent. And if you hit both, then you can actually get some real nice damage.
I
But
wouldn't say negative damage. Like, it's not that bad,
Really?
is it?
is it not?
don't think
I think it's pretty bad though.
It's
I mean, for arts numbers on a
okay.
5-star, it's pretty bad, I want to say, but
In single core looping, it is pretty bad. But
And that's with her being
as far
stacked
as
with
the
buffs,
AoE arts
though.
ruler, she is the weakest.
yeah, but
but-
she's like got support.
yeah, that's why I was saying I don't
oh.
really like her as a DPS or a farmer, because I much prefer her as a support, because her numbers are just way weaker than all her other counterparts.
I mean, I've used her in multi-core because of the skill 3 and skill 2, but like,
Yeah, I've used it to
she
farm
definitely
too,
could have
this thing.
gotten. I think her skill 2 could have been party charge, party 30.
Party
I think that's good.
30?
Dude.
Maybe 20,
Yeah.
but 30, ooh.
No, Party 30 would have been great. That
No,
would've-
that's after
Party 30
one
would have
turn-
actually cemented her
after-
as a.
after one
really good
turn.
support.
She
Yeah,
gets
that would have been 50
and after two
AoE with
turns,
after
it's
one. That's too
270.
much. That's way too much.
So
Nah,
Yes.
it's crazy.
What do you mean, so?
Dude, it's like
So?
Tonelico's skill.
So she brings a lot of
So?
charge.
we literally see that happen already.
Yeah, Tony
Yeah,
Hawk
but
has
Totally
to-
goes
just shows it's
she has
fine.
to NP with overcharge. There, you actually have to
And-
do something to get there.
And my MP
Oh.
does no damage, so basically I'm doing MP for nothing.
Yeah, but
See?
still,
See?
she still does
Same
the other
logic.
supporting though. She's not just like a DPS.
I think she's fine.
I think it would be a bit too much battery if that was
Okay.
the case.
Here we go. Compromise. Buff skill 3 to be 30% rolling charge.
Why not? It's 8 turn
Just
cooldown,
reduce the
yeah.
cooldown by 1. That's already way better.
No,
And
and reduce the
reasonable.
cooldown by 2 while you're at it.
Okay.
1. I can see 7. I think 8.
I think 6 would
Wait,
be
how
a
long
bit
does
too
this skill
strong.
last?
7 is
No,
doable.
it's only 3
3.
turns. I say
Only
6
3
turns.
turns. It's
Well,
only
it-
3
look,
turns at 20% regen for the whole team.
Yeah.
If you look at Summer Scotty, it is 7 turns on the skill 2, and this is, in my opinion, probably stronger in most cases. So like I think 7 is fair. But
I mean, this
six-
is the
but,
Summer
like,
Scotty
8
skill, basically the second skill, which is also on a 7-turn cooldown. It just has more defensive
Yeah.
utility than offense. But this could be 7 too, in my opinion. This third skill.
Yeah, the third skill could be 7. Yeah, that's what I mean. Because like it's fine. I think like here's the thing though. Like if you don't push things far enough, why the buff wouldn't be impactful. So I guess I shouldn't be mad at Ryoma's MP upgrade. I think Ryoma's MP upgrade is pushing it too far, but it does make people actually care. If it wasn't something that was pushed too far, then maybe people still wouldn't care. Like Okuni's buff, for example. So I don't know. So maybe you should push everything too far when you buff server.
Push
I
the
honestly
limits.
think Johanna could use an MP buff. Because again,
Yeah,
like
true.
like I was saying, when the
Yeah.
uptime is up, everything is amazing. But after that, she's not doing much. She's just not doing much.
Yeah.
Like if the MP did some maybe more damage on base without needing traits, or maybe another effect there as well, then you could feel the downtime could be a little bit. It could feel a little bit better, you know. Because as is, it
More
just feels
party
bad
charge
when
like
these are not up.
Tez, maybe like 10 party charge.
She's just a tanky character on the field when the skills are not up.
Yeah, she kind of has to
I-
hit trait.
I-
Her MP doesn't really do anything, but she has
I
she has
just-
2 traits. But yeah,
I just don't see her issue being a lack of party charge. Okay, like
Yeah, I think it's
She
fine like
has-
this,
this is like
Okay,
some of
fine.
the most party charge you see on any servant.
pretty much.
yes,
Um,
but you need to break a threshold for her to be usable in farming. That's always how it is.
I feel
Like,
like I would
people
like
thought
her not
70
to be
charge and
related
overall
to
was
farming,
overkill.
honestly. I like her in bosses. I honestly
Why?
don't
Because
want to see her
you
too much
want her
in
in
farming.
bosses when like art supports are like the most numerous random garbage.
Yeah, because I
shit,
always
like,
skip
yeah,
them at
even for-
once.
Yeah, then like what arts crit supports are there that
Yeah, true.
have more than one turn of crit?
Let's make arts crits better.
That
Yui
is worth
shows
a
us.
damn.
I don't know. It's just like.
Oh, man.
Or Van Gogh. Look. I don't think.
Just
like,
do Van Gogh.
Like I don't think we need a specifically like if you want to make her better support, sure. But like I think what I end up using her for is more so the charge per turn and the debuff immunity. It's not the arts crit is like a nice cherry on top. It's not even the main focus most of the time when I use her in the arts team as a support. Like genuinely, I use her more for the debuff immunity as well as the party charge for multi-core farming or for just MP spam. So I think I don't know. I don't know how you buff her, to be honest. Like buffer MP.
I think just an MP buff is fine, and then she would be potentially really good. Like more damage on base without the need to rely on traits, and then maybe 1 or 2 more cool lines in the MP to do something more.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think she's already very close to being very good, and she's not bad by any means as is. Just a bit too much downtime.
I think there's just too many art supports. Like that's why people are like, oh, you know, this is like the.
I think she's A tier again.
Oh my god!
What is the? This is the 7th art support you showed me this week.
I completely agree it is A tier, but according to the relative placements. But no, it's because of the relative placements.
Because of the relative placements, she has to be lower. So therefore, we have to put her.
What do you mean relative placements?
Well, because she's not as good as the other characters in A.
Really?
Are you saying she's?
No.
I think she's fine. I think she compares.
Her being placed above Himiko.
Yeah.
I value her more than Himiko, but I thought you guys were saying she wasn't as.
She's not as good as like Moriarty though, or like.
That's why he's A+.
So she's not an A+.
Do you know what the worst part is? I want to move Hokusai down to A, but I think that's a very bad decision.
No.
Anyways, I guess we can move.
I'm gonna start with A again. The middle finger grows, dude. There it is.
Again, this is another Berserker incident. I think we can definitely move some stuff down though.
Yeah, we'll do the shuffle at the end. Some stuff could go maybe even up, but and some might come down. We'll see.
Yeah,
but
we can definitely crap.
We're gonna start with that.
On Voyager.
All right, time for the decks to welfare, right? In fact, this is the final welfare of the list, actually, yeah.
Oh.
We got Naknaria. Amazing. My Stockholm syndrome has kicked in so much that I'm a Maeve simp now, so yeah, it's over. But yeah, she's nice, very cool. So she's you can kind of DP as Anor Varn with her too, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend it too much. In fact, I think she's much nicer as a cool support. Maybe not the most traditional type of support, but a very interesting, who can offer a lot of numbers as a 4-star, especially as a welfare. Okay. So 9.2k attack on her is a bit weaker than 4 stars foreigners on average. She's full arts, including the MP, so full blue on the deck. Gains on base, sadly not the best, but you know, at least she can participate in a lot of arts chains, which is cool if you need the MP, that is. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns, 1k healing per turn for 3 turns, 20% MP gauge per turn for 3 turns, and then allies with her special skill seal get 30% MP gauge. And,
that can miss. It's horrible.
Yeah, I was about to get there when we get there, but yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
That's like the one thing I hate about her, unfortunately. But yeah, this MP gain per turn is nice because, again, her own base gains are not that great, so this is cool at least. Although it's a good skill. Granted, you have this and it works. It's pretty good. Imagine like a welfare giving 30% battery to potentially 2 allies. It's actually really good.
Yep.
So yeah, the second skill then. So on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% MP dash for 3 turns, and then all party members besides herself get applied this special skill seal for 3 turns. And so it's basically a skill seal. It works the exact same way. It's just a special one because otherwise they don't want you to, I guess, access her stuff easier. But the problem is, it is still a skill seal. It is a debuff. It has a 100% base chance to land. If your servants have any kind of resistance, it can absolutely be resisted. So that's a really annoying thing right there. But, okay, let's assume it lands. You get the battery from the first skill as well. Then this skill also gives allies with it 50% attack for 3 turns and 30% defense for 3 turns. So yeah, obviously it's a pretty hefty cost because that means for 3 turns you cannot use your skills, meaning also those skills will not progress in cooldowns. So it's almost like oh, my phone is going off. It's almost like a finisher thing. At the same time, it's a very Oberon-like. Granted, obviously you can still, it's not like a fully like eternal sleep or anything like that, but man, it definitely slows you down. But the upsides you get from it, it's a lot of numbers though, that's for sure. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 20% arts for 3 turns, 60% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn. Sadly, RNG there. All enemies get a minus 20% defense down for 3 turn, and then all allies besides herself and Castoria faces get arts sealed for 1 turn as a demerit. So this can be a bit tricky sometimes to play around, because, you know, if you need to use your arts cards on servants that are not her or Castoria's, then yeah, beware about that. You gotta remember about that art seal. But yeah, more defense down is great for more damage. The stun, you know, it's RNG, but at least it's not the only thing about it. And then arts for herself, I guess. Okay. Yeah, it's a very interesting skill set, especially, I honestly can't believe she's a welfare, but I guess it's the LB6 summer, so everyone was kind of wonky in a overtuned kind of way almost. So yeah, it's interesting. 20% debuff is great. When she's on the field, everyone in the party gets 20% star gen, which is actually very solid as a passive, especially for 4-star or welfare. 4 stars per turn, and then 4% gauge per turn for herself as well. Great passive. Like, again, even passives are great for a welfare, really. She's anti-lancer, which is like not that big of a deal, I would say, because her own neutral damage wouldn't be that high. So her MP is unbuffed, it does damage, it does another minus 20% defense down on enemies for 3 turns. It is after damage, sadly. She fully cleanses her own debuffs, and then she heals herself for 5,000 on base overcharge, getting up to 15,000 on max. So quite a fat heal right there as well. So again, I guess you can try her as a DPS and maybe even a farmer. In fact, how was her refund? Because I never farmed with her. But yeah, as a support, she's really very interesting. Oh yeah, she can black rail, okay. But okay, it's still not.
But yeah,
interesting.
Because she doesn't give herself the buff from skill 2.
Yeah, because the refund, I guess she gets carried by black rail numbers really. But yeah, I think she's a very legit support. I like to have her on a backline for like a ZQ. She comes in and just pops everything, and oof, you get so much more energy suddenly.
You know the funny thing though is, once again, she doesn't seal Castoria arts cards, right? Which means Artoria caster can use her MP, but that just cleanses the debuff again.
Right, because again, the skills.
If it's not live update, it would be a lot more broken. If it's
but wait, isn't it fine though?
Live update.
Oh wait,
it is a check. It is like.
It's not a snapshot, right? It's not a snapshot. Yeah. Right, yeah, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks.
Dynamically adjusts. So if you cleanse it, you lose it.
Right,
if they change that would be incredible.
They should change it. They should make it 500% chance to apply and that you cannot cleanse it. Please.
True, because like,
let's go.
Characters like BB Dubai
treat it
have
as
like
a buff.
Didn't
they
debuff
do
resist.
that before?
Yeah.
So it's like the one thing I don't like about her, how this effect works. The fact that it can be resisted, and the fact that the cleanse can absolutely screw your buffs as well. Otherwise, I think she's very solid, especially for a welfare. She's so unique and so nice to have, though. It's just that sometimes it just things don't work out.
Party 30 charges. You just have to be careful with your skill sequencing. Like in a lot of stuff that this is the most damage that you can get from a support, because it is MP damage plus defense down plus 50% attack up. Like if you don't have specific traits, it's very difficult to get this kind of number.
Defense downs as well.
Yeah. And she is good when you pair with Oberon for max damage as well sometimes. And I don't know, she's just great. Like I've used her as a DPS, but mainly in free-to-play only runs, where like when I just don't have any other answer, I put Nocnaria with the Halloween Maiden Halloween, the heal boost CE.
And she never dies.
And as long as she doesn't get one shot, she would always cleanse her debuffs and she would heal back to full. I think I did that against Olga Marie. That took like 80 turns.
5k is a lot on base overcharge.
I don't want to do that again, but that's a lot of heal. But most of the time you're gonna use her as a support. Because of the evocation in JP, I actually made a short video on that. You can choose to keep a lower level copy, because if now you have a second one. If you did the first event, you can keep.
I think having a level 50 is useful to keep around.
Yeah, I think it's 40 because it's 4-star. But
40. Right? Sorry.
Yeah, 40. So
it's then you get the first two skills.
Yeah, like the skill 3 with this art seal really screws over arts DPSs, so it's not necessarily always a click. But yeah,
And
I think
and
as
that's
a
not just
welfare,
a
it's insane
Minturn
quest.
thing. I will say, like, keeping like low level copies isn't just a Minturn thing. It's just like you can, while not Minturning, just have a tactical reason to not to have a
Retreat.
servant
Yeah.
die, like have a servant leave the field.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be for a Minturn.
Yeah, I mean, for example, with Nocnaria, you probably want to reshuffle your deck, regardless if you want, because like you want to take full advantage of the buffs when you're skill sealed, right? You don't want to like, oh, I sealed all my skills, and then I get Nocnaria cards that do no damage instead of my
Yeah.
DPS. So, definitely shuffling your deck is a tactic. So,
I'm
I think
between
she's
A
at least
plus
A
and EX for
but-
her, personally. Maybe not
I think
EX
she's
because
A
of the
plus.
awkwardness that can happen.
Yeah, probably A plus realistically, but
She's really good for just
Are you
pushing
telling
damage
me
in
they made a
general.
Lost Spell 6 character good?
She's just a little awkward, but you gotta figure out a way of working around it. That's it.
Yeah. But definitely super nice to have as a welfare. Like, everyone should play this event and get her. She's so nice to have.
Yep.
Let's go with A plus. Oh, speaking of the same event, I guess. Yeah, another totally, weak servant, right? Surely. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, we got Summer Melusine next. So, yeah, AoE Arts, a ruler.
From a high
this
point to a
time.
low point. Let's go.
Yeah.
well, Rio.
Right.
Wow,
So,
okay,
yeah,
not-
she's
she's actually
both
good,
a
but, like-
DPS and a farmer. Obviously, she doesn't really have like OG Melusine farming numbers, but she still can farm pretty well, for sure. When it comes to universal arts loopers, at least. 11.4k attack, obviously, as you might imagine, puts her well above average among rulers as well, because of course. She's double buster, double arts, which I would say is very good for her, makes sense for MP spam and face carding. Gains on base actually not amazing. They're kind of whatever. They're just like, oh, okay. But again, she's Summer Melusine, so there's definitely ways of going around that. So the first gonna 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, 30% anti-chaotic power mod for 3 turns, and then the full party, besides herself, get 1k damage cut for 3 turns. It's not that big of a deal that she doesn't even get it, because she's a ruler, so she's mostly gonna take reduced damage anyway. Yeah, it's just a pretty good skill. Good numbers. Chaotic, obviously not that rare in her being a neutral case, meaning she even has more reach for those potential anti-alignments. Good skill for sure. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 500% absorb for 3 turns, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. If there's a water or air map, she gets another 20 stars per turn for 3 turns. You get 10 stars for using this skill, and then again, if those maps are applied, you get another 20 stars. So I want to say, even if there's no map, it's still okay. It's not trash, mostly because the uptime is good on the stuff. But if you get those maps for DPS in cases, wow, that's a crazy amount of stars suddenly. It's a big difference though, for sure. So yeah, so it's either decent to very, very good. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 80% battery on use, 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and an invul for 2 hits, 3 turns. Yeah, that's a 6-turn cooldown. Yeah, it's not overtuned at all. It's very good, very good. She doesn't morph this time, but yeah, it doesn't have to, because you just combine it all into one, kinda. Good. Yeah, it's a very good skill set, needless to say. Protects herself, does crits, does MP, does everything. As you might expect from a Melusine face. 17.5% debuff risk is good. 11% quick up, not that relevant for her, I want to say, with that one quick card. It is a 5-hitter though, so maybe some stars in at least. She gets 12% crit damage against man attribute, because why not? Bonus. She's anti-saber, which is totally fine again, because most of her damage is neutral to begin with, so a common class is just pretty good to have. The MP then, so before damage, she gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns. She does super effective against earth attribute enemies, flat 150, no scaling. And then also before damage, she gets 20% attack for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling all the way up to 40%. So she ramps her attack and crit damage as well, because of course. So yeah, her farming numbers are pretty good, right? But I feel like as a DPS, she's actually a very legit arts crit DPS as well, like actually. Having so many numbers.
She is the second best in her category. But the best is Ibuki Summer. She is second
At least in
best
farming, yes.
in farming.
I feel
but
like in DPSing you can definitely make a
here's
case that she could be better, especially if you need the defensive
Here's the
advantage the
thing.
class brings.
But also this category is single core arts looping, which is pointless nowadays. Like,
Well, it's not
No-
pointless, but yeah, it's
It's not as relevant as it used to be.
yeah.
it's not as relevant as it used to. Like, she's very good at it, like extremely good at it even. But I just like I have her 120, and I gotta say she's one of my least used 120s.
I assume it's not because she's
Just because
bad.
like she has like also the part of the problem is she is like Melusine super selfish, like OG Melusine super selfish on her damage buffs and like party buffs.
Yeah, so multi-core is not that ideal.
But then she also ruins it by giving damage cut to your supports, making everything harder for challenge quests.
Wait, no, that's okay. You can't say that in the tier list. People are gonna shit on us again if you say.
Yeah.
Well,
I feel like
that's
not
for
everyone
me.
wants their supports to get killed necessarily, but yeah, fair.
I do. Well, the worst part is I usually pair her with the Pope because I want to go. Like, she's one of the few like actual.
Dude,
legitimate
honestly,
arts
with
crit
Johanna, it
units.
sounds amazing because then
And
you can
then
have
you got-
2k
then you have,
damage
like,
cut.
2k damage cut.
No
one's
one's gonna
dying.
die ever.
My life is terrible. Like,
That sounds amazing.
I
I love
can't get my
that.
support.
That's totally my
and two of them are
playstyle.
rulers.
Bro, if you're putting her with Pope Johanna, how is she gonna die anyways? Like,
I know that's the problem. Pope Johanna's a ruler and now has 2k damage cut. Why do
Yeah.
you think
Putting
my
her
level
with
1
Pope
copy?
Johanna, you already have crit ramp up, dude.
No, to starting crit, but no, she is one of the few like good arts crit units, because she does ramp up attack and crit. I think arts crit is mostly a meme, because there's so few good units for it. But
I mean, her crits
like,
is generic, but right.
If anything,
her
there needs to
crits
be
is
more
universal.
supports for it.
I personally think, though, I think Rio would agree. I think he would agree. I think Moriarty's MP upgrade does hurt her.
It does. Moriarty's
hurt
MP upgrade hurt her because before Melusine, while less like flexible in things, was at least the highest damage, right? Because like I've done like the calculations, because of like Ibuki versus Space Arash versus Melusine, and if you're just doing standard, single core farming, their damage is actually all three of their damage numbers are actually very similar. Like Ibuki, it's like within 10%. They're all within like 10% of each other, right? So they're like their damage numbers aren't that far off. But like Ruler Moriarty, fun fact, can do more than Summer Ibuki damage wise. Did you know that?
So
In normal farming.
whoa.
Another thing is like I don't know if I should mention this. She is definitely a more self-sufficient crit buffer, so she fits very well into like standard art. Like she can still crit even if she's using like just Castoria and random stuff,
sure.
right? Like she doesn't need.
Well, yeah, because she
another crit
MPs every
support.
turn. She MPs every
Yeah.
turn. She starts with after one MP 60% crit, and then it goes to 90, and then by turn 3 it's 120, and you're just kind of like going from there.
Yeah.
I-
So any sort of card buffs are gonna benefit her. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish she wasn't anti-Earth, so she didn't compete with Ibuki in that area. That kind of sucks.
Doesn't that sound?
Man,
familiar?
we've had it. Haven't, this sounds familiar, actually. Hold on a second.
Like I genuinely think this game has to stop making anti-Earth servers
Stop
There's a
making
lot of
anti-Earth.
anti-Earth, yeah.
The Earth is dead.
for 3 years at least. Like just zero anti-Earth servants. Like
Okay, so the
holy
question
crap.
is A plus or EX?
I don't think she's EX
A
at all.
plus. She's A plus still.
I don't think
Because
she's
like she
EX
is
at all.
very good. She's very
I
good
feel
at
like there is maybe a case because
the
of
thing is, I
her,
think
like
for
not only
most
having
people-
good MP damage, but also having very legit crits too. So she, as a DPS, I think she's the best of all the ones we've talked about so far. Because it's just not her MP damage; she's also the crits. But I guess A plus is still
Very
okay.
happy with her.
Yeah, because like here's the thing with Moriarty, he could use specific supports, right? Like so it's like, yeah, you have to own these servants. You're not always gonna own these servants, but then again, you can push his limits. I think like Melusine is a little bit, it's crazy to say this, but like as an arts looper, she is just she is overtuned as an arts looper, but because of her role, she sometimes can feel pretty plain. I think she is.
Yeah.
I think
I'm
is
so
worse than
close to doing
Moriarty.
the EX though. Okay, we'll talk about it later, I guess.
No, I
don't know.
I don't.
Because
think it's
because
close.
especially she's overtuned as an arts looper, but it is that something that we needed to be overtuned at.
How is she not in the same tier
Because-
as Ibuki? Berserker.
Well, because
dude.
Ibuki, see,
Like-
here's the thing. Here's what I mentioned is I'm like damage wise, they're very similar. And if all Ibuki did was farm and do the exact same damage as Melusine, Ibuki wouldn't be an EX. But the problem is Ibuki also gives party damage. and
You're also
cooldown
talking
reduction.
about wave 3 damage after she's ramped up her damage, right? I refuse to believe Melusine's wave 1 is close to Ibuki. You're talking about wave 3 for sure, right?
Well, the numbers
unless
on
I'm going
Spectre are
crazy.
wave 3. Like Ibuki
okay.
doesn't have any
So-
ramp up, right?
Yeah, she does. So she has she has the same damage on the starting
if you
line.
if you have Atlas, she has ramp up.
like her damage is like Melusine's damage is the same as her damage after she reached the finish line. Ibuki has the same damage throughout the entire race. Like it's still a big gap because Berserker is a stupid class, right? Like it's just that's just how it is. Like Berserker is an extremely overtuned and ridiculous class that this game just made into a bigger and bigger problem every year. But
yeah, her
I
wave
don't
1
wanna rant
damage
too
is
much about it.
definitely not close. Even wave 2 is way less.
But it does also go back to like simply Ibuki also has party support, and like that's
Who cares if
Okay, I can maybe
that's a
accept
huge
that as
thing.
the difference maker then, because yeah, it's better multi-core for sure.
That's the main difference maker because like
Yeah.
wave 1 in standard farming like
This is ridiculous.
3-3-3,
Of course,
like
Melu's EX.
wave
Melu
2 is usually
even
not
close
the
to EX.
problem. Wave 2 is never only in 90 plus is wave 2 the problem.
She's not.
Especially
Unless
for,
you're
for, like,
Morgan.
She's not even top 5 of my most recommended servants of the year.
To be honest, the
She's
year
not
is
even
pretty
top
insane
seven.
though. It's a
okay,
pretty insane
this
year.
year has
It's
so many
ridiculous.
units that
Yeah,
are like,
this is probably the
yeah.
craziest year FGO has ever seen. The one NA is on for strong
but
units.
like you
until
know,
next year.
but she really isn't top. She really isn't EX. Like I don't even think she's close to being EX. Maybe it's just me.
No, I
Right,
don't,
but, like,
I would say she's close, but maybe not there yet.
For a
I
ruler,
think
though?
she's
I think she's worse than Moriarty. The moment for Moriarty
No,
not
Moriarty
being
has an
EX
MP
means that
buff.
she's always gated by Moriarty in terms of, in my opinion, at least in my opinion.
Okay,
I
we'll
mean,
just do
Melusine's
A
probably
plus for
easier to
now
use,
because I want to talk
I
about
guess.
one Gina. I can't believe
Oh,
I'm
sorry,
saying that.
Sorry. I apologize. but
Crazy.
yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, she's pretty good. She's pretty underrated, I'd say.
Yeah, she is very good. So yeah, one Gina is next. Servant that probably is the least known in this entire list. I feel like a lot of people forgot about her, which is kind of a shame because she's actually not bad at all. So it's just a lot of people just brushed her aside, I guess. I don't know why. They just don't like the design or something. I don't know. So for some reason, she was very not popular. So single target, quick foreigner, DPS, very interesting case. High attack, great start, 12.5k. So again, it's like top 3 among foreigners or something, or at least close to that. Very solid. She's double buster, double quick, which again, great synergy with Summer Scotty as well. Good stuff. Her gains cards are also pretty good. So again, everything up here is already like just very solid, right? Good. So first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 20% arts and, not arts, quick at buster for 3 turns for herself. Then she gets this on attack buff for 3 turns. She gets this Wrath of the Elemental buff for 5 turns when she normal attacks. Again, there's only normal attacks, but it does last 5 turns and it has no limit, which is pretty cool. And you'll see what that does later. She gets an evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns as well. Yeah, it's a great skill. I like the flexibility of the evade because again, she's a quick servant, so survivability is not a given. And the fact that it's on a DPS skill is nice that it's flexible with the turns. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then man attribute allies, except herself, get 30% MP damage for 3 turns. And then she gets this on defense buff to allies that have man attribute as well for 3 turns, so whenever they get attacked, she gets another Wrath of the Elemental buff for 5 turns. Actually, this is like if you have multiple Wanjinas, they all get it, right? So if you have one ally that's man attribute, you have 2 Wanjinas, they get attack. they both get it from that basically. And if you double dip on this skill because of 2, then they both get 2, right? That's how that works. So it's like 1 Gina allies. I think it's like all of them. If you happen to have more than one for some reason, I guess. So it's interesting. Third skill.
You can use George, and he gets like he's man. Oh wait, hold on. Am I mixing up? Oh, that's the next one.
I'm not sure
Sorry,
if he's
next
man.
skill.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention. Sorry.
Yeah. All good. Anyway, third skill on 7-turn cooldown. She gets a 30% battery, and then all party members get 10% gauge per turn for 5 turns, and then 1k healing per turn for 5 turns. So it does have some downtime, of course, but you know, the 2 nice effects have some longevity to them, which is pretty cool. So it's very similar to the Johanna skill, but less downtime, but also smaller numbers, I guess. I don't hate it though. Makes sense. Healing can be nice too to have. It's a pretty nice skill set, honestly. Lots of stuff. First passive, 2 stars per turn and 8% debuff res. Great. Van Gogh synergy as well, of course. 21% debuff res, also good to have for a boss killer. And then on air maps, much like Melusine, she gets a bonus. She gets 20% MP damage, which can actually be very nice. Sadly, I don't think air maps are very common, and it's one map you can never apply artificially, right? I don't think anyone can. So it's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it's very rare.
Yeah.
Wait, you were talking about the right skill. Yeah, you could go double 1 Gina with George, and he just gives each of them 2 stacks at the same time. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I assume you mean George because of the taunt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
And he's also man, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Well, that was the bare minimum requirement, yeah. But yes. All right, she's
for the more... Oh, sorry, you finish.
Oh, okay. So yeah, she's under assassin, which is fine, because honestly, even her neutral damage can be okay. So the MP then. So she gets an invul pierce for 1 turn before damage, great utility. Then she gets also before damage 50% anti-threat to humanity power mod, great as well. Again, it can even be good because, you know, foreigners tend to have that, so you can bring a foreigner to that, even if, you know, alter ego is safer. And then here we go with the stacks. So she does bonus damage to the target to 10% more based on the stacks, basically. You can stack that up to 10, so she can get up to a lot of bonus damage. And then also before damage, she gets 10% MP damage for 1 turn on base overcharge, getting up to 30. So there's no ramp up, but certainly a cool bonus there. I mean, I think people just kind of brush her off like too easily. I think she's actually a very legit single target quick DPS.
Yeah.
She might take a while to ramp up. I get that, because you need those stacks, and they can you kind of need to, you know, hit enemies and get hit to get them. So at first your damage might be like, yeah, whatever, but she can definitely get there.
I think she just came out at a bad time because Lost Belt 6 Summer had I think
Summer Kazuya, right?
general like want for units to pull, like people like Bargus, people like Balbon, people like Melusine, people like Castoria, people wanted Tonalico, and then
people
even
want Summer Kuro for gameplay.
some weirdo wants Suzuka, and then Kuro's a
hey.
gameplay pick.
Yeah, I wonder who that's
then some sick pervert like Suzuka.
You know, you're hitting 2 targets with that one, right?
You definitely are.
Some sick perverts like Suzuka.
He just made it plural.
This is not gonna go over well with
no.
everyone.
Look, I actually don't. I actually like Suzuka. Don't. But she will friend zone you.
But yeah, 1 Gina is for if you want to more I wouldn't say meta, but like more damage support that is man attribute, because those are surprisingly and unfortunately rare. You can use her with Yui Shosetsu. Because, you know, Shosetsu will give her the missing arts up. So that's something I've seen people do as well for the Wrath of the Elemental. She doesn't necessarily need a man attribute ally to trigger it though, right? Like, you don't really need it. It's just like a nice bonus to if you really want it. And she can just pair really well with Van Gogh in general. So I think she's highly underrated.
Her damage is really high, like when it gets going.
Yeah. So
she's sort of like Super Bunyan, except she has a way better skill set.
Yeah, doesn't take a whole lot. I'll tell you that much.
Well, Super Bunyan has a buff MP though, so you know.
There you go.
Like Bunyan is more the farm focused one. She's the more ZQ focused one, if anything.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, Van Gogh synergy really does help her as well. So I think she's very underrated.
Bunyan has the
I'd at
Kintoki
least put her
syndrome.
in- I don't want to say I want to at least put her in A because she's gonna be an A because people don't like her FA because she
I'd
has
say A
like
plus. Like
I would say A to A plus
Okay.
as well.
A plus is fine then. Okay, I'm okay with
Like-
A plus.
dude, her third skill is so ridiculous. Because it's just like constantly charging the team. That's one of the things that Quick usually is lacking in. Like she can actually charge your
think-
caster Scotty.
Mhm.
I think she's better than Yang Guifei, for example.
This is like
Unless
Summer
she-
Nobu skill,
yes.
but better. Remember that mini Merlin thing?
There's-
This is just that, but way better.
There's no
Yeah,
way she's not better than Yang Guifei.
Unless you're counting like the arts thing where like Castoria makes things 10 times easier. I think like in terms of
Well, I feel
vacuum,
like
she's
there
better
could be an
than
argument to
Yang
saying
Guifei.
she could be higher than Young because, again, I don't think there's a big shortage of single target arts DPSs, but there's not as big crazy amount of really good single target quick DPSs, especially that work with with
Wow.
supports
until
and
they
whatnot.
buff their MP. Well, yeah, true. And also
So
foreigners
she has
now,
more
for
use cases
sure.
because of that, I would say.
Yeah,
Well-
and the fact that she has Pierce Invuln on top of everything else is just
I do
kinda
like the
hilarious.
Pearson Bone.
Yeah, it's always
I think
on the
Pearson
MP.
Bone is really good. Yeah.
And dude, looking at her third skill, and then looking at Summer Nobu's first skill is just really funny. Or not
I think,
first
I
skill,
think
second
it's the
skill,
second skill, yeah.
It mostly is A plus.
You don't get the stars, but you get everything else is just straight
No.
up so much better.
No, these
Look.
people. What do I have to wonder what is with people in Melusine Summer? Like I know because like when Fino did the same thing and he didn't put Melusine on the top 10 for the year, like there were a million comments like I like Melusine Summer, but like she's not the best character in the game. She's a good arts looper.
She's worse
But,
than
like-
Melusine Lancer. I mean, less. Well,
Melusine
I would say
Lancer is
in general worse, but also
way
like less
better.
interesting than Melusine Lancer. So
Like,
she's
what's with the
just an
Melusine
arts looper.
fans?
Because Melusine is used to winning. Okay. She's used to winning everything.
Are we
That's
gonna
why
A
she's
plus
ruler,
one
'cause She
Gina?
makes the rules. I think it's fine. I think A plus.
Honestly, frick it, dude. At least now maybe people will start paying more attention to her.
They just don't like her feet in the final ascension because it's very long.
Oh yeah, was it? I think it was weird. Yeah, it's weird. It's you can tell the artist doesn't know how to draw feet. They don't look good.
Ah, yes, the
Unfortunate.
connoisseur. Wait, no, actually, you are the connoisseur of feet, I guess. Never mind.
Yes.
I was
yes.
gonna say it sarcastically, but you know what?
Yes.
The real
That's
real
like the number
expert has
one thing I got
spoken.
going, if anything.
My
Unfortunately.
favorite thing though is to try and trick Otto into seeing feet on stream. He hates seeing feet on stream.
Those ones in particular are really gross.
Yeah, those are not
They're
good.
long.
I don't know why the artist wanted to do that
Like
because
the
they clearly
dogs
don't know how to
away.
draw feet. Those are terrible. Those literally look
Long
terrible.
Gina, bro. Ain't
They
no
should have
way.
just made a cutout from like the waist or something and zoomed in more. I don't know. They just don't look good. But yeah, let's move on for now. Another big one again of this year. We got the last ruler, the latest ruler still to be to this day. Yeah, so surely OC4 will bring more rulers. You would think so, right? So yeah, let's talk about Uesugi Kenshin. There she is, also known as Kagetora, but in her actual prime, because Kagetora is like the childhood name, I guess. So here we go. Single target arts DPS extraordinaire. 11.5k attack puts her well above average among 5-star rulers and further emphasized by the nice class mod. Double Buster, double arts deck is totally great for her and her gains are great. Her arts cards are way too good. I don't know why they're so good, but they are that good. Yeah, very easy to spam with her. First
And her
skill.
quick cards aren't absolute dog water in comparison.
Yeah, imagine that.
They're not good, but usually they nerf quick cards when you have really good arts cards.
And it's just like normally when you have an arts card like this, it's just one, but she has two of them. They're both really good. Crazy. First skill 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns, 500% absorb for 3 turns, and an evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns. Pretty solid, enables sub crits to go as well, on top of the MP spam, and then the evasion can be nice, although she is arts, so you might not need it, but it's just definitely nice to have regardless. I guess this is a very long skill name too. Not sure if this is longer than the Van Gogh one, but it's certainly up there for sure. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 50% battery, and 15 stars per turn for 3 turns. Damn, that is a nice skill. Just a very nice skill. No complaints whatsoever. Good skill. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown. Targeted skill, target ally gets overcharged by two steps, 1 time, 3 turns. They also get 20% attack for 3 turns and 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Let's be real, you're gonna target her. You're just gonna target her. Maybe sometimes you would like toss it to cast Doria for more protection. No, you just target her. Come on. The attack of the MP gain. With this MP gain especially, then her arts cards are even more ridiculous. So yeah, it's a nice skill set. A bit basic, but certainly very strong still. 17.5% debuff rest on the passive. Great. 10% quick up. She only has 1 quick card, but again, it's not trash, so it's something. Flat damage goes into the bin. Then she gets 10% buff removal resistance and instant kill resistance. Both sadly unreliable, but you know, cool if it works out, but certainly cannot rely on those whatsoever. She's anti-alter ego, which I guess is a neutral case, which is not the worst thing ever, because there's not a ton of amazing alter ego options, because mostly like, you know, pretenders and then the special cases, so it can be okay even if it's rare. Then the MP, so before damage, all buffs from the target, yeet, they're gone. Then she does super effective damage against a man attribute enemy. So for 150,
really good looking NP. Holy shit!
Yeah, it's a very cool MP. Yeah,
Until
it's
she
just flat
speaks
150.
English, and then you're like, it's gotta agree.
And then also before damage, she gets 20% arts up for 1 turn on base overcharge, getting up to 40%. Yeah, she's like, again, she's really, really good. Like, if Castoria wasn't released that year, she would be the shining example of the single target arts DPS, but sadly Castoria was released that year. But again, she's still really, really good. Like, just amazing. Especially if you prefer the defensive side, then she's even better. But yeah, just very, very good units.
Yeah, I still think she's like top tier. Like,
I would be willing to play
she's
ZX as
so
well,
good.
honestly.
Here's the thing: is her I don't think anyone really paid attention or cared about her, except for the fact that she's useful in OC3.
I mean, okay. I made a take that pissed everyone off. I'm not firm on that take. But I said I think she's better than Draco.
I don't think that's the hottest
I
take
don't know
ever,
about
honestly.
that.
I said I think she's better than Draco after year 1 because everything is like EX class and then nobody cares anymore.
I think
So-
Draco is maybe a bit more flexible in her high damage cases, but I don't know, she's way easier to use and she's just like so
Yeah,
self-sufficient
she's
too.
very
Easy to use, but like,
She has spammable buff removal. She has a common anti.
Like, she already has a ton of stuff in her kit. She's not even super reliant on supports either.
So I think she is A+. I don't think she's EX, but
I think she's A+.
Mhm.
I think she's EX.
I'm almost wanting
Like
to put
spammy
EX as
buff
well.
removal.
Right. Well, you know who else has spammy buff removal? Melt, but that doesn't make
Makusa.
But
Wait,
what?
Melt? Are we not EXing Melt on that list when that happens?
No,
Really?
probably will.
Like,
But Melt is
really?
better
Like,
than her.
surely, with the
Melt
MP,
is-
it's
yeah, we will.
crazy.
Melt is better than her, though. Melt is better than her, though. Just as
I think she has a better
comparison.
skill set than Melt does, and her class is better too.
No.
Yes.
No, Melt's better.
Yes.
Melt just has upgrade MP. That's
Yeah, I mean, that
No,
is why
Melt's
she
skill
is
set is
EX.
good.
They have EX for different
Yeah,
reasons, if anything.
I'm gonna argue that Melt's skill set is actually good. That's.
I'm
my
not saying it's
debate.
bad. I'm
Anyway,
saying Uesugi has better skills.
I don't think so.
Is Melt's skill set better or is Kazuo drop better? Be real. It's Kazuo drop.
No, it's more than that. Shut up.
It is
Shut up.
Kazuo drop though. It actually is just Kazuo drop.
Anyway,
It is.
I missed
anyway,
the topic shift.
the point is that I think that she is definitely an A+, because I don't think her like, yeah, she spams her NP a lot, but like so do a lot of single target arts units.
But it's not like her damage is bad
like-
either.
Oh yeah,
He-
yeah. You know what? That's a good argument against like fucking Luvia, I guess. Like, oh
but
yeah,
Luvia has-
her
Luvia
spam
has-
is so
Luvia's anti-evil is, I think, more
Anti-man
valuable than
better than anti-evil. Are you kidding?
I would say they're
Okay.
both really good.
any buster unit can be anti-man.
Yeah, but like,
But now you
You
can
could
now you can
also
get the art
use
supports, and you still have that
Yeah, but-
anti-man.
yeah, but
Well,
Arts is
okay.
better than Buster.
Okay, here's the thing. right? Like, I think bring up Luvia is a good comparison, but at the same time, I am very more lenient on Luvia just because she's a permanent 4-star. Maybe I shouldn't, but I think Kenshin. I don't know how to put it. I just feel like she's a little bit off of being top tier. I think like
I think I want to do it.
like-
I think I'm gonna actually do it. I'm
maybe
gonna
because
do
of
it.
Castoria, maybe
This is why we
but
should
they're
have had
not- they're not
Otto
in the same
here.
class.
Otto's ruining everything. Otto's like
No,
everyone's
I've always considered her a very, very
Yeah,
good servant.
everyone's an EX, and then you look at the EX, and everyone else is someone that you were saying should be EX. All right.
Yeah. I'm doing it. Well,
Yeah,
again, we'll
I'm
see
having a
later,
lot
but
of
we still have
impact
2
here,
more
for
servants to
sure.
cover. But yeah, I'm feeling. I like that. All right, then
You're
the 2
overrating her.
new
Trust me,
foreigners.
you're gonna use her and you're gonna be disappointed because she is actually useless outside of OC3. She
I don't
not useless
know.
outside
zero
of OC3.
purpose outside of OC3.
Nah,
She's
nah,
not.
dude.
She's not, dude.
I have her at NP5 and I've used her so many times.
Where?
She like nodes
Where?
and like
I mean,
What do you
every
mean,
time I
where?
use
What?
her,
What compared to
she
your
performs
hyper
really well.
summer Castoria? Then yeah.
Look, I
I'm
have
with
the
you.
ability.
I don't think she's
have
EX.
the
I'm with
ability
you.
To,
I'm
I
with
have the
you.
ability to separate and understand, but like as like from using her at MP5, because I wanted to use her. I liked Kenshin, but I just came like she has MP gain, and I feel like that's all she has is NP gain.
All right, let's just move aside for now, and we'll talk about the 2 new servants because there had two new servants left. They're both foreigners, and they're both brand new to the list. And then we'll maybe have that shuffle again at the end. But let's just cover the new servants first. So first of all, one of the most uniquely designed servants in all of FGO. One could say maybe even the most unique servant, because we have Aoko now. The last of the Mahoyoru servants that we're covering. We already covered Alice and Sojuro, so it's time for Aoko. So she's a very special case. Voice crack is real holy. So she has a transforming MP, and she has 2 different skill sets as well, depending on which form you're in. And when she's transformed, she also still has a AoE damaging MP as well. So it's not like a Jekyll case or anything like that. And then she has AoE extra attack shenanigans. There's a bunch of crazy stuff going on here in a very cool design choices. And she even has completely different stat lines in her forms as well. And some other values are a bit different too, including traits. There's just a bunch of differences. Okay, so her boss turn extra turn AoE, as you can see. But yeah, so I guess we should evaluate her based on super Alco, right? Because you're not really gonna spend too much time as normal Alco most of the time. I would say no big reason. So she has 14, that's HP, I'm stupid. She has 12.5k attack. So again, it's around the highest among all the foreigners. Her, one Gina, and who was it? Kukulkan, yes. They're like all high attack on foreigners, so great stat line there, of course. Her gains cards, where's the MP gain? There it is. They're okay on base. They're not too crazy or anything like that, but they're just okay. They actually do nerf it for Super Alco, unfortunately, and probably because of the AoE hits. So the gains cards get a bit worse because of that. But it is what it is.
Yeah, basically same game.
No, they made her triple arts, which sucks, and that's why they nerfed the MP game.
Yeah.
Stop! There's no one defends triple arts here, not in this household.
It's interesting that they did the decks this way around, right? You would think they would maybe be the other way around, but I guess not. It's interesting. Maybe it's because they don't want you to have 2 AoE busters or something. Anyway, hey, so shout out to whoever requested a Mahoyoru song right now. Again, YouTube, ignore that, but yeah, cool. So, again, 2 different skill sets. So I guess we'll just cover one skill set fully, and then we'll cover the other skill set, then we go to the MPs after that. So let's talk about normal Alco first, okay? So on a 2-turn cooldown, she gets 3 magic bullets on use. So the magic bullets, they increase her attack by 50% for 1 time, and then when she normal attacks with face cards, one of them gets consumed basically. And then also whenever she gets an extra attack, it consumes more magic bullets to do even more damage. And you can stack it up to 20 times, and then you get 20 stars on use here. So again, this is like this form is like a rapid charging thing basically. just to do more damage with all of your normal attacks. And the extra attack, I forgot to mention, it removes all of them. Like, no matter how many you have, they all can consumed for that damage boost. Skill 2, so 7-turn cooldown. This is the one exception as well. Whatever effects you had from this, if they happen to be active when you morph into Super Alco, they get removed. The others, they don't get treated like that, but these effects do get removed when you transform. So what do you get? You get this regen buff for 3 turns, which gives the party 20% gauge per turn for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So again, those are not kept if you transform while this is active. Okay. Third skill, on a 7-turn cooldown, targeted skill 1 ally gets a 30% rainbow for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, 2k healing per turn for 3 turns. Then they get this really funny thing, this unique protagonist correction for 3 turns, meaning that their demerits are now nullified except for sacrifices, basically. And I think some other exceptions apply. There's a bunch of, you know, effects listed here, so again you can just read this whole list, but mostly just preventing sacrifices and the like. But stuff like most demerits, just they don't, you know, work anymore, which hopefully is a good thing. So yeah, depending on the servant, I guess. Interesting skill. So yeah, let's now see the super skill set. So first skill now is on a 4-turn cooldown, and you get 6 magic bullets. So again, they work the same way. Every single normal attack with face cards consume 1 magic bullet for 50% attack up. And then again, all your magic bullets get removed by the extra attack. So they work the same way still. Also still stacks to up to 20 times. And now she also gets an invul for 1 turn, and then 30% arts up for 3 turns on use. So it's basically, it's a longer cooldown, but it now does more. That's the gist of it. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets 100% battery and 40 stars on use, so you can instantly fire off your MP after Morbin the following turn if you so choose to, and also get basically guaranteed crits. Third skill, on an 8-turn cooldown, you have to use 100% MP gauge to use this, so again it's a choice. You could use your MP, or you can use this. And again, this, if you happen to have a crazy copy, they did this in the better way, in that it drains 100% MP instead of all of it. So theoretically, if you happen to have like 200% gauge, you can use this, and then you can use your MP still. Obviously, takes a bit of doing, but it's a thing. Then she gets it. So if you use this and drain 100% gauge, you get a 50% buster up for herself for 5 turns. 100% extra performance boost for 5 turns. The party besides her get 50% gauge. Pretty cool. And then all other allies besides her also get cooldowns -2 turns. And then the full party gets a 5k heal. Actually, kind of a great skill. It does, yes, it's a big cooldown, and yes, it costs 100% MP gauge, but you do get a lot out of this as well, which is very interesting. So before we comment on more on the skills for both forms, let's cover the rest of the servant as well. So yeah, passives, we got kind of different stuff here too. So foreigner passive, of course, 2 stars per turn, 2% debuff res is like the bare minimum, but hey, I guess Van Gogh synergy is still real, of course. 2% arts up doesn't do a whole lot, same with the 2% debuff success rate. Then another unique passive, she gets 20% debuff resistance, instant kill resistance, buff removal resistance, and then, hey, much like Kukulkan, invuls on her are converted into special invul. Great, very strong passive. The only thing that's kind of unreliable are the instant kill resistances and the buff removal resistance, but certainly a very great passive as well.
I'm actually not a huge fan of that being on her, because what it means is if you're using her with Castoria, you can't NP on the same term that you're using the Castoria's 3rd skill, because you'll just ping off the super invul.
Yeah, because then you had the 1-turn invul instead of the yeah, true. It can be a bit awkward sometimes, I guess. Anyway, then she gets 2 more passives when she supers up. She gets this regen buff, so she now gets a free magic bullet, or 2 magic bullets every turn. Great, because again, they just make all her damage that much better, besides the MP. Well, I guess, I shouldn't talk too soon. Anyway, she gets this regen buff, so party gets 10% gauge per turn now as well, and then you get 3 stars per turn. Pretty damn strong passive, I want to say. Just, yeah, pretty chill. Wow, okay. She's anti-saber on the append, which is totally fine, because, you know, she can do some neutral stuff too. So this is the MP you have when you're normal alco. You morb into super alco, of course. Then you, depending on your MP level, you get anywhere from 20 to 50% permanent buster and extra attack boost. Then again, if you happen to have active buffs from the second skill, they get removed. But also she gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 70%. So get you kickstarted on some crits as well. And then when you use your MP on Super Aoko, you now have a damaging MP. So a 5-hit Arts AoE. Before damage, he gets Invul, Pierce, and Ignore Defense for 1 turn. I like that the Ignore Defense is 1 turn as well, meaning it can also apply to her face cards. Does AoE damage. Bonus damage from all magic bullets, stacking up to 10 times this time. And then again, takes up to 10 magic bullets on use. And then before damage, all enemies get a minus 10% defense down for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. And yeah, again, her when you morb, her buster, 1 buster and her extra attack become AoE attacks as well. Whew, that was I can breathe. But yeah, Alko is a very special case, needless to say. Very cool
By
servant.
taking away one of the buster cards, they nerfed her. If she had 2 buster cards, like if you built buster crit, like it would be insane.
But I guess her Bonsi is
Like-
worth mentioning. This is going to be great if she can be granted as well, because she gets 30% MP damage and another extra magic bullet every turn. So this will be a great Grand C thingy.
Speaking of magic bullets, fun fact. So the attack up cap, it starts at 100%, right? Your attack stat. And it
Yeah.
can go to 500%. So you can gain 400% more attack up. Except for magic bullet on your extra attack. It actually is the only thing I think that breaks the rule of attack up. And if you have, so if you have like 20
Yeah, because it says
magic bullets or
20.
something like that,
Otherwise, it wouldn't be
and you
take up
do
to
a mighty
20.
chain and you consume 3, right? And you have 17 left. It'll consume all 17 and it will give you, the 17 times 50%. So it'll give you the, 800,
650.
Yeah,
850
pretty chill.
auto, 850% attack up, which is breaking the normal rules of the game for some reason. I don't know why that's allowed here, but
It's probably because normally you don't
it
have an
does.
AoE card either. Like a normal card.
yeah, then maybe it'll actually do damage. Like every time I use that extra attack, I'm like, man.
Yeah, it's on paper it definitely
sucks.
sounds like it should be doing crazy damage, but honestly it doesn't really do crazy damage. It sounds like it should do way more damage.
Part of the problem is you get
50% base scaling.
you get very
Makes sense.
used to the extra append and class score. So like you're used to having 100% up on your extra by default, but then when you cut it in half, then you're like, huh.
Yeah, because
And
it's just
so,
like
unless
AoEs
you-
get nerfed by default, right? Anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
their base damage is cut in half, which is annoying.
But her buster card does do good damage if you buff her crits and buff her buster up. Someone in chat is very mad about saying her AoE cards do
No, I
damage.
think they
Her
were just
buster card can't be
capsing.
good. And it would be much better if she had 2. Them changing her to triple arts and absolutely nuking her MP gain is them doing some kind of balancing act there, but I wish they hadn't done it.
Yeah, I
Should
think
be
they
so
could
much
have
better
probably
as
kept the deck
double
as is, just changing them to AoEs, the buster and the extra.
Yeah, this is a servant that gets a lot out of Pope, because she has an arts deck, and like one of the issues that the Pope has is her cooldowns, and you might think, well, I mean, I'm dropping 100% charge for that. Well, it's really easy for you to loop with the Pope, and what you do is instead of so you use the second skill when you have your NP, like you use the third skill when you have 100% charge, and then you use the second skill to go back up to 100%.
Yeah.
And you can just keep getting Johanna's third skill. It's kind of nuts.
I actually didn't. Yeah, that's a
It's
good
nice
combo.
that we can live in an imaginary pretend land where that actually happens. But that's never going to happen, because what's going to happen is you're going to transform, and then you're at 0%. And then the Pope's not going to give you enough. Your Pope's not giving you any charge to get your MP the next turn. So you're going to press skill 2.
Well, you don't have
and it goes on a
you don't have to.
and it goes on a 6-turn cooldown. And maybe after 6 turns you can pull this off, but this
Well,
imaginary scenario might happen after 6 turns.
You don't always have to immediately NP after you transform. What do you get out of immediately NP? Also, you can use her third skill in her first form, so it goes on cooldown and they sync up.
Right, but you're then this is now a turn 7 strategy you're giving.
Yeah. Yeah, Rio.
I'm not
I know
a
this
fan
might
of,
come.
Anything
turn
outside of 3 turn, I
This might
sleep.
come as a shock to you, but some people don't clear everything in 3 turns.
But most
Alright.
people don't spend 7 turns either.
I spent a lot of turns on my CQs.
A lot of people don't immediately do NP damage. Like if they don't. Okay, This is a servant that doesn't immediately do NP damage anyways, so you're already going to have that issue.
Yeah, you still prefer to have more bullets and whatnot.
I mean, okay. So here's the thing: the servant is like the AOE card is the biggest bait of this servant's kit. I think the best way to use this servant is just to ignore it and spend all your bullets on her MP.
I mean, those are probably the best value for your bullets, yes.
Yeah. So it's just the reality is that like the servant is fancy. What ends up being valuable about the servant is again not the AOE attack. It's the passive charge per turn and her teammate cooldown reduction, not party-wide cooldown reduction. But she only reduces the cooldown for her teammates. So in the slow team, you can definitely come up with crazy stuff with her because it kind of goes out of control. You can pair it with Tamamo, and then all of your cooldowns just go to like super short. You have Tamamo, Castoria, Alco. Wow, you just
Now,
use your skills every 2 turns, right?
There is the funny of using Alco and Tonalico and using it just to get last resort up. So it is feasible to hit 150% NP on a turn pretty easily. You can drain down to 50, get last resort to get back up to 100. Now you have all your NPs online.
You prefer to
It's
use her
kind of funny.
You prefer to use her with Van Gogh and not using her MP. You mean no transformation? Then she's just automatically a worse servant.
She's just a beat stick.
Yeah, you can, and no matter what, you always basically want to MP.
Yeah, if you don't transform her, then she's just like Koyan Dark without an MP, for example. I don't know why. It's just random. A foreigner with, or like one Gina without an MP. It's funny, but it doesn't really show her value in my opinion. So she at the end of the day, I think she's good because she can reduce the cooldown of supports and charge the MP. So supports with really good skills and MPs are pairs really well with her. You can actually use her with Van Gogh post transformation. But with all that being said though, you can go crazy in a challenge quest, but like, do you have to go that crazy in a challenge quest to beat it in an arts team? She's very often overkill. And she's also not very good at farming because she essentially has 100 battery, but more harsh because you have to give her 100 battery before she has no battery, but less harsh because you have to give her 100 before she spits back 100 back to you. So I think she is very difficult to work in farming. And in a challenge quest, she's very powerful, but
I would mostly evaluate her just based on boss stuffs.
Yeah, I can't really complain about her performance in a boss fight, but a lot of times she's
on
doing
boss fights,
really high.
Because I've been using her for I think everything for the past week or two now. Because I 120'd her recently, so this is where a lot of my experience with her has come from. And you can make farming teams with her, but you look like a psychopath. But I think it's funny. I think it's funny to do psycho farming.
And you could do double arc, and double arc could actually get her to NP on turn 2, so she can NP on turn 3.
The easiest comp is just the easiest comp is just Habertrot. Like Habertrot, double Castoria, and then you Alco transform on the first turn, overcharging Habertrot as well. Habertrot dies, and the Alco gets to use 2 MPs. Like Alco on wave 3, I think does more damage than Ibuki on wave 3. Right, because of the bullets.
Damage is crazy, actually, on wave 3.
Yeah, her MP damage is insane.
Because you can use it with a pen 5. You use the bullet skill on turn 1. It goes on a 1-turn cooldown, right? And then the next turn you have
you get 10 stacked. You get 10
So you
stacks if you use.
Well, you have 4 bullets for turn 2.
Yeah, so you get max
and then you
stacks
have
for the MP,
8
basically.
bullets
And you-
for...
And then you cast their first skill and you get 6. So it's you get.
No,
It's
there's no way to
basically
have
full
10.
class advantage.
There's no way to have
'cause it's
10
6
on turn
from.
3 if you NP on turn 2. You can only get
Well, you
8
can-
because you're going to consume them all on turn 2, and then you'll have 6 from skill 1 and
Wait,
then 2
wasn't-
from the...
Isn't her first skill? Isn't her first skill 3?
It's 3 on normal alcohol, yeah.
It's 3
Yeah.
on base.
And then
But-
6 on
Yeah,
more.
it's 3, and then she NPs on turn 2, and at the end of the turn she gets 1, and then she gets 6 more.
Right, but they're all consumed on... They're all consumed by the NP on turn 2.
No, they're
So you
not.
go to 0.
I don't get
Wait, what?
They
The
are.
morb doesn't consume
they?
them, do they?
the normal NP doesn't consume them, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't. It's only the
Never
damaging
heard of
MP that does.
So because this comp was Habitrot, Alco. So Habitrot MP is
Oh.
wave 1. So you do Alco Habitrot on wave 1, and then turn 2 Alco NPs consuming 4 bullets. Or sorry, 5 bullets, and then gets 2 more, and then you use the skill and you get 8. You have 8 bullets for turn 3, which is still a lot and still a ton of damage. But there's no way to NP twice and have 10 bullets on turn 3. But you do have 8, which is
I mean, it's
good
still a
enough.
lot. Yeah.
It's still a lot. It's still a ton of damage. Her damage is extremely high.
Okay, so
Um,
you're NPing twice out of it. Oh, right.
Yeah, you're
right.
NPing twice.
I gotcha.
To only
Okay.
do it 1 MP with her
Yeah,
would mean
it's
you
arch
have...
looping.
Yeah,
It's
arch
well,
looping.
it's arch looping, but wave 1 is not her.
So it's possible, but a bit finicky, basically.
It's a bit funny.
Yeah.
Or you do dumb stuff like you do Alco, Tonalico, Castoria, and you just send that off into the abyss. It works though. You can farm with it. I've been doing it. It's
So,
hilarious.
for placement, is it A+? What do you guys think?
Probably.
I think she is an alternative gameplay style, so she's not
I don't know. She's like OP in challenge quest, but I still think she's bad in farming. I think she's
Yeah,
like,
but that's
very
fine,
usable
right?
in
It,
Well,
does,
yeah,
farming,
but-
it doesn't have to
But if
excel
she
in
knows
those.
me in challenge quests,
Yeah.
then like
We
doesn't
can
that-
totally
isn't
evaluate
that-
her
is
based
that
on a
not
boss
enough?
killer.
True. That's.
I think A+
fair.
should
I'm sure
be
we
a fair
have.
ranking.
I'm sure we've placed EX servants.
Use the
that
red
suck
one.
at farming.
use the red one. Can you use
Like-
the red one?
You want me to use the super? Okay, fine. I guess
I'll
it's
use
the better
super.
I
one,
wouldn't
sure.
use. Okay, I was about to say I
Alright.
wouldn't use Estrella for farming, but I literally
Wait,
I
can we
used her for the.
We put normal
the
Alco in like
PvC
B.
quest.
'cause, like,
No,
you
I'm not
gotta
gonna
be a
place normal
psychopath to
Alco,
do
though.
that.
No, that would hurt me, honestly.
I did a run of the current challenge quest without transforming, and you gotta be a psychopath to want to do that because it's just brute forcing with Van Gogh. It's literally Van Gogh doing the challenge quest, but you're using Alco's cards. It's
Van Gogh doesn't have 2 buster.
I know,
That's the problem.
but Van Gogh
What do you
has also done the challenge quest, which means you don't need.
Okay,
two
we're gonna
busters.
go with A+ for Alco, and then we get the what the more do servant. A bit more of a straightforward case because I feel like no one's gonna be as complex as Alco, at least in terms of a thing like this. So we got XX Alter Summer version. Yay! So we had the Mixa version earlier, and now we have a summer one. So. Single target, wait, actually, is she quick? No, she's Buster, right? Yeah, she's Buster.
She's buster. She's
I had
buster
to
or
remind
triple
myself
buster.
because I really haven't used her much outside of the event. I do know she's pretty decent though, but I never really used her myself. But yeah, single target Buster, DPS, full Buster deck in fact. Full Gorilla mode. 9.6k attack is, it's just above average when it comes to 4-star. Foreigners, again, deck is fine for what she's supposed to do. I think triple Buster makes sense. Gains cards are also good when you have them. Not bad. Not too shabby at all. First skill on a 7-turn cooldown. Okay, fine, I'll put the F8 chat. Fine, okay, enjoy. You can see it for 2 seconds and then it's gone. Okay, fine. You horn dogs in the chat. Alright, 7-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 2 hits, 3 turns, 20% attack for 3 turns, 15 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then 15 stars when used as well. It has quite a bit of a cooldown, but it certainly has very nice effects though, especially for 4 stars, so... interesting case for sure. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% Buster Up for 3 turns, 500% Buster Absorb for 3 turns, and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Yeah, it makes sense. Crit focus stuff. Good. And the main card type. Just a decent offensive skill. Third skill also on a 7-turn cooldown. All enemies get 1 tick drained. Then, again, she gets gauge based on the number of enemies drained. So it's very similar to the Yanguife one, I guess. Actually, wait, no. This is not based on drain. This is based on the enemies. Right. So they did this the better version, I guess. Okay. Yeah, that's what it was. So no matter whether you drain or not, you still get 10% gauge based on the amount of enemies on the field when you use this. But then she also gets 20% gauge on top, and then 30% MP gain for 3 turns. So assuming you're fighting one enemy, it's basically a 30% battery, basically. But if there's more, you get more. Pretty high cooldowns, not gonna lie. But there are good effects though. But there are certainly high cooldowns, not gonna lie.
I agree. I think the skills are a little bit too high cooldown for no reason.
Yeah. Anyway, foreigner passive 2 stars per turn, then 4% debuff risk is a cool bonus. 6% buster up is great, could be even higher because she has 4 buster cards. 17.5% debuff risk, also great, and 21% more debuff risk, very good. So she's basically rocking like a permanent close to 40% debuff risk, which is always nice to have as a boss killer. She's anti-assassin, which I'm not sure about that one, honestly. Probably not the best case for her. Now, the MP, we have a bunch of checks here. So, before damage, she gets 30% anti-lawful and good power mods separately for 1 turn. And again, they're on the different side of the alignment tree, so both can coexist, because lawful good is a thing. Then she does 200% extra damage against ruler servants. So, yeah, that's a flat 200% increase, pretty crazy. She gets a 20% refund always with the MP, and also before damage she gets 10% MP damage for 1 turn on base overcharge, getting up to 30%. So if you're fighting both lawful and good, it should be pretty good damage, because 60% is definitely nothing to scoff at, but if you're hitting rulers, that's a lot of damage. For sure, and they probably have one of these, usually, these alignments too. Excuse me.
In Ordeal Call, if you don't have a good Avenger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's honestly, I want to say she's not bad even outside of anti-ruler, but the cooldowns are a bit high though. But she definitely has some good crit potential too, the triple buster.
Well, I mean, if you use a Recording
cooldowns are high, but Van Gogh triple buster. I mean,
chaotic evil.
Chaotic evil.
Oh yeah, Dolman too. Yeah.
Yeah,
like she out of all the MHXs, she's like MHXA might be a better like NP boss killer, but I think I don't know if she might be like better for carding.
I mean, she has to be kinda because of the alignment and the passive.
She definitely feels more like a beat stick, though, I will say. I think the MP's decently strong because it has 2 P mods and then 1 super effective. The skills are a little bit lackluster, but you can kind of make up for it. And it's not bad. Like, it still has decent effects. It's just, like, again, the cooldowns are kind of long. She has a battery, hard survival. It's like,
she got the basics pretty well. Because she does refund 20% on NP as well.
Yeah, Mighty Chain is probably like a full refund as well with her, if you happen to land that.
I do think 15 stars per turn is really strong on a crit DPS. That is a strong effect, but yeah, it's just like again, I don't get the cooldowns, but other than that, I think she's pretty solid for 4-star.
I mean,
and again, her deck and the
she's kind of comparable to like Summer Say in that sense that they're both like buster beat sticks as well.
Well, yeah, but she is just full buster. So
yeah, and yes, she has better coverage too, I guess, but.
Yeah, she does. MP Arts does refund 100%, by the way. So, like, her MP gain's pretty good.
Yeah,
it
triple
is,
buster.
It is a nice.
Yeah, the one arts card is really good.
But like, I like her. I think she's very good. Like, I think as far as like, I will say her cooldowns are probably a victim of her coming out. Like anytime they introduce a new thing, sometimes they're very cautious with things. A Pen 5 came out around this time, around this exact same time, right? If you look at her cooldowns and think like, 656.
They weren't scared with Space or Ish.
Well, you know, that's
It's very
Privileges.
clearly designed with Space Arash in mind, the Pen 5.
Yeah.
I genuinely
But
think
that's
it
the
is just
anniversary
so-
privilege, though.
that's the anniversary.
Yeah, I thought
Well,
I thought they were going to be like a lot more cautious with cooldowns when they came out with Pen 5, but this is like the only victim of it.
Yeah, I feel like at
you
least
have
of the ones we've
Dubai
seen
and
so
even
far,
then-
They're
yeah.
both fine.
Even then, if you use her with Vitch, it's not really much of an issue. And also, she has enough, I think, power mods on her MP if you pick your targets right, that it's not too much of an issue. I don't know. I think she's actually one of the better of the 4-stars here.
No, I agree. I think she is better than
'Cause,
the other one, the arts one, right? Just because she synergizes better with Van Gogh and she has Gorilla deck.
Because like she's definitely like way better. I definitely think she's better than EO.
Oh man, I want to put her in A again. What the fuck?
I think she's
put her in
A. I think she
A+.
might be A.
I think she's A plus. I think she's A plus.
Really?
I
Is
think
she
she's
A+?
very
Hmm.
Why the
triple
fuck was-
buster, Van Gogh synergy, Doman synergy.
Is she A plus
I mean,
outside of
guys-
TAs?
Guys, let's be honest. She kills like half of this list.
True. If we go by this list, then she's EX.
Yeah, she'll destroy
Yeah,
them.
because she's anti-ruler. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Oh, and then
Someone missed
foreigners
the joke.
counterclass against foreigner.
I
So
would
actually,
I would maybe lean
she
a bit
wins
more on
against the
A
entire
myself, but
list.
I'm saying A plus is not impossible though.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. But like we can move stuff
Like,
around. But
I just like her. It is one of those characters that if I didn't have a million Grail targets, I'd also invest in her
I don't
more.
know if she's
But
better than MHXX.
Okay,
She is
tell-
better than MHXX.
tell you what.
she's better than
in my opinion.
MHXX.
Tell you what, I'm gonna start
Yeah,
with a flat A, but now with that does conclude the initial placement of all the rulers and foreigners right now. So now we're gonna take undetermined amount of time to talk about things and see if we want to move stuff, because there have been some things we have been maybe considering, who knows, but yeah, that's the initial placements done. So now let us discuss, and I guess chat is probably gonna pitch into. So yeah, anything
Okay,
that's really
so-
obvious or big?
so
To make
Kinshi Huang-
space.
Kinshi Wong is too low. Like
No,
like,
no,
you're
it's
joking.
fine.
No,
Okay,
no,
so-
I knew that because I was about to say that's gonna be like a set. YouTube comments are about to rip the list
hold on,
apart if he's that low.
Before
I
we
wanna
do that, can
propose
we put
something-
B plus and then everything move down, and so we
Hold
have
on.
make
Yes, I was about to
space?
say, can we be a little bit more granular here? Can we move because like this is just a tier list in context of all themselves. So can we take everyone below A, move them down one, and then reorganize
split
A into
more.
A and B plus?
Because
so we can be a little more granular.
because because when we rank servants, we are very often using relative placements instead of absolute.
Because it should be
so
relative.
so I do think that is fine. I think it's fine. Like we're not scuffing units.
So you're
just by
suggesting some
spreading
major
tiers.
changes here, like a lot of movement.
No, we're just saying we should break A into two separate groups, which would mean
Into A and B
moving
plus.
A and
moving
B plus. So
everything
move
down one tier.
everyone
And then
below
we can
A
start-
down one, and then we break up A into A and B plus. So we're a little more granular because I
so you
think that
so
like
first emperor should be C tier.
yes, yeah. So that you know that,
I mean, then we can talk about it. But
Then we can talk about it,
because I
though.
see
Then we-
C at the end of the day is a arbitrary letter, right? Because
Yeah, it is-
when
So,
we rank
okay.
servants,
Okay,
we're
you know
usually
what?
doing-
Sure. So I'm gonna move everyone below A down one, right? That was the thing. Okay, I'm doing that right now.
and then we can complain about.
And
then there
then
is an
now we
argument,
discuss
you know,
which of
then
the A's are
you have a
A
little
and
more
which are B
granular.
plus, and then maybe
well,
discuss
you can
moving
move
some up from here.
MHXX down to B plus right away. That's you know, well, if we want to, if we're going by this, well, no, EO as well.
EO should be B plus.
I mean, is it because they're 4-star though?
No, maybe. Yeah, hold on. Let me think here.
I think
So-
EO is
Okay,
fine on
can-
them. I don't know.
We can talk about Kinshi Huang first. Why do you think he's too low, Otto?
because this guy is a good crit DPS. He protects the
not.
team. Yep,
Wrong.
Yes, he is. You're just upset that he
Wrong.
doesn't make stars, and everyone fucking makes stars.
No, I have AoE MPs and he doesn't protect the team.
Then why are you using him up against single targets?
Yeah, you
Like,
probably shouldn't use him against the AoE.
Well, my
Yeah, like, he's a
solution for
crit-
single
like,
targets and
he's a
AoE are the
crit
same.
DPS.
Why do I need him to protect my team? His only crit ramp is 50% crit up on MP.
Yeah, and then like Like
And then his
uses
MP
it
game
back to
sucks.
back.
You
Really,
do an arts
his
chain?
MP game
No, he
is not
doesn't.
that bad.
His MP game
No,
sucks.
you're just
Okay,
used to
okay,
like
okay.
arts
You,
chain?
you, you use
No,
it back to
don't
back.
click on
It's
it.
100% crit up.
I
Nothing
just
else.
Okay,
was
and
testing him
and
on
100%
casters, and
attack,
arts chain doesn't
130,
refund.
and then you also have the defense down. Like you have, you're looking at like very small individual parts of his kit and separating them. Like you're not looking at him as a whole project, like a whole.
Yes, because I have no idea where to use him.
I feel like you can kind of use him against any single target boss, to be honest.
Yes, you use him against the single target boss. He protects the team. He takes a bunch of hits, so that also helps with his NP game, by the way. He gets hit a bunch, and then he's able to loop his NP. And then the off turns where he's not NPing, you can have the other like defensive supports doing stuff.
But he's so he is your tank and your DPS, but
Yes.
he's not good at either.
I think he's fine on both.
He is. Yeah, he's able to invuln taunt back to back. Like that is
No, he's
not
not.
common. Yes, he is. He even has a 50% battery. Like
I feel like it's in many turns you can definitely back to back
that.
MP because of
But after the
batteries.
second turn, he's not doing it back to back again.
But let's say you
You're-
start with a 50% or use his own battery, that's already 100%. Then you have your support
not
batteries
smart.
coming in.
I just
okay,
do not understand
no.
like what your frame of reference is here.
No,
I
give me
don't
one
think you've used him
reason.
before,
Give me
Rio.
one reason to pick him over a single target DPS.
He's
Because he
safe, and
protects the
yeah,
team
I like
really
the
well.
safety too,
I
to be
have
honest.
a-
Why do I need him to protect the team when I have
Just
like
borrow
other?
Fred Castoria.
Because you're not. I fucking hate this shit. Okay, like I hate.
Advanced Quest.
I hate
Are we
this-
gonna argue Advanced
I
Quest
hate-
this time?
I hate that we have this stupid frame of reference where it's like, oh no, we have Castoria. Fucking throw away 80% of a character's kit. It's so
Yes!
fucking dumb. Not
Yes,
everyone
but
is
that-
going to
yes,
use Castoria everywhere.
Yes,
Holy
that's what they
shit.
did.
Fine,
That's what they
we'll
did
just-
by releasing this character.
You don't
I'm telling
even
this
need
is
to
why
use Castoria with this character. If you could just keep him NPing, if you can keep feeding
But
him
he can't.
stars.
Okay, what he needs
Yes,
Castoria to NP. 'cause
Rio,
his NP
honestly,
game sucks.
Rio, shut the
His
fuck
NP game
up.
is
You
so
don't
bad.
know anything about
It
this character.
has-
His
it's-
NP gain
I-
is not that bad.
No,
Like,
it is
I-
bad.
I can go
His
through
NP gain
and
is terrible. Without Castoria, his
all right,
NP
all right.
gain sucks. But then with Castoria,
okay,
Castoria is your defensive unit.
okay. So Rio, what would you say is a bad arts card as far as NP gain goes? Like, give me a percent.
A percent. I don't.
1.3. I don't know
Okay.
his gains.
Well, this
But
guy-
I'm not. I'm
This
just
guy
throwing it out.
is like, he's like, I believe it's 1.88.
1.8. Right.
1.88% arts
If-
cards, and he consistently crits if you give him stars.
Well, okay, so if you're in a team, and how are you generating stars if your support is like Castoria or something like that? You'd have to be bringing like Proto Merlin, who can also defend the team.
No, it's not Castoria.
if you want
but, like,
stars. But like then you're just at the whim of the card shuffle. So in a solo, he doesn't have the supports needed to constantly
fuck
use his
solos.
MP.
Okay, we're
In
not
a
talking
party,
about solos.
his
That's not
cards
even
aren't
his best use
consistent enough
case.
to get in a party. His cards aren't consistent enough to get because you're acting like you can get his MP every time because you're like magically getting his arts card every turn. It's not happening.
You also have battery. You also get like charge from being attacked. Like you're just discounting a lot of things for some reason.
Okay.
I do feel like he
don't
should
get
be
it.
higher, to be
We're
honest.
moving
I
the
feel like he should
goalposts
be
now,
way
too.
higher.
But
I-
you have to
I have
use it.
no.
This
I
involves
have one
using his
question.
cards, and his
I-
cards don't generate stars either. And so
I
how's he
have
gonna
one question. I have one question though. Like Otto, when you compare him with pre-buff Constantine, how much better do you think he is?
A lot better.
I don't think it's a
Really?
good comparison, honestly.
Yeah, because
I think
because
he's the
he-
same
Constantine wouldn't
because
have nearly
instead-
enough damage to do anything.
No. So here's the difference. So with Constantine, UNP, the whole team gets protected, but he doesn't centralize all of the defensive NP gain to himself.
Yes.
And it doesn't give him a lot
So-
of damage.
Yeah,
That's
and
fair.
also he doesn't have a 50% battery. He doesn't keep
has a
up
30
his
battery.
damage. Well, yeah, but like 50
His
battery is
Stargen
better than
for
30 battery.
games.
He does
Yeah.
have a tongue.
Well, it's only one turn. I
Yeah,
I
but-
can.
But again, his
it's only
damage
one
will be
turn.
a lot more lackluster.
Well, that's fair. But okay, where do you want to put him then?
I don't. Before Otto
At
says
least
anything,
B
I would put
plus.
him in like
Like-
B
No.
plus minimum personally, but maybe even
no
A
way,
tier.
No,
No,
never
no
mind.
way.
Look,
No,
I
we
was trying to
can't
be
move him.
reasonable with you. Like, if
Oh,
if you're to put,
shut up! 50% of the people here say at least that, so reasonable minds can obviously disagree here.
if you put him, I don't think he's as good as John. Like, if you put him as B, sure, B is the highest.
If anything,
you
I
could
want to
go
move
with this
everyone
guy.
back up and move him up a solo.
No. So let's table this for now. Can we agree that Pope Johanna, we can move her down to the B plus?
What? Wait, hold on. If we're
No.
tabling this for now, when are we coming back to it?
I assume once
After
we've sorted the
we work
A
through A.
tiers, I assume that's what he wants to do
Okay,
right
so
now.
I
Sort
guess-
the A
I guess
tier.
Okay, fine.
Okay, I guess that's
Popus Johanna to B plus? Absolutely no.
Yeah, I think
Molay
she
is
should be
worse.
an A.
I think Molay and Voyager are both worse than Pope.
I don't disagree.
Actually, I'm not sure.
I think they're pretty
I'm not
different,
sure.
to be
It
honest.
depends on how you use them, right? Molay without Van Gogh.
I still feel
is
like we
definitely
should
worse than
kind of just mostly figure out where the servants should belong themselves. I mean, yes, comparison is good, but at the same time, if someone is on the power level of A, I feel like they should be on A, you know?
Here's the thing.
Even if it
What
looks
is
bloated.
the power level of A? What do you think the power of level of
To me,
A is?
power
Because,
level A
like,
is
when
very
we-
solid. Very solid.
Because when we take a look
these
at
vary wildly.
here's the thing. When we take a look at different tier lists, like the power, like A power level in sabers doesn't feel the same as A power level in archers or something. Like I'm sure,
A power level in sabers
I'm
is
certain
probably
in
like
different classes they don't
B
feel
in
the same.
Berserker. Like
Like
A and
I am
yeah, it's
almost
like-
certain that the way we made these lists, maybe that was our mistake, but the way we made this list, A in one class is definitely not equal to A in another. Like that's just how it is. Otherwise, berserkers with no berserkers.
Yeah,
would
I
be
feel
lower than
these
C.
are still kind of relative to their own lists.
Yeah. So I do think it's like it's fine to split them up. It's because like otherwise if everyone is an A again, the list really doesn't speak much. Like unless you're saying like the from left to right, right? Like we're not doing that, right? So I do think splitting up the list does give more information in terms of how we think about the servant. I just think it's very difficult for us to reach a conclusion on some of these servants because like it depends on the playstyle, right? Like if we're talking about min turning, then I would rank Popus Johanna a lot worse than a lot of these characters, right? She's actually not that bad, but like for example, like I would definitely rank Molay higher. But then if you're talking about normal play, I don't think most people would find a lot of value out of characters like Molay or even Voyager. But someone like Popus Johanna, even at MP1, yeah, she doesn't do damage, but she
I can be okay with moving Voyager and Jacques to B plus at least.
Okay.
But I
'Cause
don't.
I
Here's
do
the
agree.
problem. I don't know because for half of the people they're gonna be better, but for half of the people they're gonna be worse.
But
So it's very
those
difficult.
like I don't even think so because like even like for like low turn stuff, I don't think many people are going out of their way to use Voyager or Molay. I think actually most people's general opinion is Molay is bad. I think most people would expect Molay to
Yes.
be way lower, like than
Yes,
even B
that is
plus.
true.
Because the general opinion of people is Molay is not good at all.
Well, Molay
Um,
is good. Her buff is not good though. That's the thing. Like people think she's bad
Right,
because her
but
buff is bad.
because the buff was bad. Like it was mediocre.
Well, yeah. Well, no, it is
Um,
bad. I'm just gonna straight out lay it out. It's bad. Like it was a waste. Like why would you?
I'm gonna
add,
start
like,
with
a
this.
tiny
I'm gonna
fix?
start by moving
But-
them to B plus.
Yeah.
Damn. I think that's
Okay,
pretty
what about the
mediocre.
rest of A tier?
Yeah. So
Uh,
my qualm with the only other unit I have a kind of an issue with, or I think many people would find an issue with is probably Abigail, because like she does have that one turn burst, but that's it.
So how
Right,
legit
keep
were
the-
her farming numbers then?
She is the
I mean,
highest
it's
damaging
extremely
neutral
high.
DPS.
Isn't that
but-
worth something?
But
Then?
it's
If you
just
don't
one
count
turn.
Kama, if you don't count
Huh?
Kama, because Kama has
No, she's higher than Kama, unless you're a lower MP level. Slightly higher than Kama.
well, I was measuring NP1, so.
And she has
that's,
party
makes
buffs.
sense.
So like,
I mean, if I let my personal feelings take into account, I don't like Karen at all. Like, I don't like how she plays. So I personally,
I've
would
seen
like
some
Karen
people
down,
say
but
she should
I
be A
don't- I
plus,
don't-
if anything.
But like,
I
know a
think
lot of
B plus
people
would be
like
way too
Karen.
low for Karen. Way
Yeah,
too low.
and that's the thing is, I
think
personally
B plus
don't
is
like
too
how
low
Karen
for
plays,
Karen, yeah.
just because I hate the Scotty thing. I hate having to worry about my pens.
But that's mostly just
Should
for
we
farming,
move-
if anything. I don't know.
Should we move Voyager back? Because like, is Voyager really worth it?
No, don't
Okay.
bother with that.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
so-
have
so-
one more proposal though. Genuinely. Ruler Artoria to A plus.
Mm.
If Nocnaria can be an A plus, Ruler Artoria can be an A plus.
True.
Mm.
True.
That's my take at least, because I think like, you know, Nocnaria is a good support, but she still has her like it's.
But to be honest, she's also a free
situational.
welfare. There's a small difference still. So they're not like it's super directly
guess.
compared. They're similar though. They're I can see where you're coming from though.
What about
I
Yang
guess.
going down?
Wait, who?
Yang going down.
Grife?
She's half a
Oh.
tier
Yang going
below-
down.
She's half a tier below Wangina. I think she's maybe okay.
Yeah, I feel like they shouldn't be a full tier apart.
We can move. I think if we're moving anyone down from A, it could be Abigail, because again, I pulled for her expecting her to be really good at multi-core farming. I haven't really used her because Phantasmoon took a lot of her job. So I'm not sure if she's A or B, but I've heard from other sources that she is really legit. So I'm not 100% sure about
Well, I can't comment
the
much
thing
on
is, like-
Abigail because I haven't used her in farming at all.
I
Like,
have her at
while
MP2,
Abigail
which
is a
like,
nice in theory type thing. I don't know if like the practicality of it
I use her
comes in
in
very
90
much.
plus Bleach Earth with no damaging CE. She does kill mid lane bosses, so I do think it should be good enough at MP2. Well, mid wave bosses, right? Like she
Didn't know what game
she
we were playing for a second, huh?
yeah, mid wave bosses. She is, but it is only one turn. I think one of her bigger issues is like a lot of times you might want to MP twice with a single target, and she just can't. Like she has a similar issue with Kintoki, but somewhat worse.
I just noticed something, and now I have to bring this up. Every single tier has a 4-star. So the question is, who can we put in B plus, EO or Jackson? Then every
EO.
single one has a 4-star.
I think EO's overrated.
Then it's like a
overrated.
direct. Yeah.
I could
genuinely
maybe
believe
see
EO is
EO in B
overrated.
plus. I wouldn't be super mad about it necessarily.
I think EO is a little bit
I
overrated.
do think
like,
Mixa
again,
is better.
I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I feel like that's fine.
She's better than EO.
she's getting a lot of leeway.
Like she gets some mileage, but again, she mostly peaked when they did a lot of moon cancers in
I
farming.
think this looks good. I think we don't need to talk about anyone else anymore.
Okay,
Especially
well,
hold
not
on,
anyone
hold
in
on.
Seoul.
Okay, fine. Okay,
Hold on.
fine. Going back to Qin Shi Huang, right?
Yeah.
If we go back to Qin Shi Huang, you think he should be in B plus?
Probably at the
Yeah,
at
you
minimum
said it.
or something.
I think that's outrageous.
In my opinion, it's a compromise. All right.
in my
Yeah.
opinion,
What
it's
do you-
outrageous
what is
I
your
feel like we
opinion,
have
Otto? Are
we
you
have
saying A
two
or
very
B?
different opinions about
I
him
think
here.
A would be fine, but I'm willing to
Because-
go down to
because-
B
He's
plus.
so
Because he-
useless.
Because okay,
You're
how
useless.
is he?
Why
How
are
is
you
he
here?
competing with? Look, as much as I crap on Himiko, how is he competing with Himiko?
But B plus would
How
still
is it
be lower, and they're different
they're not-
servants anyway. What?
No, you use one more so
Himiko
as
is
a DPS.
actually a crit ruler
In terms
farm
of use cases, like I like Himiko better as a crit DPS because she has a buster.
I like her better
buster
too,
rate.
mostly
Like,
because I have a Grailed copy. But that's besides the
and she
point.
can
Yeah,
actually.
but she can't protect
crit.
the team.
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does
You
matter
keep
to a
acting
lot
like
of people.
protecting the team is the most important thing
I
in the world.
look.
It's
I
just
sometimes
an
Sometimes
aspect he
hearing
murder
does.
is important.
This is this. I know you hate hearing
Chat.
this, but this is
No.
You know what this is? You know what this is?
Let's be democratic.
If you say
here.
TA brain rot, I'm breaking your legs.
You said
Let's
it.
not TA brain rot.
Let's
I-
be democratic here. Chat.
You know, we should have a poll. Hey, Coin,
past-
Coin. Actually, run a poll. We should have a poll about this.
Yeah,
Let's do like
exactly.
instead of saying a tier, let's say
But
should
here's the
like
question.
okay. The poll should be should First Emperor go up or stay down? Let's just have a poll. I just want to see.
I more
Here's the
so wanted
question.
to ask, like,
Have you used them in the past 2 years?
have
No,
you
but
used First
most
Emperor
people
in the
haven't
past-
used most of these servers in the past years. That makes no sense.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? 'Cause,
Have you
like,
used most
I
of these
can say
servers in the
I
past
have-
2 years?
Yeah. Actually, I've used.
Well, there is a lot of meta
I'm
support, so
not
and whatnot. But okay.
I think I've used.
All right, there's the poll. Vote
Almost.
up. Everyone vote on that poll. I want to see.
Like,
Again, be honest. Be honest. Be honest. You can go. Don't go
alright,
with
if
whatever
you
I would
remove-
go.
If you remove the supports, how many of these have you used? So no
Me?
Himiko,
Most
no
of them still.
Ruler Artoria.
So I've used.
Well, I mean, a lot of them are new. I
Lunarcaria.
gotta test them out. They're not very fair.
So like
'Cause,
I've
no
used.
Johanna.
Let me see here. I've used. Young
I
Fang.
don't
No, the
have-
poll
I've
is a
used,
coin flip. What the fuck?
I've used Evil Lady. I've used Himiko. I've used Wangina. I've used Melusine. I've used Moriarty.
Okay,
I haven't
used
used.
Hokusai.
better question. Let's do process of deduction. Okay, in the last 2 years, I haven't. The ones I haven't used is Amakusa, Sherlock, and maybe Karen. I
Sherlock.
guess.
I just used Sherlock like a
I've
couple
used
weeks
all
ago.
the rest of them though.
Yeah, never mind. In hindsight, that was not a good question because, like, if you don't use Karen, you just wouldn't use Karen, no matter how good she is.
That's
right? Like,
true.
Yeah, I feel like again, I feel like the question is kind of bad for the
That's
ranking.
an issue with all of these servants. Okay, like all of these servants.
Like
are
these are
Other than
special
the Tiki
classes.
Talk,
They're not meant to be used all the time necessarily. Some will, of course, by the virtue of how they work.
Eh,
But
the world has something to say about that. I'm sorry. The thing is unfortunately the game is very unbalanced. Extra classes are just better. Like here's the thing.
some of
there
them,
are
like
so
the
many-
classes themselves, are not
depends on what you
necessarily good.
mean
They
by
just
that.
have some good servants in them.
They're just
Like
their
Moon
kits are
Cancer is one of the
better.
worst classes in the game. It fucking sucks balls. It has nothing going for it.
Not
they have-
anymore.
well, yeah, the class itself sucks,
When
but
we're
the
ta-
servants are.
Yeah, that's
good.
what I'm saying. Like,
when
it's a
we-
bit misleading to say that the
Okay.
extra classes are better. It's because
are
they
we-
want to print better servants in them. It's their fault.
When we say better, what do we mean in better?
We
than?
mean servant
Oh
quality.
my
now.
god, dude! Look
Okay.
how close the
Okay,
poll was.
It's
2
still
votes
close.
difference.
You know that's within margin of error. That's within margin of error.
I
do you
mean,
mean
no,
it's
I,
a
I
margin of
no,
error?
no, no,
It's a
no, no.
binary.
I agree. He should move up, but is it to B plus?
C plus.
No, that was just an
You know,
arbitrary
I
example.
don't
I think
think
she
he's
should
better
be
than
way
Moxie,
higher
so
than
we-
C though.
If we
You
moved
can
him
be
to
on the
C
same level
plus,
as
it wouldn't.
Moxa.
It would be the same thing as before.
Yeah, C plus is still too
No,
low. I
but-
agree. When
well,
Otto said it's too low, I
relatively
still
he's
kind of
higher.
agree.
It's not
yeah.
the same thing as before. We moved them down out of
It's-
relative.
Yeah, he
change.
used to be
Relative.
C plus, and then going down because Rio
No.
wanted it, and then moving
Otto,
him
you're
back up.
focusing
Not
on the
because
letter.
Rio wanted
You're
it. That's
focusing
just
on the
because.
letter.
It's
You're focusing on the letter. Not,
No, the letter
twice.
doesn't matter. The letter literally. Okay, whatever. Like, okay, you know what? I don't know anything about Kinchi Huang.
I think he should be B minimum, and that's honestly kind of low balling it, if anything.
Really?
Yeah,
You really
yeah.
think he is like low
Yes.
balling put beside
Yeah,
Jean?
I agree
I
with
guess so,
Otto's
that's
points. Honestly, I agree. He has a lot of things going
is-
for him.
Yeah.
If there's
No, he
a
doesn't.
single target boss,
Yes, he
he's a
does.
very solid
He has
choice.
a lot of things that people don't give a shit about going for him.
Yeah, it's
He,
so
he's
good.
got
Like,
nothing.
dude, he's sitting on a tier list with a bunch of neutral AoEs that do dog shit damage. Okay, this is not a good
Who?
They
argument.
do bad damage,
Who?
except for when they don't do
Who?
bad
Mole?
damage.
Like who's the neutral
Mole is
AoE
the
that does
only
dog shit
person
damage?
here who is,
Amakusa? Sure, dude. Amakusa's lower.
Yeah.
That's fine. Sure.
So many of
Who-
these servants are out damaged by a lot of counterclassing servants. Okay,
Well, yeah, no shit. What do you like, dude?
they're
Actually,
competing with
no,
them.
not necessarily. Here's the thing: is that's the thing is they aren't out.
Yeah, we are
That's-
totally. Oh yes, we let's just assume all the extra classes always hit neutral and the normal classes, always hit counter class when we're currently in ordeal call. Like, okay, bro, It's just no. I'm sorry. Okay, like
Um,
literally, Kenshin was like, "Oh my god, Kenshin's so broken because
I mean,
she
it's a big
like
guy,
melted
know
everything in order to
Kenshin
go
is
because
OC3.
everybody's fucking moon cancer. There's even extra
No.
classes 90 plus. We literally see like we saw like what 2 foreigners like within the past like how long? Like again, a pretender in White Day. Like this is not the case anymore. It's you're not. You can't
Also,
always.
no
assume,
one cared
like,
about Kenshin until OC3. no
No,
one
No,
cared.
I don't know
okay,
about
no,
that.
no,
I don't know
I-
about that.
No, I don't.
No,
I
I
disagree
think
with that. I think Kenshin's really
I
good.
think
but...
that's a content creator thing. I don't think she has enough mains. Like,
Yeah.
I think she is
No,
really
you're wrong. You're wrong. Fucking X Naya mains her, dude. What do you mean?
Oh,
Fucking
that
X
guy
It's
is
Naya
normally
mains
as
her.
fuck. He just does the most obvious thing for everything. Okay,
Yeah,
like,
and no,
and
but
she's
but
not
it's
the
very
most
often
obvious thing.
Kenshin. No, it's very often Kenshin. So I think Kenshin is
oh
good.
wow,
I'm for you. I think Kenshin is good.
that sounds like it might feed into my point.
No, yeah, so I'm saying Kenshin is good, but I'm still saying like, you know, your point I'm not against the point that Kenshin is good. I'm against the point that, you know, we're always assuming neutral on extra class, but counter class on normal
I think
class.
he's
That
fine on
shit is
neutral for what it's worth.
that's no longer the case.
How
but-
often do you
Why
take
not?
a character you like that is like a normal class and take them neutral? Because like
I
I don't
actually
usually do that with
traits
normal
are
classes.
insane.
Yeah.
Like
When
traits
they're-
are an insane thing. If you anti-trait, you are often better off taking a neutral.
But the thing
anti-trait
is, I also
than taking
the
a class
ruler does
advantage.
have the
Actually-
defensive advantage too, instead of just the neutral damage. You got to remember, it's also a
Actually,
defensive advantage.
I actually usually take them at neutral just because if they're like 120, they stomp. They just absolutely fuck anything that is counterclass. Okay.
Well, look, here's the thing. I take them at neutral because that's my channel identity. I don't have a choice. I would not use a character that is not about. So, like, that's not a good argument.
don't-
Whatever.
Yeah,
So,
I don't want to accidentally mentor it. All right, like if,
So-
like Suzuka, Hyper Suzuka is able to easily mentor, or maybe not easily, but
But
handedly
okay, why are we
mentoring
why are we
Kibos,
even on this
so.
topic? It's about Kinshi
I don't
Huang.
know.
Why the fuck did we come to? So, like,
I
back
don't
to
know.
Kinshi
One thing
Huang.
led to another, and here we are.
Back to
the
Kinshi
point
Huang.
is,
So
Kinshi
okay.
Huang cannot crit. He cannot lose his NP.
can crit!
You're hoping if you think
Okay,
otherwise.
no, I
Where are
think
these
you are.
mythical stars coming
No,
from?
you are
Yeah, you know what?
underrating him. You are underrating.
But to be
him.
honest, like, where do you get the stars for most of your Buster Deep as well? Not your Koyan, surely. Now, like, supports are there for a reason, right? You know,
It is
they help.
cool. I mean,
yeah.
Like
Actually,
we got Jifu, we got Pro.
No.
Proto
but-
They,
Merlin.
they
Okay,
actually,
okay.
bust units tend to generate stars.
Okay. Here.
At least better
okay.
than Kinshi Huang does.
Okay, Kinshi Huang is
It's bullshit.
you are downplaying Kinshi Huang, but I also think you are putting him in B plus is insane.
Bro,
Okay, you know
Dude,
what?
Like,
Okay, at this point, I'm just gonna log
He
it
has
in.
a
At least we
5
got him. We got him up a little bit. We're just gonna have to
cares
see
about
what the
his-
YouTube
dude.
comments say. I guess. Yeah, it's fine. We're just gonna log it in here.
just nobody.
This
Okay,
has
if
gone
you
on for
want to
so long
CQ
at this
DPS,
point.
you'd bring like you.
Well, Kenshin,
poll
I'm gonna
again.
keep
History will
Kenshin at
prove
EX. Who
History
stays at
will
EX?
find me and Plushy
Okay.
the victor, and we
No.
his
no, in the future
History
he's gonna
stands
get
with
a
us.
buff, and then you're gonna have
Okay,
egg all over
if
your
they
face.
give him if they give him the
Melusa fans
concept-
If
gonna
they
be
give
mad,
him
dude.
a buff,
Everyone's
then
gonna
your
be
point
mad.
means
Every
nothing.
single
It's-
person
it's-
watching
it's-
this is gonna be
I
mad.
can't
That's
hear anything.
yeah.
Everyone is talking.
People are mad about Melusi now. Oh my god, I can't.
Yeah, of
Like,
course they're
dude,
mad
at this
about
point, we just have to accept it. Everyone is gonna be mad. That's it.
Every Melu fan is.
Everyone is gonna be mad.
absolutely insane.
It is what it is.
Hold on, I'm reasonable about Melusine. I understand.
Like,
her
we have
strengths
one of the
and
biggest Melusine Sims here, and he says A+. Like, I don't even know, man.
Well, yeah, because all
Like,
she does
yeah.
is farm. And
Okay,
like,
you know
I mean,
what?
DPS.
I would
could,
actually.
I could,
No,
I could
here's-
understand her being EX.
I could
So-
too, honestly. I could too.
Who?
Melusine.
Melusine?
Yeah.
No. It's not EX. How is she EX?
How is she not? That's the question.
How is she not? Her damage is just like with the other fucking AoE arts neutral loopers.
But she has good crits too. She can crit.
It doesn't. If you don't use it, if you use a crit support, the gap is smaller. Like again, with
But her
like,
her
Moriarty,
kit
if
is
you bring the-
It's a
loaded.
common anti-trait.
See, here's the problem: is Moriarty has an upgraded MP, and his MP is going to do more. Melusine may be able to knock out.
Yeah,
some
but he
hard
doesn't do
damage.
anything for damage besides his MP. His face cards suck. He doesn't do any crits.
It's No, he's basically you can bring supports for that. I look here's
Yeah,
the thing.
but
It's just
Melusine already has enough stuff. You can bring supports that synergize more with her damage because she doesn't need compensation for like stars or crit or absorb or anything like that. She already has that stuff. You can bring other stuff like Art Sup or something. That's not gonna make Moriarty crit. Like I don't know.
but it's the same thing. It's like her damage is, I don't know. Her damage is just not as good, or I shouldn't say her damage. It's like, because it is unfair to compare with Buster, but like her role is just
And she
very
ramps up our
replaceable
attack and
compared to
crit too.
her role is really replaceable compared to the people in EX. I don't know. It's just like
I feel like both her and
That's why I think
Uesugi can
Kenshin is
be
a
in
win,
EX.
because I think Melusine and Kenshin are closer than
Yeah.
one would think. But that's because I don't think Kenshin's in EX. And
I think I want to keep her in EX, which makes me really want to put
okay, never
Melusine in
mind.
EX
See,
as well.
you know what? Somebody actually agreed with me. I think Voyager should be Karen tier.
Oh my god, we're gonna go back from the B plus again.
No,
We're just
we're
back and
fine.
forth.
Why?
Dude.
Okay. Tell me one reason why he isn't Karen tier. Same deck, same MP upgrades with anti-trade, AoE quick. Yeah, he can't single core loop 111, but on the contrary, he can multi-core and has EOTD.
I'm okay if you want to move him back up. I don't know. We just go back and forth, dude.
Okay, I don't know.
Like, I'm okay with
we
that
move
too.
him up, and then B plus looks really lonely. Well, if only we could.
Yeah,
move
wasn't that the
someone
whole
from
point
B
of
up.
us like doing
No,
the
we're
A
not moving
split?
Kinshu up to B plus. He's trying. Plushie, don't give in to them. He's trying to move Kinshu up again.
I am not moving Kinshu Huang to B+.
No,
there's
not you.
no way.
Donato's trying to.
Yeah, obviously you're not, but hey, you're not the.
How about we
One
make a
with the
trade?
cards
We
here.
trade the Pope for Voyager.
No. It's fine. Then just keep it. I don't care.
The only thing I'm gonna do is move Melus into EX and then just log it in. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna do that.
Sure, but
I'm gonna do
hard
that.
disagree. I think Melusine isn't even the best A+. Melusine isn't even the best A+.
I'm
I
just gonna do
think
it.
I think there's an argument for literally an argument for Moriarty, Koyan Dark, and
Oh my
Aoko.
god! I completely forgot about Summer Abbey. She's on this list. Holy shit!
She is. I did mention you when we were placing her.
Oh my
Anyway,
god!
we don't need to discuss. We don't need to discuss Summer Abbey.
Okay, but
Summer Abbey is better than Kinshu Huang though.
So we need to move Kinshu Huang down,
Give him a Summer Abbey.
or we can move Abby up.
or we can swap their places.
But anyways, I mean, I don't
like either
care.
of these ideas.
I don't care at this point.
Is this
but,
the longest adjustment?
Yeah, okay, you know what?
Look,
At this point, it's pretty
I
clear.
feel
This
like
is going to
we
be
might
the
have
most
one more.
contested discussion ever. We're never going to
Yeah,
reach
this
the
is
full
the loudest
consensus.
one
This is
for
never
sure.
going to happen. So you know what? I'm going to lock it in like this. I can't wait to hear the comments. It's going to be great. But you know what? Hey, this was good. I still enjoyed this very much. Contrary to what it may seem, I honestly had a great time with this. So yeah, we will never reach a consensus. We have a lot of different opinions, but there it is. That's it. As extra plus one, I hope that the other two will not be as heated because I don't know. It's only so much my heart can take. I still enjoyed it though, for what it's worth. I think this was great. And I think the comments are going to be interesting, but hopefully people who watch this on YouTube enjoyed it as well. And hopefully people that watched it live enjoyed it too, because if anything, I think this was now the longest list too, probably, unless I'm forgetting something. Kind of expected it to be long anyway, so, it is what it is. But yeah, on that note, if you are watching this on YouTube and you enjoyed it, hey, at least press the thumbs up button. Hopefully it was at least good entertainment, because honestly, I was very much entertained for most of this final discussion. I was having a blast, so very, very good. And hey, do subscribe not to miss out on future videos, because we still have 2 more parts of extra classes left. And to give you a teaser, next week we are going to be tackling drum roll. If I can find it anywhere, I can't because I'm stupid. It's on a different tab. Avengers and Pretenders. So that's going to be next week, and then everything that's left after that will be part 3. So you go figure out. Okay, there you go. But yeah, before I go or close out this video, I do want to still give a huge shout out to my awesome co-hosts. Even Otto, who joined late. Thank you so much for being here. Duo and Plushie as
half
well,
the
being
shout
here
out
from
for
the
me,
start. Yeah, I mean, you were here almost like since the halfway point or something, since this last part took longer. So yeah, you're still going to get a shout out, of course. And also, hey, Otto runs his Smobcast. Dude, I assume you guys are going to be talking about this week. So if you want to hear more discussion about this list, then definitely tune in to the Smobcast this Sunday. Or if you can't catch it live on his Twitch, do check his YouTube because it'll be up there as well. It's going to be fun times, I'm sure. But yeah, also, hey, shout out to my patrons on the screen right now and Suits for being a big YouTube tier member supporter. So that'll be it for me. Any last words from you guys?
No. Last words from us?
Anything? Anything at all?
Play clown music during the entire final adjustment section.
I'm
in the
tempted to put that
background
in,
on
actually.
YouTube, will you?
That's a good
'Cause
idea.
it'd
Yeah,
be
because
funny.
as we all know, Rio's takes
Otto's a
are
clown.
befitting of a clown.
I might just do that, actually. If I can find a good copyright-free track, that's funny. But yeah, there you go.
Final words?
Frick, dude.
Yeah,
Until
sorry.
next week, I guess. It's gonna be probably spicy. Not sure if it's gonna be this spicy, because it's gonna be really hard to top this one off. But yeah, I hope to see you then, and have a good one. Bye-bye.
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 There's a wrap-up. So yeah.
Man, that got really heated.
Honestly, that was awesome,
Well,
dude.
I mean,
I don't know if you were watching the stream when it got started about the Kinji Huang thing. I was fucking dying. If you look at my cam, I was fucking dying, dude. I was like, I couldn't hold it. I was dying. Oh my god.
I genuinely think the Kinshi Huang discourse actually fucked up a little bit of the top ones.
It may have,
because
but
we
it's
spent so much
hey,
time
you know
talking
what?
about
It
it.
was amazing entertainment though, so it's all worth it.
I still think Kinshi Hong's one of the worst SSRs in the game.
I think you've made that pretty clear by now.
I think Kinshi Huang is one of the least used SSRs in the game.
Oh yeah, did you notice
I've
me
tried
flipping
using
Auto
him.
when this
I
the
honestly,
discussion
Otto,
started?
I do think you are like a crazy person
Gonna
because
flip
like
him
I've
back
tried,
now.
and what you say it doesn't match reality. But anyway, that's for tomorrow.
When
You have
when
3
was
more
it
hours
that
of
you
Kinshi
tried?
on discourse.
When
I
did
was
you
trying
try?
to-
It was when
40 minutes.
I was kind of dying during when the Kinji Huang discussion started. Someone in the chat said I
Kinji
should
Huang,
flip you.
no.
I was like, that's a genius idea. I flipped you to face them.
I don't think he's better than Amakusa. I mean, in terms of ease of use, I don't think he's better than Amakusa, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh god, I still
like,
have kind of
look-
teary eyes. I'm not gonna lie. Oh man.
Voyager and A. Yeah, I do think Voyager and A is because
Again, there could be a lot of movement back and forth, but it's gonna be
There could
hard
be a
to
lot
reach
of
ever a
movement,
consensus
He's very
here.
close
So
to Karen, to be
eh.
honest. I
Yeah.
think it's a good comparison. Just maybe. I don't know. I
right,
think
all
he's very-
right.
'cause,
But
like,
yeah,
I thought Karen had 2 Buster for the longest time. Oh, sorry.
yeah, no worries, no worries. Well, yeah, I guess we should probably start wrapping up here as well, because man, that was what I've been live for nearly 7 hours, I guess. That was definitely the longest list so far, and just still gotta grab some dinner before I get this upload going. I'm not even sure if I can get it up today before sleeping, but it's gonna be up tomorrow morning at the very latest when I wake up. But I'm gonna try. Maybe I can still get the render done if I work fast. But yeah, hey, dudes, thank you so much for joining me. We still have 2 more parts, so Avenger and Pretender should be the next week. Yeah, at least that's the template I have, so I assume it's correct. Yeah, hopefully you still had a good time, even if things got a bit heated. I assume no one's going to take anything personal here anyway, but yeah.
Oh, who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah, we
assume
don't
you're going to
even
carry
know
on
what's
from
gonna
this
be.
tomorrow as well, right? So yeah, it's good, it's good. Dude, if you're going to talk about this, I'm tempted to... I might not be able to catch it live, but I'll probably watch the recording at least. It's going to be... I want to hear more of that. At that point, I'm
like
just
that
happy to
meme
be a
of,
viewer
like,
too.
What's that meme of like there's 2 paths and at the end of it it's like something, it's like at the end of the path or whatever, it's like 3 more hours of Kinshi Hong discourse.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, great. It's going to be the DLC to this list. It's going to be great. Oh, so yeah, hey, I'm not going to keep you guys here for too much long. I assume you guys are going to eat maybe. Maybe some of you guys ate during the list or something, but whatever it
I made a
is.
sandwich during the list. I
Yeah.
have a bunch of sandwich fixings in the fridge next to me.
Yeah, I'm
and
just
I
going to
actually
have
just
some
made a
bread for
sandwich
dinner
while
as
we were
well,
doing
I
the
think,
list.
just because I need to get to editing the list and getting it to render.
My sister is coming over, and I'm
Oh,
I
nice.
gotta give her some of our old recipes that my mom left us. So that's what I'll be doing this afternoon. Have a good one.
Yeah,
everyone.
sounds good. Have a good one too. But yeah, thanks for joining, dudes, and I'll just get to my stream outros after this. But yeah, we'll talk again next week, I'm sure. Hope to see you there.
All right.
Bye
Yes,
bye.
See you then.
Bro, that was great. Oh my god. That was so good. Okay, I expect this video is probably gonna get the most dislikes out of all the list, but I don't even care. That's amazing, dude. That's so good, dude. Holy shit, I'm so happy with that. That was great. It's just if anything, I was just enjoying it for a lot of the times as well. I tried to contribute to the discussion as well, but it was just fun to listen as well. So yeah, let me read some subs before we wrap up, because we did have some subs during the stream as well. So we had, if I can find them, Gay Bolg with 43 months, Sete with 42, Otto actually resubscribed as well for 14 months, very cool. No Miss FPS, brand new tier 1, very awesome. Arteon with 3 months, and there you go. Hey, welcome welcome back to the Go Gang, my dudes. Gals in the chat for all the lovely subs and resubs. I'm so gassy today. Well, how are you still up at this hour, by the way, Coin? That's crazy. But hey, shoutouts. I think you were like the only mod. Well, maybe not the only, but here for the entire thing or something. Wow, that's crazy. But also shout out to all you guys watching this. Even if you didn't watch all the things, hey, shout out to being here. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Very, very cool. I guess it being the weekend helps, but yeah. Thank you for watching, my dudes. And I shout out your mom. Hey, shout out to Seth's mom. I don't know what your name is, but hey. Shout outs. There you go. So with that, yeah, we'll be back one more time tomorrow for the final stream of the week. We're going to be doing Sunday games, of course, so hopefully chill times and good progress on those. So Persona 5 and Skyward Sword will be real, and this video will either come out still before I sleep today, if I can get the render to go fast enough, or at the very least tomorrow morning after if I have to leave it up, like rendering up or uploading overnight. But I'll try my best here. Okay. But yeah, for today, hey, thank you so much for the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, the bits, the tips, and the follows, and most importantly, thank you so much for being here in general. Hope you had a good time. And on that note, have a great rest of your Saturday or Sunday, wherever it is you're at. The rest of your weekend as well, of course. And we'll be back tomorrow. Spicy next week is Avenger and Pretender, and the rest will be in part 3. So there you go. Something to look forward to. Alright, take care, my dudes, and bye.